Chapter 1, Prologue plus Chapter 1, Prologue. A man came walking out of Hokkaido's biggest dungeon, the so-called Chikaho in Sapporo, looking around and letting out a small sigh. There's one profession, placed inside the dungeons. Everyone admires the adventurers. Girls tend to wait idly nearby Chikaho's entrance, looking at it with sharp eyes, waiting for adventurers to appear. If a male adventurer, who seemed to be single, appeared, they would approach him without any discrepancies. Nevertheless, this man's appearance isn't being reflected in their eyes. It's not that he isn't recognized because he's ugly. This man, his presence is just too thin. Even online, it's the same. There are almost no views on his Become an Adventurer blog site. No matter how much he updated his blog, it won't get many views. The page views are always in the single digits. They are like guests who entered the wrong room by accident, leaving his blog without reading his posts. As it seems, becoming an adventurer doesn't make you popular. It's the sad truth. Even though he was walking at a snail's pace, today too, nobody noticed his presence. It's pitiful, like the figure of a man walking slowly because of wanting someone to notice him. Fortunately, his slow pace stopped the eyes of none. His pride was preserved, but it was not without consequences. This guy, called Karaboshi Haruki, let out a heavy sigh. Let's go home. The existence of dungeons was confirmed 5 years ago. It happened all of a sudden in multiple places all over the world. Some countries survived, others fell, including the G8. The 8 leading countries, light and dark, were separated. It's unclear why the dungeons were born and how they all occurred. What is a dungeon in the first place? After raising their defenses, the surviving countries now put all efforts into analyzing the situation. Like all the other countries, Japan was also hit by the calamity. After restraining the stampede of the sudden dungeon occurrence, we are now in a time of peace. When the people were still confused, nationwide standards for adventurers were set in Japan. Those qualified adventurers risked their lives to explore the dungeons and kill monsters. There are multiple reasons for them to do so. Maybe your relatives or important people were killed by those monsters. Maybe you longed for an RPG. Maybe you want to get rich fast. In recent years there were many reasons, like having a better chance at job hunting. Since I used to be an adventurer, I'm confident in adapting to harsh environments. It takes tremendous guts to dive into the dungeon to appeal to themselves as the highest servant. Setting aside diving into the dungeons, some people awoke special abilities that never before existed. For example, some gained the ability to leap through the air, using the force of their sword. Some even got the ability to see through the nature of raw materials and items found in the dungeons. Some call these special abilities your real self. In other words, they find their real self inside the dungeons. There's a high demand for them. 1. Risking their lives. They see their hopes and dreams inside the dungeon. Now adventurers became Japan's 4th big industry. Tired from exploring the dungeon, Haruki drove back to his home in the countryside. Karaboshi, a star floating in the sky. A truly beautiful surname. Haruki, a cloudless sky, shining wonderfully. You can't complain about names with such meanings. But because of the combination of those two, I was called Air since elementary school. It's indeed ironic. Even when he came to a drinking party, people said, "Huh? Isn't that just some air?" Because of that, he wants to think that it was not harassment, even though he was right in front of them. Have you ever seen Karaboshi? Who? He's a boy from our class. Huh? There's such a guy. Should be. His name is on the attendance list. But I've never seen him, is what they said. By no means was it harassment. Haruki, whose presence had become like air, however, retired from his job at a printing company 1 month ago to become an adventurer, so that he wouldn't be called air again, getting a presence that can't be ignored. Right now, however, his presence was still like air. Today's hunting outcome were 10,000 yen. Used 88/78 in winter 2018. Most of it was taken up by traveling expenses. After stopping the car in front of the house, he opened the shutter of the garage. Haruki. The parking space behind the entrance of the garage was taken up by a sinkhole. No, that seems unlikely. Haruki. There were stairs going down from the entrance to the back of the garage. It was not a sinkhole. Of course, it wasn't like this when he left home. That's why the hole had to have opened when Haruki came back from the Chikaho. It did indeed occur then. Haruki. It is not unusual for dungeons to appear suddenly. There are many stories of dungeons appearing nearby family houses in threads on Nara. This is no anomaly, although it is a place where you can't know when a monster will appear. Haruki knelt down in front of the dungeon, his shoulders trembling slightly. My snowplow. Haruki. With the appearance of the dungeon, the snowplow he stored inside the garage for snow removal in the winter had disappeared. This is, personally, a bigger problem than the appearance of the dungeon. The winter in Hokkaido is no joke. No matter how many countermeasures are taken, some accidents will happen. It is hard to even see the ground under the snow. Suffering tone. In such winters, removing snow is the most important thing to do when you want to survive. And the best solution for this is your own snowplow. As for Haruki's home, his garden is 10 times as big as the building. It can only be called a punishment to clean such an area manually. One costs about 300 yen. Use 2650/2340 in winter 2018. It was hard saving the money to buy it. While tears fell, he looked at the criminal, which took away his snow thrower, which could be called a savior in the country of snow. On the first steps around the entrance is a stone tablet lying on the ground. It is slightly larger than a hand and about 1 centimeter thick with the appearance of a stone. It is light and seems to be easily throwable. The surface was slippery. Haruki's first impression was that it is a stone tablet, but as he looked closer he could see a square cut in the top right corner, a button. Without thinking about it, he touched the square. In the same moment, the tablet began to glow slightly and grains of light hit Haruki's chest. WTF? Haruki. Reflecting it with both arms combined in front of the chest, there is no shock. I'm afraid to open my eyes. It seems that I'm not injured. What was that? Haruki. Slightly tilting his head, he noticed that his senses were slightly deteriorated. When he tried to hold that feeling, suddenly a light lit up in front of him and transformed into the form of the stone tablet. Hurriedly he took the stone. On the surface of the stone was now a white text that previously hadn't existed. Karaboshi Haruki, 27, gender, male. Available skill points, 3, class, swordsman. Plus vitality, plus strength, plus dexterity, plus perception, plus technique, plus special, TL. Not SPECIAL though. Could it be a skill board? 1. Might be a reference to the high conscious system. Because it was past business hours on the day when he discovered the dungeon, Haruki contacted the office next day. Since my garage at home becomes a dungeon, I want to register it. If you listened to this line 5 years ago it seems that you are crazy. While thinking that Haruki is conscious of the receiver which he put on the ear. We understand. So we will visit your home with a self-defense team right away. In terms of voice quality, it seems to be male officials in 30s to 47. What do you think if you see yourself as I am when I joined the office? It was the owner of a shadow voice that seemed to have trouble such as, I think that it is truly troublesome. When I finished eating breakfast, police cars and fire engines refurbished as armored cars arrived in front of my house. Haruki appears outside the house and greet the person in charge from the government office. Hello. Is this the dungeon? The owner is called Karaboshi. Excuse me. I know you. Oh, so slow. I will call him for a while. Excuse me. Oh, screaming. Finally got the government officer to notice Haruki's existence. Well, it is a usual thing. In spite of being a usual thing, it still causes a little damage to Haruki. Although I wear a showy red shirt, I'm not noticeable. On the other hand, after being noticed, it seems like this guy's terrible, isn't it? In fact, it's supposed to be. The surrounding eyes are cold. I must sincerely apologize. Are you Karaboshi-san? Yes. Excuse me, does Karaboshi-san have a license? License is adventurer qualification. Haruki draws it lightly. Yes, I got it this term. I see. Did you go into the dungeon already? Number. I thought that it would be better if you handled it first. That is a good judgment. Then may we install the barricade immediately? When Haruki nodded, 4 people of the self-defense team took out sandbags and barbed wires from inside of car and started work. The entrance to the dungeon basically should not be blocked. If it is blocked, an entrance will open in another place. When it blocked up, it would open again in another place. Block it again and it would open in another place and it would repeat again. In addition, it can possibly hasten stampede occurrences. Stampede is a state where monsters are overflowing from the dungeon. As a result, most of the countries have been devastated by monsters. It is a dangerous phenomenon. Even if stampede happens, the barricades are made of sandbags and barbed wire so they won't be easily trampled. So, it can perform a prevention for emergency occasion. Just making barricade for monsters is only work to delay their action for a certain degree. To deal with that is the purpose of self-defense team. The self-defense team is organized from police and firefighters. They are also known as dungeon countermeasure. They are responsible for thinning monsters overflowing from dungeons. Of course, the SDF, State Defense Force, is also. However, in order to act on all 200 plus dungeons in Japan, the SDF alone is somewhat short of hands, so police and firefighters are helping defend by acting as self-defense teams. 4 men set up sandbags one by one as if they did not feel the weight. I'm sure they are conducting anti-monster training. It is so fast. A sandbag is installed so as to surround the garage, and a barbed wire is stretched around it. At the entrance of the dungeon there were small doors and security cameras around the waist, card readers and retinal camera on it. By the revision of the law after Stampede, dungeons are declared to be owned by the state. In other words, entering without qualification is an illegal invasion. If you do not do it, people entering with playful sense will have the worst ending. Many such incidents happen. In fact, it occurred frequently. That's why the country gave an official order: do not enter. It is state-owned. This is their last resort. Securing space for the dungeon gate, the site entrance become considerably small, and barricade production work is finished. It is done with this fast. It probably has not been an hour since the installation started. I am surprised at how fast it was. How strong are they all together? By the way, is there anything that was taken by the dungeon? When dungeons emerge, their nature is to swallow everything above it. Like Haruki's garage building, it is not swallowed unless it touches the stairway directly. If there is a human or pet, it will be erased by the dungeon. There are no cases yet, but the house will rarely be swallowed as a whole. Follow current novels on Novelb.com. Actually, there are some cases where a subway station has become a dungeon, so the possibility is high. Actually, my snowplow, it was really a disaster. Yes, they seem to well understand the pain of the lost snowplow. The mood in that area became worse. Do you want to enter? That is the plan. Is that so? Please be careful. Adventurer risking their lives. Although it is said that it is also important to survive. Yes, thank you very much. Self-defense team 2. I'm always grateful for your help. Thank you for always protecting this city. I guess that thought was transmitted. Even though the 4 men had finished their work, they aligned with agile movements that do not feel fatigue, and each of them give a salute. However, their line of sight is not fixed anywhere. Yup, they have not seen me yet. That is also good. Once returned to his room, Haruki launched the PC and opened a website that he often visits. Let's Become an Adventurer. The so-called Let's Become. It is a website for adventurers. From blogs that upload the daily strategies, bulletin boards that converse about various topics, requests to collect monsters materials, there are even wiki about monsters and strategies. Especially for the beginner adventurers, this wiki has contents that you should read generally. There is a way to defeat particular monsters. Their weak points by weapon. This is a monster that takes group action by hierarchy. This is a rare boss that sometimes appears on the 20th floor of the dungeon. It is insanely strong. Be careful. No matter how much depopulated, dungeon information for the upper layer is definitely listed. Having or not having that information will change the survival rate dramatically. Haruki also feels indebted to them. Haruki also feel indebted to them. The reason why Haruki visited Let's Become is not for seeking dungeon capture information. Haruki clicks on the sidebar. He visits a page that is Adventurer Ranking, the total points list based on blogs and quest achievement rate. It is a page where personal and team rankings from date a year are posted. The position differs slightly between days and years. Those on this ranking are generally called rankers. When become a ranker, the probability to receive a contract from various companies increase. After signing a contract with a company, they will provide prototype equipment free of charge. It is a good experience to receive the latest new equipment. Of course, it is not only that. Anyway, it stands out. Certainly if I become a ranker, my thin presence will be denser. For Haruki, It is more important than the offer from any company. I want to escape from being an heir. Haruki scrolls down to daily individual ranking, exhaling a heavy sigh as his body sunk into the floor. New dungeon is discovered. Last night I uploaded a blog article with such title, but it seems that it did not appear in the ranking. It's supposed to be a very interesting title. Once it appears in the rank, page views will tremendously increase. That's why I tried to earn points with a special kind of personal story that my garage becomes a dungeon. Oh, so ruthless. Nobody sees the article. In the reality and the internet, I'm still an heir. As expected to increase the rank, it is useless with only a journal. Although I'm depressed, it is not possible to become that kind of ranker. While comforting himself, it is only an adventurer who is active in middle and lower layers who can be a ranker. Haruki shut down the PC. The next day, Haruki went out of the house and carefully equipped his weapon. His weapon is a combat knife of about 30 centimeters purchased for 20,000 yen. It is an entry model made by Mitsubishi. On the blade, a logo of is crafted together with its series name. His protective gear is a white helmet for construction use and slightly compacted with leather. His elbow and knee are supported with safety gear. Total sum is 10,000 yen. None are dungeon exclusive armor. His weapon is considerably different. Of course, there are reasons why the price of his protective gear is cheap. It's not because he's stingy. He doesn't have enough money to buy good equipment. Truly, he at least wants to purchase specialized equipment. But he has no choice but to proceed. As a matter of fact, all beginners are similar in nature. It is not only Haruki that wears lowest quality equipment. Except for a few rich people, beginner adventurers are generally poor. It is natural not to be able to buy a protective gear for dungeon. It is a weapon that is problematic for Haruki's equipment. There are few adventurers equipped with a dagger or knife. The reason is simple. It is because it can't kill monsters. Diving in the dungeon and fighting monsters is like killing a bear physically. Does anyone use a knife to fight bears? No. There is not. Killing bears with a knife is only for someone like Seagull one. But not everyone is like Seagull. So, they preferred to attack from safer distance with a powerful weapon. Let's Become has done an investigation for weapon type used by adventurers. Bow equals large sword greater than long sword etc. With bow and large sword occupied more than half of chart. By the way, knife, dagger, blunt weapon, and the like are not included. Of course some adventurers fight with knives, but they are for senior adventurers who fight with lower rank monsters for fun or training. The demerit of a dagger is large to that extent. So why did Haruki choose the unpopular knife? Of course, it is because it stands out. Even for someone who has heir-like existence, showing such style will surely stand out. Thinking like that he chose a knife, but until now there is no effect. Surely someday, Haruki believe that this hardship will be rewarded, whether it is a praise or ridicule and a curse. That fellow, he is fighting with a knife. It will be a victory if they say that. Hold the IC card over the ticket gate. Retinal authentication is performed. Data associated with the IC is read. Only after the retina is matched will the ticket gate open. If someone forcibly passes through this, a report will instantly be sent to the police. Standing on the first step of the dungeon staircase, Haruki puts his hand in front of his chest. Then, a tablet-like stone slate come out of his chest. As expected. After he came back to home yesterday, he tried to take out the stone slate several times in his room but it didn't work. Perhaps it won't even be possible to take it out. It can only be used in a dungeon, a restricted type magic tool. It is also the first time for Haruki to see a magic tool. Besides, magic tools are not something that novice adventurers can easily grab. Magic tools are items that rarely come from treasure boxes that appear in the dungeon. There are various kinds. Their appearance varies widely, but what they have in common is they demonstrate effects beyond human knowledge. Magic bags are probably the most famous magic tool. It is beyond human knowledge. Although its size is only enough for a watermelon, it is possible to store more items. It is such a bag. As it is famous, an eyeball protruding price will be attached when auctioned. It can be acquired for around 3 billion maximum and became a hot topic recently. It was purchased by a large company, a weapon dealer under Kawakami Industry. The successful bidder who answered the interview said, "I'm thinking of decorating this in the store to entertain customers' eyes." And so his answer: "Is it the first melon?" TL. I'm not sure what does it mean. Next is the famous magical sword. The effect is unknown. The existence of the magic sword has been confirmed, but information about its effect does not circulate. Perhaps the acquirer is limiting the information. They are scared of theft, or it is too dangerous so it can't be told. Some mysterious weird magic tools also came out. It is so early for mankind that nobody knows how to use them, and mostly they are sold at discard prices. Even collectors do not put out their hands, afraid of curses. Anyway, the skill board Haruki got is sure to be that kind of magic tool. Haruki sat on the stair and looked at the stone slate. 1. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/Steven_Seagal. Chapter 2. Karaboshi Haruki, 27, Gender, Male. Skill Point, 3, Class, Swordsman. Plus Vitality, plus Strength, plus Agility, plus Technique, plus Intuition, plus Special. Well, is 3 the initial point? Then, will it gradually increase? I do not yet understand how to increase it. I should check this properly. Next is the class. Does this indicate my present overall strength? Is there no explanation? Oh, touching the class, a small window is emerged in front. Swordsman, a beginner who has learned how to handle weapons and attacks. I see. Haruki nodded. Reading the explanation, it seems that Haruki's prediction is right. The current class of Haruki is a swordsman. Is it just a person who uses a sword? As long as I become strong, the class will change. It is very appreciated that there are items that understand his standard of strength, although he can never say that it is easy to understand. Haruki touches plus to open the tree. Vitality, Stamina 0, increase Endurance, max 30. Natural Recovery 0. Increase natural recovery speed of injury and stamina, max 30. I see. Haruki nodded. The initial value is 0. If I add a point here, how effective is it? Even if I touch the skill, there is only one line of explanation. The rate of increase is not written. Strength. Strength 0. Increase muscle strength, max 30. Agility. Instantaneous power 0. Increase instantaneous power, max 30. Dexterity 0. Increase dexterity, max 30. Technique. Armor proficiency. One-handed sword 0. Increase weapon proficiency of sword which can be handled with one hand, max 10. Throwing 0. Increase throwing proficiency, max 10. Light armor 0. Increase armor proficiency of light armor, max 10. Stealth 0. Increase concealment ability, max 10. Intuition. Detection 0. Increase ability to detect life forms and traps, max 10. Stealth. It is probably a type of skill that blocks presence. One-hit kill monsters by getting near without being noticed. It is a really cool battle skill to perform. But, let's stop this. If I add it easily, I will not be noticed by anyone for the rest of my life. Even if I die in public presence, I would not be noticed because of the stealth. Such an ending is not appreciated. The maximum value of points that can be added is subtly different. As for this difference, is it basic physical ability? No, the techniques are max 10. Will another skill derive if I add up to 10 points? Will it become a total 30 points, or are techniques on a different standard? There is no way to check it now. Perhaps it will be good to see if there are derivations of other skills. I think that explanation template is slightly different. One-handed sword and light armor are written as a similar type, but throwing is written only as throwing proficiency. Perhaps this is difference in restriction. One-handed sword and light armor are bound to each other, but throwing is not bound. Surely if I acquire this, be it a hammer or a pebble, I'm certain that it's possible to throw everything skillfully. But, looking at the released tree, I notice it. No matter how I think about it, to have only one-handed sword and light armor in armor skill. If it is a normal skill tree, you can have large sword and bow skill. It is not even strange if there is a shield skill. Perhaps, does it change according to individual appropriateness? Some people have a large sword skill, and special skills that should not be here also come out. It is conceivable enough. Let's try it next time, whether or not I'm able to see other people's skill tree. Haruki kept it in mind. It is finally over. What does special mean? It can't be like a habit or a hobby that can't be said. Rather, it is troubling even if a suitable special skill tree comes out. I don't want such a magic tool. Heartbreak. Tapping on the special column. And Haruki, while gulping his saliva. Growth acceleration. Special. Growth acceleration 0. Gain more power when defeating more monsters than usual. Max 5. Growth correction in game is mostly only 1%. When it comes to masochist games, refers to games that need enormous effort, Some are only 0.1%. Haruki, who had too much expectation by adding 3-point growth expectation at once, had his sense of regret surge as he goes down the stairs. He is regretting after allocating the skill. Haruki, who saw explanation of growth acceleration, hit skill up button repeatedly like a man in a trance. Skill point 30. Special. The source of this content November L/N, growth acceleration 03. But as he calmed down, he began to think that this might have been a mistake. If the growth rate increases by 1% per point, with Haruki's LV3 skill, he will gain 3 more value after defeating 100 monsters. If he can increase it, his hunting efficiency will be very advantageous as added skill points increase. I wonder if I failed after all. While lowering his eyebrows, refers to relaxing himself, Haruki continues to descend carefully with his combat knife. When Haruki reaches the first basement floor, his heartbeat is hastening. The dungeon Chikuho of Sapporo has become something that can't be called a dungeon anymore. Lesson from the dungeon's motivated staff members: they have used various means to reduce the death rate of adventurers. The first and second floors have been made almost entirely safe. It is more like an attraction than a dungeon. There are reasons for dungeon staff members to put the effort in. Adventurers are a country's defense strength. In case of stampede occurring, they will become fighting forces to exterminate monsters. There are economic reasons as well. Adventurers collect materials from dungeons which could not be obtained on Earth until now. Adventurers will use the money that they earn in those transactions to positively turn the economy. Globalism ended as the dungeons spread all over the world. Capitalism, established by continuous growth of economy, has been destroyed. Currently the economy of Japan is stagnant. It depends greatly on adventurers who move large sum of money. So, it is a trouble if they die easily. Chikuho is a very safe dungeon, but there is no adventure there. But it has not yet happened here. It will not be safe. It doesn't appear in Wiki. It is an unknown dungeon that no one knows. Now, I perform the first adventure. Having said that, Haruki's adventurous soul, who became an adventurer after resigning from printing company, is throbbing. Finally, I take the first step to be an adventurer. Good. Yoshi. With spiritful voice, Haruki advanced steadily to the deeper area. The passage of the dungeon is wide enough that the 5 people can walk well in a row. The ceiling is about 3 meters. How can such thing be in the basement? Will it not collapse? A slight anxiety goes to Haruki's mind, but it will be fine. There was a case that a certain country had detonated a nuclear missile in order to suppress a dungeon. However, the dungeon suffered only damage to the extent that the entrance spreads a little. After that, that country was partially destroyed by the stampede. It will not crumble at the level of an earthquake. The inside is like clay. My knife is buried about 3 centimeters only when it was stabbed. It seems that the back is being consolidated with another material. The interior is dim, but it is not completely dark. The inner surface is lit lightly. It is wonderful to capture a dungeon even without lanterns. It feels like being welcomed by a predator, and it is horrifying. When he had walked for a while, a kasakaza, rustling, like sound arrived in the ears of Haruki. Kasakaza, I imagine it is G. Gokaibori equals cockroach. It seems there are also G monsters in Honshu Dungeon, but they have not been found in Hokkaido. There is no mistake if you think that it is not a G. So what is the identity of this sound? When you are listening carefully, the sound grows little by little. Before Haruki's knife stance, it finally appears. That Haruki let out admiration to the monster so different from his imagination. The length is about half of Haruki. It is not even a meter. Countless numbers of legs on its body. While proceeding forward to see if it is an antennae or foot, it moves with rustling. Whether tapping with antennae or foot, rustling appendages abound. House centipede. There are no dangerous insects with plentiful legs and the unique fangs of the centipede. TL. I think this refers to the poisonous one. So, it is without a doubt a house centipede. It is thicker than centipede, and barely poisonous. If it is in common size, it is considered a beneficial insect which exterminates pests. I thought it was clearly a centipede. Well, because his expectation was wrong, Haruki loosened the grin at the corner of his mouth. The more you lose your expectation is more interesting. Adventure probably is such things, isn't it? But this size, an ordinary person may faint due to physiological repulsion. However, Haruki still faces this house centipede with a smile as usual. Ah, it is the best. The house centipede that I know, And Dungeon's House Centipede. How is it different? Fight and I will understand. I can't wait for that future. The information of House Centipede appears in Wiki of Let's Become House Centipede. It is relatively gentle and slow. There is no killing power. Even if it is wrapped around, it will only eat armor and clothing, and will not try to eat human flesh. It is a beneficial insect which exterminates pests. The fighting method is simple. It can be killed by smashing its head. Since the antennas play the role of visual organs, if they are cut off, there is no worry that it will attack. It is easy to defeat it as long as you remember the secret. It is a bonus monster for beginners. However, even like that it causes physiological repulsion beyond description. It is a monster with high mental attack power. When it's eating, narrow feelings that thin legs rustling is NG, and G equals not good. I want to ask why God did not destroy this monster. As soon as I find it, I will crush it. Since the experience is abundant, I recommend to search and destroy it. House Centipede should be exterminated from Japan. Probably he is strung by it. In editor's letter, a trace of hatred can be sensed. If I had to say, it looks cute. Its feet move slowly, but I do not think I want to be clanged. The armor that I purchased with the small amount of money that I had will become useless. Well, let's go. I cut its antennas, and return to stab its head. While remembering the method in Wiki in his head, Haruki start to run. 10 meters, 5 meters. The other party has not noticed yet. When I raised the knife, finally House Centipede realized Haruki's existence. But it is already late. I've got it. I was convinced, but as the blade cut through the air, different from Haruki's assumption, House Centipede's movement was quick. Whereas the slow-witted, he takes a back step while cursing. House Centipede, which he nearly stabbed, is barely evading. Huh? Haruki lets out a light breath. Haruki thought that his rush was a success, and he was ready to evade it. But it didn't hit. In other words, it is quicker than expected, but not quick enough to surpass my speed. If I deal with it calmly, without hurry, I may defeat it without a problem. As soon as I understand, the inside of my head becomes calm. That's truly. Emotion rises from within my body. It is fun. Safe hunting is insufficient. It's just unilateral violence. There is no adventure. There is no challenge. But now, it is not a level at which it can be said selfishly, for the weak to ask for too much. It is unsightly. Stay focused. I have got to focus. Haruki controls his own mind. House Centipede, with its antenna pointed at here, is barely attracted. Hit. He takes a side step just before it hit. Its antennae graze his leather breastplate. There, he calms down and cuts it. The antennae cut with his knife are floating in the air, and simultaneously he kicks the ground to turn to its side. Haruki, who kicked the ground with all his power, is stabbing his knife into the House Centipede. Proofread by Fenring on Asian Hobbyist. Chapter 3. Haruki, who kicked the ground with all his power, is stabbing his knife into the House Centipede. Stab. The knife's tip slips out from its crust. It is unexpected. As a result, Haruki's cheeks and back muscles trembled. Adrenaline accelerates his thoughts. 1 second seems like an eternity. When the tip of the knife slipped, Haruki forcibly changed the orbit of the knife. Stab, 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 stab. Every time he cut it, the crust is scratched and it gets deeper. The cuts begin to accumulate, and the place where the knife's tip is contacting becomes stable. The crust cracks, broken. At that moment the knife edge smoothly slides into the body. Perhaps its brain was finished. House Centipede has lost its power. Without relaxing, Haruki moves 3 meters from it. It seems like just a reflex movement. House Centipede's feet are twitching. When its reflex movements calm down, Haruki finally relaxed his battle posture. Phew, this is dangerous because it's not an ordinary House Centipede. Thanks to fighting monsters little by little in Sapura's dungeon after obtaining an adventurer's license, I didn't fall behind when fighting with the House Centipede. But it is different for the crust. I never thought that my combat knife would not pierce it. This is unexpected. Haruki's back. It still has goosebumps. If it were a monster with killing power, Haruki would have fallen into a deadly ending. There is no adventure, but there is an experience. From now on, even if a monster appears and opens an attack, I would be more able to calmly deal with it than when I was still inexperienced. However, is this really a beginner favorite monster? If it were adventurers who had never fought against a monster, the results would be reversed. Most of them would lose their armor. Haruki, who is tilting his head, suddenly feels his body getting hotter. His body is getting hotter like someone who has caught cold, but the heat is immediately over. It was pretty intense, Haruki murmured while holding his head. This current body change is the so-called level up sickness. It is not possible to confirm the actual level change, and it is not so clear as to quantify the ability that went up. However, after experiencing this a couple of times, it will be possible to lift the rice bag, which was barely liftable up until now, with one hand. For this reason in Let's Become, it is called level up sickness. When facing with Chico's first floor monsters, I wonder why level up sickness never happens. In the first place, there is no way that it will happen. Is this thanks to growth acceleration? Well, as expected, it will not be possible to conclude. It may be because of growth acceleration, or rather it may be caused by beginner's favorite monster was closer. Despite its weakness, there are many experiences. In addition, it has no killing ability. Therefore, it is a beginner favorite monster. On the contrary, beginner killer, which comes out in the upper layers, refers to the monster that has strength but small profit. Haruki guesses it is not necessarily a mistake. Haruki sheaths his combat knife, and takes out the one for dismantling. He moves the knife while thinking about how to disassemble crustaceans in Wiki. He removes a lot of its limbs, turns it over, and moves the tip of the knife along the muscles. While struggling with the weight of the house centipede, Haruki separates the house centipede's crust from the body. The size is roughly 2 times that of Haruki. It seems that armor can be made with one of it. The average purchase price was 1,000 yen at maximum. If you think that you could make 1,000 yen from the raw materials of monsters on the first and second floor of Chico, 1,000 yen for one time is quite good. If you put it in the car expense once again, you will surely only be able to get the gasoline fare by going to sell it. I brought a backpack, but it is extremely unlikely to hold it from its size. Probably this is a kickback from a purchase price of 1,000 yen. Because it is big and does not enter the bag, large quantities can't be taken in a single hunting. Since it can't be sold in large quantities, it is difficult for its price to fall. If I have a magic bag, I can hunt without worrying about the quantity. Though I think so, it is not a substitute that a beginner adventurer can do very handily. By placing crust on the ground, Haruki looks down at the meat of the house centipede that he cut off. This is "Can I eat it?" An adventurer says. Monsters can be divided into 2 types. It can be eaten or can't be eaten. How about this monster? He tries to cut its meat with a dismantling knife, puts it in his mouth to make sure he can spit it out anytime. The taste is completely bland. I chew it. It has a unique texture. He spits it out without swallowing, and rinses his mouth with water from the canteen. It may not be inedible, but it may be bad if it had been rich in flavor. If I have vegetables, I can make a dish that makes use of its texture. But since the dungeons emerged, the price of vegetables has exploded. The cause is that crude oil can't be imported too much. It seems that dungeons have appeared not only on the ground but also on the seabed. Of course it is impossible for people to put in their hands, so monsters come out. It is impossible for people to adventure in undersea dungeons. It was impossible to sail on an ordinary ship. Therefore gasoline prices exceed 1,000 yen per liter. Updated from Novelbin. Even with mass production of vegetables, if you use agricultural machinery you will be in deficit by just harvesting. Even if you bought a large quantity of cutting tools and harvested, shipping costs will not be insignificant. Since the truck also moves with gasoline or diesel oil, it is natural that the shipping costs will soar. So nature and planting areas are diminished, and vegetables price are soaring. Is it a noble food now? It is close to that level. Haruki's courtyard also has a home garden, but harvest is still ahead. Nonetheless, the food situation of Haruki's house is always tight, but it has not exceeded the limit yet. Let's try meat of house centipede when I'm hungry. Haruki carried house centipede's crust outside the dungeon, and dives into the dungeon again. Path to be noticed presence. Beginner's favorite dungeon. Hello, it's Karuto. House centipedes appeared on the first floor of the dungeon that occurred a few days ago. Greater than _ It looks pretty cute. _. My favorite movement is its restless feet. House centipedes were awesome as Wiki stated. Karuto, for that kind of monster appears on the first floor. Is this dungeon probably a big hit? I took the crust of house centipedes because it sells at a good price. Numbers of crust are 104 pieces. Its weight is 254 kilograms. I wonder because I have leveled up. At first it was hard, but I could afford to defeat the last one. That's why I worked a little too hard. Carrot. From the battle with monsters, the climbing up and down stairs while carrying materials was harder. It may cause muscle pain tomorrow. Greater than underscore. The problem is how to sell the material after this. There is no material purchase shop nearby. Well, it's okay because it does not rot. Today is the first day I worked hard for leveling. Is this another step closer to the future where I can obtain a presence? I wonder. When you update an article in Let's Become blog, it will be displayed in the list of new arrivals on the top page. The displayed time is approximately 10 minutes. It is said that page views is easy to rotate for about 1 hour after updating. Why are the page views only 3? There are 3 visitors, unique access. 2 of them are staying in blog posts for 3 seconds. In other words, these 2 people seem to enter the wrong page. Time comes and goes, but only 1 person sees the article in 1 hour. Besides, after 1 hour, page views doesn't increase anymore. This is the eternity of Haruki's blog. Even though there are 1 million users of Let's Become, in the opposite sense, this is amazing. Is this page views broken? Why is no one viewing it? Even though I mimic how the top rankers articles are written, even though the blog article quality is almost the same as the top ranker, aside from the really similar level, at least in the eyes of Haruki, his articles and rankers' articles seem to be at the same level. Nevertheless, the page views rotation of the day is exactly like the heavens and the earth. Why my articles' page views don't increase? As expected, this is the fault of my presence, which is like an heir. When Haruki, who under a flow of tears in despair due to lack of page views, went to bed, an adventurer writes a thread in Let's Become Chatting BBS, and the Tropic of House Centipede appeared. Talk about the dungeon session 532nd floor. 315 name, a certain nameless adventurer. There is a guy who is saying it is lucky to meet House Centipede on the first floor on the blog. 316 name, a certain nameless adventurer. Really? Isn't it a joke? 317 name, a certain nameless adventurer. It is disgustingly serious. 318 name, a certain nameless adventurer. Wow, is that person a beginner? He is really stupid. 319 name, a certain nameless adventurer. He is probably a beginner. 320 name, a certain nameless adventurer. It is strange to truly believe Wiki mob that appears regular from the 3rd floor, to said lucky for meeting such a thing on the 1st floor. Is he a real MTLN? M equals masochist. 321 name, a certain nameless adventurer. It is difficult to use Wiki unless you are a person who can't guess that a lie is a lie. 322 name, a certain nameless adventurer. Well, but that guy said that he hunted nearly 100 of them. 323 name, a certain nameless adventurer. Really? Then is he not a beginner? 324 name, a certain nameless adventurer. I don't know, but it seems like a blog article of beginner. 325 name, a certain nameless adventurer. How awful. 326 name, a certain nameless adventurer. The article itself is expected to be dull. 327 name, a certain nameless adventurer. Okay, I understand. Next day, as the page views of the blog increased by 3, Haruki is delighted. However, he does not know that he was looked down for believing all about Wiki. Chapter 4, Happy New Year everyone. .xd. I apologize for the delay from Chapter 4. I'm quite busy and not feeling well a few days before the new year. I will try to catch up with the delay in translation. I also have news for the translation of this novel. As you know, this novel was originally translated by Shuchinku Translation. After we discussed, we finally decided to collaborate. We will take turns acting as translators and editors of this novel, although most of it will be translated by me due to the uneven schedule between us. That's all from me. Anyway, enjoy the chapter. Translator, Lane and WN Warrior. It was a mistake to add 3 points to growth acceleration without thinking anything was a mistake. After delighting that the page views had increased by 3, Haruki calms down, thinking, Both skill points and page views are 3. Is it a fate? It is no way. House centipedes were very good monsters, but I don't really know how effective growth acceleration is. I should at least have judged by experiencing growth acceleration 0, 1, and 2, or I should beat on the monsters found in Chikaho. Regret. The conditions to increase the points remain unknown. After taking down about 100 house centipedes, I felt level up many times, therefore, I thought it would increase, but the points didn't rise in the end. In other words, there are conditions other than level up, or it may not increase anymore. I don't think it will not increase. I wonder why did it not increase. I picked the magic tool up by chance, and distributed points to the skill. There is no demerit in Haruki because it was only that. It wasn't enough to get depressed because there are no merits. For now I'll explore the first floor and glance at the second floor today. I built today's subjugation schedule while preparing breakfast. For living alone, it was essential to have cooking skill. Naturally, Haruki was also good at cooking. Although it was a men's dish with irregular materials cutting method, he could cook any average level dish. Of course, if there were ingredients, he made bread by using flour obtained from a nearby farmer. He also prepared chicken eggs received from the same neighbor's Kitora-san, by walking for 10 minutes. Haruki hummed while making eggs Benedict. Roaming around the blog and preparing food at the same time has become his routine. HMPH. Bacon-san is giving a beginner's short course today. I wish to speak with Bacon-san. There is no update from Masatsugu-san. Is he in an expedition? Both Bacon and Masatsugu are fixed, active rankers on Let's Be Ranking. Their abilities are also substantial. Both of them are sponsored by companies. Masatsugu is categorized as a so-called cheater. He is a member of a dungeon capture team, a fixed ranker, and has the second name of Hero. He holds the deepest dive record of Tokyo's the most difficult dungeon, Shinjuku Station. Bacon is a bored, popular ranker who likes to give beginners short courses. If anything, he is enjoyment-focused. But as expected, he is still a ranker. His second name is Muscle, Old Man, and Nudist. His official second name is The Perverted One. After registering the bookmark, he looked over the blog's new articles. Meanwhile, Haruki's mouse stopped slightly on a specific blog. There is a blog with the title of May Rain Today. The administrator's name is Shigure. She is the only women ranker that is entering the top 10. She is specialized on using katana and equipping light armor. Her profile picture, with her tied-up long hair at her back and looking far away pose, draws attention. As a dignified person, just standing makes her seem attractive. She seems to have attended Iai Dojo since childhood, and never lost to anyone in a fight. The second name attached because of her brilliant ability is Senki, a war princess twisted from a brilliant princess. TL, Senki equals war princess. In addition, some people call her as Big Sister or Miss. She is very popular not only with men but also with women. Haruki often overlaid himself on her appearance. Rather than admiring her, she is more like his target. She is the type of adventurer that he wants to be. The next is Bacon, but it is impossible for Haruki who has air-like presence. For the new article, this time I will write about his expedition. The update will probably cease for a while. It's a shame. As expected, the main weapon should be a katana. Actual funds on hand was only 100,000 yen. To buy an anti-monster katana, he would have to prepare at least 1 million yen. Haruki couldn't handle such a large fee, currently. He let out a heavy sigh. But today he patted his cheek and smiled. I got a long-awaited dungeon here. Besides, I got a mysterious magic tool. I have no time to sigh. After he finished eating his eggs Benedict and washing the dishes, Haruki immediately dons his equipment and entered the dungeon. I will get stronger, and gain my presence. In yesterday's first match with House Centipedes, it was more or less a close fight, but today I can remove them easily. The crust that couldn't be pierced in one strike at first, could now be penetrated in almost one blow. Because he could hear House Centipede's footsteps, he wouldn't suddenly get hit from behind. On the contrary, Haruki reached the point that he could take House Centipedes by surprise. It never comes to his mind that his presence became thinner although his level increased. Everything always looks happy when viewed through the good side. He defeated 100 centipedes after shutting himself a whole day in the dungeon. Originally he planned to enter the second floor on that day, but to be sure he decided to devote the day to leveling. The next day, Haruki was practiced by defeating 5 house centipedes after surprised by his body that better than before. PN. On the third day, Haruki was surprised by his improved body. He had now surprised and defeated 5 house centipedes. This sentence. If house centipedes were the opponent, it wouldn't delay me anymore. Certainly, it was good that the subjugation became easier, but Haruki felt guilty. It seemed like bullying the weak. Beating monsters is not evil. However, it wasn't my hobby to one-sidedly overwhelm an opponent even if they are monsters. There is no problem with my strength. Let's enter the second floor. Haruki walked on, looking for the stairs to the second floor. After mapping for about an hour, Haruki arrived in a hall. Is it house centipedes? A soundless voice leaked out of Haruki's mouth. In the hall's center, several house centipedes were gathered. If it was small, it would look like a lump of threads. However, it looked like a very disgusting object if a group of 50 to 100 centimeter long house centipedes gathered. People who disliked insects will surely faint after seeing it. Haruki was frowning while looking at their figures. How to defeat them? It looked bizarre, but it's not a big deal. His only thought was regarding how to get past the monsters and not about adventure. Haruki had mapped everything on the first floor so far. The remaining underground passage led this way only. Apparently, it was necessary to go through this hall in order to enter the second floor. Is this treated as a boss room on the first floor? I wonder, is this a boss of monsters without a killing power? Haruki pulled out his knife as he managed to recover his fragile mind. I have experience fighting 1 or 2 at the same time, but this time there are 6 of them. What should I do now? As soon as I thought about it, the foundational strategy, basic, for 1 to many that appeared on the Let's Be blog comes to my mind. The easiest way to annihilate a flock of monsters in a spacious room is to throw something and lure them into the passage. In that situation, I can reduce the number of monsters attacking at once. Haruki followed the basic by picking up a pebble from the ground. He threw it with all his might to the crowd of house centipedes. The pebble caved into the body of a house centipede. The crackling sound of smashed crust can be heard. At that moment, 5 house centipedes started to move simultaneously. As expected by Haruki, no, beyond his expectations, 5 house centipedes are simultaneously rushing to Haruki. OMG, it was unexpected. No, this assumption was Haruki's fault. Besides, unless it was narrow, it meaningless to lure monsters in the passage. In Haruki's location, there would be a lit 5-meter walkway. There is no meaning to lure them into such a place. In addition, house centipedes are creatures that crawl on walls and ceilings. The number of simultaneous attackers was more than double compared to the ordinary monster. All house centipedes were crawling to aim for Haruki, not only on the ground but also on the walls and ceiling. It is dangerous. My armor is in danger if I keep hit. Panicky, Haruki stepped on the ground with full power to dodge. Donga? Because he was too fast. A strange voice leaked out of Haruki's mouth. It was as fast as when discharging a reverse bungee. He slowly decelerated by kicking the ground in a hurry. When he turned his neck and looked backward, a separated big house centipede was heading to him. Is this because of level up? Compared to the last hunt yesterday, Haruki only gave a little effort, about 50% of the power used to remove house centipedes. Certainly because he has leveled up. Haruki, who didn't understand his situation, begins to experience his full power for the first time. That was why he was surprised. He has been able to get power so far. Can I? It is my first experience fighting with 6 monsters at the same time. However, I feel like it doesn't matter with my current ability. Resolving himself, Haruki turned his body. He held the knife forward and confirmed House Centipede's position. His back trembled. His heart rate rose. Adrenaline made his body hot. Now, it's time for adventure. Translator, Lane and WN Warrior. I aim for the 2 House Centipedes that have slightly preceded and the move at once. I feel my knife tear it off and penetrate its brain. This is the first one. The other one responded at that time and turned its small fangs to Haruki. However, Haruki calmly rotated his body. He pulled out the knife and accelerated. He kicked the ground and stepped into the crowd. He pushed out his knife by holding it in a backhand grip, but he missed his aim. This was unavoidable because he didn't have eyes on his back. But he didn't give up and pursued it with his left fist. It hit the House Centipede's head directly without aiming. At that moment, wow, the House Centipede's head was cracked. It feels good when my left fist contacted its crust. House Centipede's crust is hard. It should be hard enough to deflect the knife's tip. But I can break it with a fist. Is it because of growth acceleration? That is weird. His diverted awareness returned to the battle and selected the next opponent. This time was 3 monsters. House Centipede's 2 long legs hindered the shrinking of the encirclement. Therefore, only 2 monsters could simultaneously attack from the same direction. Haruki faced House Centipedes while paying attention to attacks from the ground, the wall, the ceiling, and the whole space. The fight with 5 House Centipedes was easier than expected. On the day I fought with the House Centipede for the first time, my breath became heavy just killing one of them. But now it's still stable even after I defeat 5 of them. Besides, I smashed one of House Centipede's crusts with my left fist. This looks unlike my body. Haruki frowned while gazing at his hand. What does the person, who said House Centipede is scary, think about my power? Someday, let's ask if I have a chance. The remaining one was not moving a step from the center of the hall. Perhaps it fainted when I hit it with a pebble. Quickly I stab its head with my knife while it couldn't move. As expected. It is thanks to growth acceleration, isn't it? Haruki has never experienced such growth in just 2 days. Haruki was a beginner about 2 months after becoming an adventurer. In Chikaho, the most numerous among adventurers are beginners. They constantly struggled for existing monsters. Therefore, only about 15 monsters could be hunted even if they devoted themselves for 5 hours. I hunted not less than 200 monsters by yesterday. Will it be possible to feel my growth by hunting 200 monsters? Now, there is no way to prove it. I grew up to a level where I could overwhelm House Centipedes in 1 day. However, it will not grow at the same speed in the future. It is the same as the role-playing game. The stronger I get, the slower the growth. In addition, with the current Haruki, his strength would reach its limit even if his physical performance increases. At some point, I have to get someone to learn proper swordsmanship. There are many things that I want to do, but it is necessary to advance anyway. Looking at the knife at my hand, it is due to overhunting yesterday. Its blade has chipped considerably. The leather armor has no damage, but it is full of scratches from their bites. The source of this content November L/N. Let's start with new weapons. How much will it cost? Ha! A heavy sigh leaked out of Haruki's mouth. Okay. Recovering his sense, Haruki disposed of House Centipedes. I can see the downstairs in the passage behind the hall. As expected, this place seems like it's treated as a boss room. But there is no boss. There are things I want to confirm if the boss is here. I will confirm it thoroughly in the future. Placing the materials in the hall for a moment, I go to check the situation on the 2nd floor. But, before descending, I make my skill board appear to confirm the points. Skill point, 0. I don't get points even if I defeat the boss room's monsters. I didn't receive points because my opponents are weaklings, or I will not receive it even if I beat the boss. Either way, I don't get a point even after I cleared the 1st floor. Well, someday I will receive it. Certainly, probably. In that way, if he gathered up his small hopes, his adventure would be fun anywhere. It was enough reason to bet a life. But as he could lose it one day, he would grasp the hope slightly. After finishing the confirmation, Haruki hummed as he headed to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor has the same terrain as the 1st floor. The area is expanded by 1.1-fold every time it goes down by 1 floor. It seems nothing, but if you dive to the 50th floor, the size will exceed 100 times the 1st floor. Even a small change isn't trifling. The terrain directly changes starting from the 10th floor. Afterward is commonly called the middle tier. If you become active in the middle tier, you can clearly break out of being the beginner's adventurer, but the adventurer who can get down to the middle tier remains at 10% of the total now. A job as an adventurer draws all people. The floor's information of the middle tier onward mostly don't spread. Even in the blog of Let's Be, the strategies for attacks from the middle tier and beyond don't come out easily. That's because materials from the middle tier are expensive. The adventurers are treated as freelancers. They resemble employees of businessmen. There is no one who purposely wants to teach a rival how to make money. If it isn't possible to earn money from middle tier materials, the strategy will spread all at once. If so, the proportion of intermediate adventurers will also increase. Until then the information is firmly dominated by the strong. Because I pioneered by betting my life, this kind of reward should be forgiven. Anyway, it's the 2nd floor. What kind of monsters are coming out? It will be nice if it isn't House Centipede. As he was slowly walking on the stairs, Haruki's eyes caught the long and thin green shape on the ground. The ground was slightly swollen, and a white one could be seen on the tip. What is it? Is it reacting to my voice? The grass-like green shakes to the left and the right. At that moment, a round object of basketball size jumped out from the ground. The roots were extending from the bottom and its round body slowly moved. Thin vertical lines ran on its body. I can't look it with my eyes. It may be a type of monster that responds to sounds and vibrations just like house centipede. Haruki has seen this figure, of course. It's Onion. Chapter end. Chapter 5. After realizing this, Haruki saw a big field of onions in front of his eyes. Those really are fresh onions. I can't stop the tears. He could take 10 onions in one hand by holding them on their green leaf parts. In the second floor, he headed to a small room near the stairs while holding a total of 20 onions. There was a gate connecting each floor of the dungeon with the outside. The gate went up and down like an elevator, but it can bring you to already visited floors only. If in one of the dungeon's floors you have reached, you can go to the gate location by praying silently. Some people carelessly forgot to activate the gate and their progress was lost. Even if you've reached the 10th floor in a dungeon, when entering another dungeon, you would have to begin at the start again. Even when the barricades are built, the gate's position has to be considered. As a result, the entrance area becomes somewhat narrow. By silently praying at the gate, the ground moves slightly up. It was like going through the esophagus of a gigantic monster. After the ground was broken, the gate appeared through it. Being like a magic tool, the mechanism can't be understood. Currently, famous universities give all their effort to find a clarification through their studies. The gate's ceiling opened and its foothold reached the outside. Later, in the house's courtyard, many dried onions without leaves could be seen. Who the hell brought all these onions? Of course, it was Haruki. He didn't realize that he overdid it due to the happiness caused by getting vegetables after a long time. In dungeons, moving vegetables were no rare monsters. However, after the vegetable price suddenly jumped recently, endless adventurers came to harvest these moving vegetables, and it was not easy to obtain them even after being targeted. For now, obtaining those from a dungeon was almost a monopoly. How wonderful! No matter how high the price of vegetables, the selling price limit of onion monsters was 1,000 yen per onion. There was no buyer if it was higher than that. 10,000 yen was a joke for a melon monster. There was no such monster at present. But there was the melon bear in the nearby city. It didn't seem delicious. The obtained onions would receive sun-dry treatment. Meanwhile, Haruki returned to the dungeon once more to gather the house centipede's crusts that he left. Haruki was suddenly interested to look at skill board appearance. Then, skill point 1. The skill point was increased. I shared the onions with my neighbor Katora-san, by walking for 10 minutes, my red eyes full of delight. It surely is because the onions sting my eyes. In the old days, I harvested onions with my grandmother. We were attacked by a monster. Good grief, she went away earlier. I have lost my energy to put my hand on the fields since then. It feels nostalgic. I really miss it. Haruki's eyes were a little bit wet. As expected, these onions are a little bit too much. The next day, Haruki went to Sapporo after filling the tank with 10 liters 10,000 yen of gasoline. While hunting the onions in a daze, his worn-down knife broke. So first, a weapon has to be bought. When he arrived in Sapporo, Haruki went to a material purchase shop, Mitsubishi Material Purchasing Station. He opened the door and stood in front of the counter. Excuse me. What the? With a shout, the female clerk finally noticed Haruki's presence. Since when is this fellow here? Her eyes seemed to think that. Well, that's okay. Ignoring the clerk's response, Haruki brought in the packed house centipede's crusts from the car. All of this? Yes. Please excuse me. Are you alone? Yeah, you are right. The receptionist's face became slightly stiff. Do you hate house centipedes that much? House centipede's crusts were piled up in front of the counter. In total 216 pieces. To bring the crusts, he was somehow able to load it in the car. However, the weight was barely inside the car's limit. The engine was broken when the speed exceeded 40 kilometers per hour. It took more time than usual to come to Sapporo, and the fuel consumption was considerably worse, at least for gasoline expense. The clerk presented her report to Haruki, who was still thinking. We have appraised the materials. The total of crusts is 216 pieces. Those without scratches are worth 1,000 yen each. Those with scratches are 100 yen. You may check it, and please touch your card here if you are satisfied. I looked over the report. A total of 153,800 yen. It seemed the crusts of house centipedes that I face on the first day were pretty damaged, probably due to Haruki being troubled with dismantling when he was weak. The source of this content November L by N, but it was still more than 100,000 yen. Those were by hunting for 2 days. The house centipedes were awesome. I want to look at Let's Be an Adventurer. What Haruki said was a password to request utilization of the Let's Be bulletin board. The way to request the bulletin board of Let's Be was very simple. By accepting the request to register the card account, the client took the requested items to the merchant and told them, I want to look at Let's Be an Adventurer. The request has been achieved with this. Since the payment was using the IC card, its number would be linked to Let's Be to increase the adventurer points in the future. Moreover, if you requested to purchase materials, the assessed value usually increased. There was no purchase that couldn't be handled. Thank you very much. I have confirmed the customer's request recipient. The assessed value will receive an extra 5%. In the end, the total income was 161,490 yen. In just 2 days, he earned as much as the maximum income of professional adventurers in 1 day. Haruki's earnings for the last half a day were equal to half a month. There were various house centipedes. He held the adventurer exclusive IC card that was taken out from his wallet. He held his eyes right on the retina scan camera positioned on his face, and the snap sound was ringing. The adventurers were naturally obliged to be taxed similarly to ordinary people. The reimbursement was single-handedly calculated by the IC card. The cash earned from adventurers' activities were saved in the card. The merchant store where e-money could be earned was the materials and items purchase shop only. The stored e-money was usable in various shops, like Suica 1, and 1-2. TLN, Suica and 1 are Japanese e-money systems. The total amount of tax decided on the following year was based on the e-money accumulated in the card by the end of the fiscal year. The standard deduction was 1 million yen. All utilized e-money were calculated as expenses. Of course, you could also cash it, but it would be calculated as income unless there were receipts. For example, even if you earn 100 million yen, the 99 million yen you use would be tax-free. There was no trouble to spend the accumulated money in the card. It was considered as a slightly rough system, but adventurers constantly using their money were thanks to this tax countermeasure. For that reason, the circle economics were not stagnated in spite of the population reduction. Haruki left Mitsubishi Material Purchase Station with a pleased face. He went to an armor store, Mitsubishi Armor Dealer, next. As its name implied, the purchasing store and the dealer were affiliated subsidiaries of the same large company. They purchased a large number of Monster's materials, manufactured armors in the affiliated manufacturing company, and sold them through the affiliated distributor. It was possible to have high efficiency and low cost by performing purchase, manufacture, and sale in the same line. Although there are private stores, it could not be compared to a trading company's pipeline. The oligarchy of large companies would continue for a while. First of all, the broken weapon must be renewed. He entered the shop and looked at every shelf one by one. There, and series of Mitsubishi manufacturing that everyone knows. TLN, all are different variants of saying one. Products in the similar class have existed. The Kawashima Industries KS series with extraordinary expensiveness in medium price range but with a good performance, Harem Industries IBA series with considerable peculiarity. Products with their respective logos were lined up on the shelves. However, since the demands for daggers were low, its sales space compared to other weapons was overwhelmingly small. 1. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/suica. 2. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/1. Although the variety of products was low, it was considerably hard to choose. Every piece seemed to be a good weapon, making his body become hot as if he fell in love. He was excited while looking at the daggers. It would be a concern if it were a little while ago. The lowest price for the series of Mitsubishi entry models was 20,000 yen, while the highest priced item was the middle-class dagger of the series worth 1 million yen. As the demands were low, There was no high-end class product from Kawashima and Harima. Oh, great. However, there were only 1 million yen products in the middle class. Werewolf dagger was written on the merchandise display. There was a slightly rippling pattern in the 50 centimeters pitch black's blade. Werewolves are monsters emerging in the middle tiers of dungeons. By using its material, it would be very sharp. Haruki had wild imaginations, but he couldn't reach them for now. In addition, as expected, this is impossible. Even if I hold it, I can't feel the sign of lifting. Greater than. It feels like trying to push a concrete building. Greater than. Except for being heavy, armor manufactured using old-school materials doesn't choose its user. However, armor made with materials collected from dungeons chooses its users. Low-class adventurers are most likely disliked. As senior adventurers, it seems that they can equip most armor. It is currently confirmed that it is difficult to equip other armor except for the frequently used main armor. Even an adventurer, who can equip any kind of sword, can't equip a bow with the same facility. There seems to be something like proficiencies, which don't become numerical values, or suitability. In Haruki's skill board there was the one-handed sword skill in the column of techniques, but there was no bow or large sword skill. Haruki perhaps has adequacy for a sword, but not for other weapons. Even if his level was increased, he might not be able to equip the large swords made out of dungeon materials. A large sword looks very cool. The appearance was gaudy but it lacked individuality. But it was not noticeable on the air like Haruki. It seemed like it didn't appear in the picture. Although it was not efficient, Haruki wanted to go to the front line. Anyway, if his presence increases, now is good. There was no problem with dagger and knife equipment unless it hit the wall. He gave up the 1 million yen dagger, though it was natural, and moved his eyes to another weapon. Haruki's eyes caught a dagger. The price was 98,000 yen. It was a 40 centimeters black knife with a rough blade pattern. Silver Wolf's dagger was written on the display. It was a Mitsubishi Sentry model. The weight of the blade and the center of gravity are just right. Greater than. It could be understood even without an appraisal eye. Greater than. Yeah, let's take this. Without hesitation, Haruki put the knife on the counter. Welcome. Do you want to purchase this item? At that time, Haruki was more excited than when he faced a monster for the first time. After his existence, transparency has been increasingly polished in recent years. Haruki never met anyone who was aware of his existence before being addressed. Nevertheless, the female clerk at the counter was completely aware of Haruki's existence. The clerk had a slightly red ponytail and wore a white shirt. Her black apron and shorts gave a pretty refreshing impression. Whether her shirt was fortunate or not, the fabric's condition around her breasts was wonderful. She didn't seem to have something to instantly see through Haruki's appearance. However, she was definitely beautiful. It really was not a level that Haruki can acquire. His face blushed when he looked at her eyes directly. Haruki, who was not used to being seen by someone, was shaken violently as his eyes met hers. Of course, this wasn't love. He purely just wasn't used to it. It was the same phenomenon as people who only stayed in a room being dazzled simply by exposure to the sunlight. What's the matter? No, please give me this dagger. Certainly, I am sorry, but can you equip this dagger? Yes. Haruki, being questioned, raised the knife with its sheath in front of the clerk. After he swung it lightly, the clerk lightly moved her jaws as she was convinced. Well, there is no problem if you can equip it. Yeah, do you perhaps not accept items that you can't equip? I sometimes received complaints from people who purchased it by just its appearance and prices but can't equip it afterward. I beat and kicked them out of the store, because it is troublesome every time they fuss over. You beat them? Yes. It's only a blow, isn't it? At most, the shape of their face will change. It's enough. Although she seemed pretty, she was quite a frightening woman. Greater than. Adventurers who explore dungeons become arrogant after defeating monsters. Greater than. Nevertheless, they were excited and drunk on their power. Greater than. Or they used their physical abilities to commit theft. Greater than. I've never seen you. Did you join an expedition? No, I just became an adventurer recently. I see. Because your leather armor is so damaged, I thought you were an intermediate adventurer. I'm not that strong. I'm still a beginner. I'm always seen as weak and unnoticeable. Greater than. No, that's wrong. I want you to look. Or not. Greater than. Haruki was very confused by the shame. So, You are a beginner. It has a lot of scratches. Seems like you are doing the impossible. The clerk was slightly slipped, her eyelash shaking due to uneasiness. This person perhaps. Greater than. I don't want you to lose your life. Is it strange? She used her deadly glancing up technique. This was irresistible for Haruki. Well, it's not weird. Then, could you equip a little better armor, or else I might. I will buy it for your sake. In response to Haruki, the receptionist woman's eyes shone suspiciously. Chapter 6. Hi everyone, after I have translated several chapters, and found the number of chapters that could be translated stably was half a chapter per 2 days. So I apologize because I will change the release schedule accordingly. In addition, there are some changes to this translated chapter that must be recorded. I will use, for normal talk, less than greater than for thinking, and for the previous conversation. I will change the previous chapters as soon as possible. That's all from me. Enjoy the chapter. Thank you very much, said Yatsuki Akane, the red-haired clerk, while sending off an adventurer, who left the store shedding tears, with a big smile. He got excited only because Akane made a slight impression. The mysterious item perhaps was a magical tool. It was like Ashaman's mask. It seemed like it would invite bad luck just by having it, as the user might be cursed. The mask couldn't be worn for analysis. Analysis by using machines has become a normal procedure. It was a product of a dungeon which was sold at the lowest bid price as a substitute item in the auction. Well, of course, the appearance was really like a cursed mask. It was too creepy. Everyone thought that was an item produced by a dungeon. It was really cursed, wasn't it? This time it was sold for 500 yen as an armor purchase benefit. Greater than. Despite the item being not popular, it was sold without cutting the price. As expected of me, Akane chuckled while praising herself. Since she was in her 20s, Akane has been in charge as the branch manager of Sapporo Armor Dealer. All the shops she was in charge experienced an increase in sales. It was easy for her to increase the sales to 150% compared to the previous year. Some shops have an increased up to 300%. A moment ago, Akane seized money from a customer, sold her items politely to a depressed adventurer who had left the shop. Of course, she didn't swindle him. Everything sold were good items. She only offered something that suits him. In the beginning, the adventurers were discouraged about being squeezed out, but they realized her choices were no mistake immediately when they were inside the dungeon. Those who have noticed it became regulars and spent even more money. Akane called it planting seeds. She laughed loudly at harvest time. Giggle. Of course, Akane didn't have an intuition to serve customers. First, she carefully read the blog of Let's Be an Adventurer and understood the needs of current adventurers. Moreover, by conducting a personal investigation in a dungeon, she will experience where which weapons are needed. Akane was able to improve the shop's performance because of her hard work behind the scenes. How does Akane choose a weapon to satisfy adventurers' need? There were two standard criteria. First, what kind of weapons they can equip. Weapons made from monster materials were a good instrument to measure an adventurer's ability. Adventurers' capabilities could almost be understood by only looking at the weapons which they can equip. And the second one was the adventurer's IC card. No matter how strong an adventurer was, you can't sell expensive items to solo adventurers. It was professionalism to only offer armor in the price range that the adventurer could afford. Adventurers could be assessed by using an IC card. In accordance with the income for a year, its color changes in order according to the lowest income from bronze, silver, gold, platinum, to black. Originally it seemed that the government wanted to use it as an adventurer's ability indicator, but it was hard to say that worked as well as a driver's license. The card issued by that man was bronze. It was the color of a beginner whose total income was less than 2 million yen. Therefore, Akane recommended a House Centipede's crust leather armor that he could afford. Originally, she wanted to offer higher rank equipment. Why was he a bronze adventurer? The dagger he bought was made from the fang of Silver Wolf which appears between the 6th and 8th floors of the Chikaho. Silver Wolf's fang was a relatively easy to obtain material. If it was processed well, it would be a high-quality weapon that could be used in the middle tier. It could be said to have high performance per cost. However, bronze adventurers should not be able to use a weapon in that level. Unless he was able to defeat Silver Wolf, it should be impossible to equip it. But if he has reached that level, he would have an income of a silver card. Did he reach that level after receiving the bronze card? Since the beginning of the year until now, Only about 2 months have passed. He must have had an extraordinary growth rate if he started to become an adventurer since the beginning of this year. He was supposed to have been an adventurer for 2 years before he reached the silver card. Well, let's forget it. Nice. I achieved today's quota just before noon. Oh my, it's so difficult. It was hard to raise my ability so high. Akane smiled oddly while watching the amount of money shown on the register screen. Haruki was enticed by the red-haired woman to buy a protector made of monster skin for 50,000 yen. In addition, she forcibly sold a mysterious mask for an additional 500 yen. Besides, when he held the card over and a ding sound began to ring, her calm atmosphere was drying like the sky in autumn. As her tone became lighter, the contents of the wallet also dried out. I was scammed. Usually, Haruki, who can't look away, would realize the difference when raising his voice, but could this be a fated meeting? This thought was the cause of his defeat. But what is this mask? I think you need an item to protect your face. And this is the item. If you purchase this armor, I will add a big discount. Only for 500 yen, you can purchase this magic tool which came from a dungeon, said Akane. Haruki also realized his need for an item that could protect his face. Is it not cursed? While having those thoughts, Haruki looked at the appearance of adventurers heading to the Chikaho. Oh, he is equipped with a Kawashima series item. Amazing. What an unusual person. He is using a serialized equipment, or something. Those who wear high-class equipment were admired. That was what I believe. Adventurers equipped with the same entry model would have their mysterious comradeship consciousness sprout. Let's do our best together. Beginner adventurers will always run out of money, but not for their equipment. It was a pretty rare category to have an entry model for weapons and protective gears. More people finally have a set of entry model armor when their weapons become middle class. Could it be that I, who uses an entry model weapon and protective gears, am slightly standing out? Is this a way out of the title of heir? He headed to the ticket gate with such an expectation in mind. To stand out a little more, he tried to swing his weapon. However, as usual, no one looked at him. Well, I knew it. While shedding tears, Haruki went through the ticket gate of Chikaho. Chikaho's progress has now reached the 30th floors. Naturally, the 30th floor is a lower tier and exclusive place for senior adventurers, but the first and second floors in the upper tier could be easily captured even by beginner adventurers. As evidence, as usual, countless adventurers gathered on the first floor of the dungeon. If a monster appeared, adventurers would swarm and beat it like amateur soccer players. The monster appearing would be killed in less than 1 minute. You can't think of fighting properly here. The most important thing was how quickly you could discover a monster and finish it in one move. That's why there were few beginner adventurers who have exclusive armor. Furthermore, in the upper tier of Chikaho, second floor, straight ahead 100 meters, hall, turn right 50 meters, three-way fork road, turn left 90 meters. Those written signboards were installed on the ceiling. It was like a visit to the sightseeing facility. But a dungeon should not be such a nice place. If ordinary signboards were installed, they would be absorbed by the dungeon and adventurers who were fighting like a swarm of ants. But without those signboards, adventurers may get lost. The officials of the town hall thought so, and finally made a signboard using monsters material so it would not be absorbed by the dungeon. When Haruki visited Chikaho for the first time, he was perplexed. Now he was already used to the easy mode levels. Anyway, this was such a place. On the first floor where beginner adventurers gather, he would not be able to try it. While glancing backward to adventurers who were swarming and beating a monster, Haruki quickly advanced past them. The other day, Haruki's magic tool, the skill board, gained an additional point, which could be because he went to the second floor, or probably because he harvested nearly 100 onion monsters. But until that day, hunting nearly 200 house centipedes didn't increase the points. The possibility of level ups giving points may be excluded. I tried to go back and forth between the first and the second floor, but my skill points never increased. From that fact, I realized it might be updated every time I unlock a new floor of a dungeon. Haruki stepped in to see if this was the requirement to get a skill point. Then, another question was raised. Can each highest floor reached in any dungeon get me an additional point? If so, a large number of skill points could be obtained only by visiting the second floor of every dungeon. Because there were more than 200 dungeons in Japan, so there were over 200 easily obtainable skill points. If I do so, It won't be a dream to maximize all the skills on the board. If I have 200 points, what kind of skill will I max out first? Just imagining, my dream is extended. Haruki, who was excited, lightly touched the pattern of the newly purchased dagger. I'd like to check out its performance as soon as possible. While verifying it, I will see how far I can go today. Haruki, who descended to the second floor, took out the skill board in a place where no one was found. Could it not be taken out anywhere other than in his home dungeon? Even though he was afraid, the skill board could be accessed without any resistance. As long as it was in a dungeon, it seemed to work without problems. About the skill board, Haruki made various tests in his garage's dungeon, but the result was not very good. There was only one new thing that he knew. The skill board would automatically return to Haruki's chest when it was 10 meters away from him. It was a valuable magic tool, so it was pleasant if there was no possibility of grieving over its loss. However, the possibility that it could not be transferred to anyone has emerged. Except for Haruki, the transfer could not be done even to the most useful person for Japan. It could not be thrown away even if it became unnecessary. Also, if the existence of the skill board was found out, the possibility of being targeted by a vicious party would rise greatly. However, doubt remained as to whether it would be discharged from his body if he was dead, or there was a possibility of using drugs to deprive his awareness only for acquiring the skill board. It was extremely troublesome. There was a possibility that a bomb would be used if it was beyond the imagination. Haruki, while letting out a small sigh, looked at the skill board. Skill points, 1. It doesn't increase. Unfortunately, the skill points remained at 1. He updated the highest floor reached of Chikaho, but his points did not increase. If so, there are two possibilities to increase the points. First, the highest floor reached of all dungeons was shared. Second, it only reacted to the highest floor reached in the dungeon at home. It could be either one. Is there a possibility if this dungeon is updated as the highest reachable floor of humanity? If so, Chikaho's 29th floor, which has been captured until now, is needed. So, the skill points would not increase if the 30th floor wasn't reached. As expected, the requirements to obtain it were too strict. Well, I don't know until I study it a bit more. For now, Haruki decides to go further. There were also beginner adventurers here. They were wandering like zombies aiming to cook the trapped monsters. If you don't go down from the first floor, you would not be able to hunt properly. One more thing that has to be verified. Could the skill board only develop Haruki's ability? In order to solve that question, Haruki quietly sneaked into the group that is beating up a monster just now. Read latest chapters at NovemberRealBint.com only. Thanks to his weak presence, nobody notices Haruki. He secretly pulled out the skill board and activated it behind them. However, the screen was only displaying Haruki's skill tree. Oh, I wonder if there is a way to change it. As he swiped his fingers at various angles, the skill tree switched just like a smartphone home screen. Shigezo Takenika, 87, gender, male. Skill points, 4. Class, Hammer's Old Man. Plus vitality, plus strength, plus agility, plus technique, plus intuition, plus special. As expected, this magic tool seems to be able to distinguish not only my skills but also the skills of others. Hey, wait a moment. Is there an old man who is 87 years old here? As he looked, an old man who was certainly pretty old was now knocking down the monster's head. He wore a tank top on his upper body, and from there, his muscles which were not expected to be possessed by an old man could be seen. Is he stronger than Haruki? His muscles were throbbing. Is he really 87 years old? Although it was doubtful if you look only at his body, his sparkling head that would not be dimmed even under the underground's faint light, and deep wrinkles engraved on his face, as well as his head which was like a golf ball, were strongly affirming his senile nature. There is no doubt. He is Shigezo Takenaka-san, 87 years old. Those elders also became adventurers. While thinking seriously, Haruki opened the skill tree. Vitality, Stamina 0, Natural Recovery 0, Immunity 1, Strength 0, Agility, Quickness 0, TLN. I changed instantaneous power, greater than quickness. Dexterity 0, Technique, Armor Proficiency, Blunt Weapon 1, Light Armor 0, Tool Mastery 1, Intuition, Detection 0, Special, Lifespan 0. As expected, The skill tree seems to have individuality. It was probably due to the person's suitability that he didn't have some skills possessed by Haruki. On the contrary, there were some skills that Haruki didn't have but he had, or a skill was released after doing an action a certain number of times. The possibility of gaining immunity was quite reasonable. Getting a small cold can be fatal for people raised in a clean room, but for a body grown in a harsh environment, it will not catch a cold even if a virus entered. Resistance status is listed was its actual description. This immunity, why is the 1 point added? Blunt weapon and tool mastery skill were also increased by 1 point. Are there other people who have skill boards? It is possible. However, perhaps the skill will rise if the experience or proficiency exceeds a certain level. If it is, I am convinced that few skill points can be acquired. If the added skill points were calculated, at most Takenaka-san has 7 points. It was the points obtained when he reached the dungeon's 5th floor. TLN. I think skill points added for armor proficiency are not calculated as the points gained from the dungeon. But Takenaka-san didn't look like an adventurer who could go to the 5th floor. After all, he was an elder. Then the answer was easy. The skills level would naturally rise if you gained experience, and it was grown independent of magic tools. Skill points. And since Takenaka-san, who was on the 2nd floor, had 4 points, the possibility of updating this dungeon to the highest reachable floor of humanity disappeared. Somehow it has begun to clear up. Haruki murmured, depending on whether skill acquisition conditions and natural growth are known or not, my future skill allocation will greatly change. It is a very important piece of information. Next, can I add the skill points of others? But it would seem eerie. If his body movement changed suddenly, he may encounter various troubles. Troubled a little, Haruki tapped the screen continuously. Then, without resistance, he quickly increased Takenaka-san's skill. That elder's physical condition has not changed. His skill increase was certainly a hard-to-see part, but the question which seemed can be confirmed as the moment was resolved. Haruki, though, while watching the elder's appearance, you are still living a long life, elder. Shigezo Takenaka, 87, gender, male. Skill points, 40. Class, Hammer's Old Man. Long life Hammer's Old Man. Special, lifespan 04. Chapter 7. Kurosaki Karen was a beginner who had just become an adventurer less than 3 months ago. After she became an adventurer, she anticipated the adventure industry, which is currently at its dawn, would grow rapidly in the future. The main reason was certainly that she wanted to become a ranker of Let's Be an Adventurer. She also wanted to join the group of amazing people and exterminate monsters that messed up our daily lives. Therefore, the Chikaho dungeon in Sapporo was full of people who enthusiastically went regardless of day and night. She was dumbfounded for a short while because the dungeon was very different from the horrible appearance that she imagined. Even though monsters were enemies of humanity, the appearance of proper adults that were crowding and beating it made her disappointed. Are those adventurers? I don't know which ones are the monsters. Despite the experience points, Karen didn't have the courage to enter the crowd. Humans are different from monsters. I don't want to be ugly like them. Besides, experience points can be obtained in proportion to the amount of the shaved monster's life force. If it was beaten up by 10 people, the monster's EXP experience points were also divided into 10 equal parts. Even if I defeat it, the EXP that I get are too few. Nonetheless, the level of monsters that can be hunted by beginners was only on the basement's 2nd floor. On the 3rd floor, there were powerful monsters waiting. Beginners also would not be able to hunt very well while being solo. The 1st and 2nd floors were places for beginners, even as a solo, could hunt. But there was no place for quiet hunting. Karen thought about what to do and decided to recruit partners through the Let's Be bulletin board. Nice to meet you, I'm Karen, a beginner adventurer. I am looking for a kind person who will take me to the basement 3rd floor of Chikaho for leveling. I hope people like Bacon-san will be in Hokkaido too. Whether that wish came through, Karen's writing immediately received a response. Well, then shall we go tomorrow? Our team can go up to the 9th floor. So today, Karen, who managed to successfully join the adventurers, visited the place of appointment while equipping her weapon. Are you Karen-chan who made a thread on Let's Be BBS to find partners? Yes. Oh, really? I thought it was trolling. TLN. For those who didn't know, Trolling means writing online false posts. I also thought you were definitely not serious. Karen stood upright while listening to the voices that called her from the side. The voices that called her belonged to a group of 3 men in their 20s. Shikama. He is definitely a vanguard. He is equipped with a sword and a shield about 60 centimeters in size. Lars. Nice to meet you. Another person is an attacker. He carries a large sword on his back. Haraya. The last one is carrying a bow on his shoulder. It is probably their respective nickname on Let's Be. They didn't say their real names when joining offline hunting, or they may be the team which encountered each other on the recruitment BBS. From their appearance, Karen felt it was a well-balanced team. And they also have the ability to pull Karen in. She felt an aura that made them feel reliable, unlike those of beginners. However, I am a little bit concerned about their view. Did they say that? I thought you were not serious. They were staring at Karen's whole body. No, they may be checking her equipment as a beginner. Is it okay with that equipment? As expected. Karen let out a wry smile. Sorry, I'm a beginner, so I can only arrange this. That is expected. Shikama also didn't have a weapon at the beginning, and because it was too dangerous, I lent him my shield. Really? You have a really convenient bad memory loss. Ugh. Shikama showed his tongue to his colleagues. This feels nice. Looking at their conversation, Karen envied their good relationship. I also would like to organize such a team as soon as possible. To do that, first of all, I have to become a talented person. Well then, let's go. Please take care of me. Okay, leave it to me. Welcome. Those 3 people nodded and headed for the entrance of Chikaho. By the way, how old are you, Karen? I am 18 years old. Seriously? It barely reaches the qualifying age. Yes, I went to get an adventurer's qualification as soon as I turned 18. Oh, wow Tilda. You have courage even though you are a girl. I often hear it. Karen let out a bitter smile to Haria's words. What she often heard from her circle talking about was not her courage but her recklessness. When I think of adventurers who try hard to dive into dungeons, I don't think I should just stay in a safe place a lot. Wow, you are nice. We are completely different. It is not us but only you, isn't it? Lars spoke Shikama. Apparently, the shield user seemed to be the team leader. In their small talk, Haraya and Lars often spoke mocking words to Shikama. However, the atmosphere was transmitted quietly not because he was underestimated but because he was trusted. Entering Chikaho, Karen didn't care about the monsters that appeared and quickly moved forward. She went to the 2nd floor, descended to the 3rd floor, and finally reached the 4th floor. It was a place Karen could never reach alone. You don't need to be frightened so much. Everything will be fine. Our team is basically active on the 9th floor. Shikama knocked his sword hard to make Karen feel relieved. His words were probably the truth. Their fighting style until now is still relaxed. There was no doubt. They certainly have the ability to conquer the 3rd and 4th floor. Shikama defended the monster attack and bound it on the spot. Lars and Haraya finished the monster whose movement stopped in a stroke. The monster was only slightly hit before Lars' large sword cut off the monster's body like a paper. Therefore Karen could only make a few scratches. This is their difference compared with a beginner. It was an overwhelming difference of abilities. I also want to become like this soon. I admire their strength, but I can't reach it in the near future. Even though Karen only made some scratches against the 3rd floor's monster, she suffered from level-up sickness. The fact that she felt sick just by giving a little damage was proof that her strength was not enough to deal with the monsters on that floor. It's not over yet. Today, I still haven't reached the level where I could defeat monsters on the 3rd floor alone in a day. Next to Karen, who was so enthusiastic, Haraya the bow user rang a strong scratching sound with his lips. It was a signal of vigilance. As they heard that, Shikama and Lars sank down. Will something come? It is dangerous. What should you do? After leveling up, the sensory organs also become more sensitive. Even if Karen watched and listened carefully, she could not capture the minute changes. Well, that's it. Let's escape quickly. They were swallowed by the released strange atmosphere which made their spine froze. Escape? Why are they who act on the 9th floor running away from the monsters on the 4th floor? Karen, who didn't know the reason, suspiciously tilted her head. It's a monsters parade. TLN, for reference. Please watch Anime Danmaki. Hello everyone. I want to apologize. It looked like my editor was busy so he didn't realize the email I sent. In this chapter there are changes to one terminology. The Monsters Parade will be changed to Monsters Rampage. Starfinder disagreed with the use of the word parade, as a parade is a gathering for a ceremony like it is described in the Dictionary of Oxford, which doesn't match how it is described in the novel. Anyway, that's all from me. Enjoy the chapter. It's a monster rampage. Damn, rampage. Annoying words were thrown out in this critical situation. Shikama was clicking his tongue hatefully. It's a rampage. Let's escape! Exclamation mark. Hearing this, Karen let out a small gasp. As the name implies, a monster rampage refers to the monster's large movement. The causes of monster rampages are various. While the adventurers were running away, the resulting vibration in the ground lured monsters to them. There are also rumors that there are special monsters that generate monsters. It was simple to deal with it. If you realize that condition, you have to escape without questioning. Currently, the adventurers were biased towards a wide-range weapon type. For that reason, most adventurers have poor compatibility with the monster rampage which was rushing at them without a break. Large swords and spears wouldn't have enough space to be swung, and bows would run out of arrows. Even if you had superior abilities, the compatibility of weapons changed according to the difference in the number of materials filled. You might be able to get through the monster rampage if you had outstanding abilities. However, even if you defeated an overwhelmingly large quantity of lower-rank monsters, the compensation would only make you cry. There was no merit going all the way into the rampage. For a moment when Karen recalled the information of the monster parade, Shikama and the others had started running. She only stopped after a few seconds. However, the distance between Shikama and Karen was as wide as 10 meters. I have to escape soon. Karen kicked the ground with her full power. At that time, the footsteps of a large number of monsters were transmitted as vibrations from the other side of the passage. Oh my, hurry, hurry. She was running at full power, but the distance with Shikama and others was steadily increasing. If I let it as it is, they will leave me. Wait. Please don't leave me. The monsters will swallow me, won't they? When she thought so, her vocal cords strengthened and her vigorous voice could be heard. Even such intense voice might have been transmitted to them. Shikama looked back with his grimace face. Hurry up, idiot. It is impossible for beginners. Then, what we should do? It is dangerous to help her. Hey, can you hear battle sounds from another direction? The source of this content November LBN. Are they going to intercept us? It becomes more dangerous. Can we escape? FK. What we should do? The three of them shouted something while running. Their voices were already far away. She can't hear it unless their face was turned to them. After talking about something, the three of them nodded with serious faces and stopped their feet. Lars and Haraya moved to the same position, and while Shikama took a stance before going far away. No way. Are they going to attack them? The monster rampage. How many monsters are behind them? Karen didn't understand, and she also couldn't afford the courage to look back. Just thinking about it made her feel scared. However, she thought that she had been saved when she saw them enter the battle posture. At the same time, she also felt grateful. They stood up against the dangerous monster rampage to save me. Shikama and CO are active adventurers on the 9th floor of Chikaho, and this is the 4th floor. If it's them, I'm sure they will be able to dismiss the monster parade as well. If I go to them, I surely will be saved. So do your best, my body. Karen's speed rose steadily as it was boosted by the sense of security of their appearance. She would cross Shikama and hide behind the back guard. The body of Karen, which came running through with that intention, was suddenly blown off. It was a perfect surprise attack. Karen didn't understand what happened. She couldn't do anything and could only roll on the ground many times. Her blanked head slowly regained its color. Her head was shaky, and a lot of blood overflowed from her broken lips. Karen felt like she had been hit by a truck. The monsters aren't here yet. Well then, looking up with her empty eyes, she found Shikama holding a shield looking down with a serious look in front of her. Sorry, huh? Hey, let's leave that fool and escape quickly. If we don't go, they will tag us as well. Shikama quickly turned back and left Karen's position with horrifying speed. She couldn't say wait. The footsteps of a lot of monsters could be heard from Karen's back. It suddenly stopped unnaturally. Karen didn't see her back yet. However, she found out why. Yes, she was convinced. Slowly, Karen slowly looked backwards. There were numerous red eyes. Around 50 centimeters tall rabbit monsters were fully covering the passage. Killer rabbits. Its name came from a beginner adventurer whose head was crushed by its single kick after approaching it due to its lovely appearance. It was a warlike monster. They were on another side of the passage. An absurd number of killer rabbits were in front of Karen, and they had the intention of attacking Karen. It seems I'm the first to be killed and eaten. Russell. They were checking each other by repeatedly moving their ears. I don't want to. She probably would survive a little longer if she moved. However, it was shorter than short. She would die in 1 second or die in 10 seconds. That's all. The ending was the same. I don't want to die. Karen became bait for Shikama and Co escaping. Then, there was death before her eyes. I don't want to die yet. Under such circumstances, who can stop her tears? Somebody. Tears ran down on her cheek and dropped on the ground. At the same time, the red-eyed killer rabbits moved all at once. Somebody help. Chapter end. Chapter 8. Hello everyone. I'm very sorry for the late release. Anyway, enjoy the chapter. When he reached the 3rd floor, Haruki stealthily took out the skill board and confirmed it. Skill points. 2. Oh, the fact that the points have increased since I came to the 3rd floor means there is a probability that the highest reached floor is shared among dungeons. It is a pleasure to know the conditions under which skill points increase. However, it is a pity that I can't earn skill points from each dungeon. The deepest dungeon now is the 50th floor at Shinjuku Station. So, I can gain 50 points in the current situation. The physical type skills in the skill tree have a maximum value of 30 points. On the other hand, the number of points that can be obtained is quite small, only 50 points. As expected, it seems that I have to raise my skills by myself. I hope there are point acquisition conditions other than reaching a new floor. Oh well, now I understand the condition. I wonder if I can earn as much as I can before I go home. Leveling can be done in my garage's dungeon, but my balance is in the red because I purchased armor and weapon today. At the very least I must earn money for my leather armor. Haruki fired himself up and started the hunt. The monsters that appear on Chikaho's 3rd floor were pill bugs. Because Haruki was familiar with the house centipedes in his home dungeon, he didn't startle even after seeing pill bugs as big as his waist. There were monsters like house centipedes. So, it is not strange if there are big pill bugs. It is not fun, is it? With a dagger in hand, he slaughtered pill bugs one after another. It was slower, weaker and softer than house centipede. Therefore, he felt bored. What he felt was his dagger's good performance. Is it because house centipedes were stronger than pill bugs? They were not like house centipedes as they emitted murderous intention, but it could never reach Haruki. It was like poisonous plants in a sterilized room. If you didn't put your hands to death you would never die. That was why he was bored. If it at least had a lot of long legs, I guess the difficulty would change. House centipedes were enough for such creatures. No, number. While shaking off house centipedes from his head, Haruki advanced to a deeper area. Perhaps there was a possibility that his home garage's dungeon degree of difficulty was higher compared to Chikaho. While thinking about that kind of thing, Haruki continued his slaughter. Because Haruki didn't feel very much resistance on the 3rd floor monsters, he moved to the 4th floor. The monster that appeared on the 4th floor was Killer Rabbit. It was a murder rabbit that attacked with its greatly developed feet. Its speed was the same as house centipede, but it was softer than pill bug. Even beginners could subjugate it if their attacks hit. But it was pretty quick. It was hard to get rid of it as it kept moving, so it didn't narrow the distance further. It was the first time for Haruki to fight against a monster that used feints and dodged. At first, he couldn't cope with it. He also didn't have enough experience to respond quickly the first time. But this is fun. Finally, I met with a monster that exceeds house centipede. Its level might be equal to house centipede. However, the degree of risk was different. House centipede was only breaking the armor, but Killer Rabbit was murdering people. Finally, Haruki was risking his life for the first time after coming to the 4th floor. Throbbing, his back was trembling. His body became hot. Ha ha ha, breathing. Haruki laughed. I finally got out of the safe area. Now I'm alone. Nobody will protect me. However, under such circumstances, Haruki felt excited for some reason. His body, afflicted by adrenaline, was boiling. Now, let's start the adventure. Adventuring is enjoyable after all. Hump. He lightly swung the dagger he held. It seems that my attacks are obvious. The rabbit easily dodged Haruki's attack. There's a counterattack. The killer rabbit was hit by Haruki's attack. Oh, it hit. That's unexpected. That's why it smiled. However, I can't forgive that smug smile. Kicking with its large foot, it decided to attack Haruki's abdomen. Of aid, Haruki's body blew away to the back by its atrocious power that deeply contrasted its appearance. He put his strength on his lower limb so that his position didn't collapse. Zasa, his foot was slid until his body finally stopped. I can see it. I saw it clearly. Haruki's eyes have clearly captured it. Haruki was smiling broadly. The killer rabbit suddenly charged at Haruki, who kept pursuing it. I will not miss this kind of timing. It is my turn to attack. It was a bit aggressive, but Haruki's counter cleanly cut killer rabbit's body. After he confirmed that the killer rabbit didn't move anymore, Haruki fell on his back. The numbness caused by the impact of the killer rabbit's kick still remained. His carelessness caused his stomach to feel upset. However, his internal organs didn't rupture. That might have been a fatal blow if he was still equipping his original armor. Because the new armor had high defense power, he only received some bruises. When I purchased it, I condemned myself. Why did I buy it? I'm really an idiot. Like that. But now I feel blessed. Although my internal organs felt twisted after receiving that attack, there are no scars on my armor. According to the clerk's description, it seems that the tanned leather is stacked with house centipede's crust. The result of that processing is this defense power. This is good. This is really good. As his breath was slowly becoming hotter, Haruki observed the killer rabbit's corpse. When the killer rabbit was attacking, Haruki realized when the right timing was. Where to put his power in. Muscle initial movement, throbbing, pulsing, and breathing. At the moment, Haruki observed it. If I look closely, I will see it. How I can move similar to killer rabbit's motion. By observing, analyzing, understanding, dissecting, reconstructing and practicing, Haruki was able to imitate killer rabbit's counter. It was a technique he cultivated through exercises to compare and find a minute difference of specimens and printing plate. When he worked in the printing company's plate making work, it was terrifyingly hard to look for its difference. Haruki's observation accuracy was up to 0.05 millimeters. He could instantly distinguish the difference of 4 primary colors, khmike, up to 1%. But even though he could observe it, he still didn't have the ability to practice it. I don't have enough practice. My physical ability has increased, but my reflexes can't follow it. Let's focus to improve this part. The killer rabbit's body that he defeated was divided into half, and a lot of different things spilled out from it. However, Haruki touched the corpse without frowning. The leather would not be a great material even if it was tanned. The parts that could be sold with high price were its meat and horn if it's a male. The meat tasted like chicken. It was a general food for adventurers who break through the beginner level. Its price was 500 yen per kg. It was about a little more expensive than the overseas chicken drum ages ago. TLN, I think he is talking about KFC. Its horn was used for a decoction of oriental medicine. Ointments made by using it were particularly popular. The demand was high enough to not collapse the price even if a large amount of it was sold to the material shop. Thanks to this, the transaction price was stable at about 2,000 yen per horn. Unfortunately, the killer rabbit that he fought this time didn't have a horn because it was a female. After observing the corpse, Haruki moved it to the corner of the passage. It would eventually be absorbed by the dungeon. This time's result is 0. Because I beat it down badly, the meat became wasted. If I get used to the monster's movement, I will be able to defeat it skillfully. Today, I will specially train how to defeat killer rabbit skillfully. While wandering around the 4th floor, Haruki would slaughter one killer rabbit after another. Like House Centipede, he couldn't beat them very well in the beginning. However, after killing 10 to 20 of it, he gradually got used to its movement. At first, he cut them into 2, but it was only after about 30 kills, he finally had time for prioritizing its bleeding. While fighting with killer rabbits, Haruki was pondering. Currently, he had 3 skill points that have not been allocated yet. He was still worried about which skills he should allocate them to. It would be nice to have a sniper style by raising throw and dexterity skill, to take away monsters from a distance. Sniping from the back is safer than fighting with a dagger. Throwing pebbles I find on the ground can also prevent the wear and tear of my main armor. If however in that the case, The dagger which I purchased for nearly 100,000 yen will be wasted. I would like to use the dagger, if possible. However, I don't want to take an assassin's style. What would happen if he who had a thin presence picked up a stealth skill? He would probably not be noticed by anyone, and talking to him would always be like a monologue. He would always be alone even if there are many people around. It is truly too sad. But that didn't mean he didn't want to increase one-hand sword skill as much as possible. Like Elder Takenaka, there was a possibility that it would increase as long as he is hunting with a dagger. The points obtained by reaching dungeons floors are limited. It is a waste to easily allocate skills that will rise. More than that, is there a skill that can increase presence somehow? For Haruki, his presence was more important than anything else. However, is there such a skill? Should I develop my physical capacity skills or throwing skill? Well, what shall I do? While carrying a bag similar in size to an elementary student's, full of meats and horns of killer rabbits, Haruki realized the unusual phenomenon in the fourth floor. Sounds? This is my first time to hear these kinds of sounds. There is a dungeon that can produce sounds, but I have never heard Chikaho able to produce sounds. That means it is not sound from the dungeon but from humans or monsters. What on earth is going on? Does it come from a rancor that flashily hunts some small fries? As he held his breath, Haruki slowly moved towards the sound. After a while, 3 men appeared from the other side of the passage. They are probably in a team. It's a really well-balanced team with a shield user, a large sword user, and a bow user. He also felt the aura of the strong from them. Surely they are stronger than Haruki. Chapter end. Their way of walking was giving a deep impression. Oh, we should have immediately raped her in the 3rd floor if we knew such a thing would happen. He heard such words coming from their mouth. Rap. Haruki was nearly startled. If you did that, we would be exposed. We will not be exposed, because we will separate in the end. You are the worst. What did you say? After you blew her with your shield? That is for certain. They still ignored Haruki even though he caused a loud commotion due to his confusion. They probably don't even notice me. I can understand it through their eyes movement. That's good too. It was normal to have no reaction. However, Haruki didn't feel bad even though the opponent was unresponsive for now. He didn't want to engage with those who said inappropriate words. Getting involved with them would make him imagine an unpleasant future. She is a beginner, isn't she? She is only 18 years old. What a pitiful girl. Huh, what do you say after you knock her with your shield? You who abandoned her can say that? She only became a sacrifice to save us. Are you not mistaken with bait? As they burst out laughing, Haruki, who heard their conversation, suddenly stopped his movement. Punched, 18 years old, abandoned, sacrifice, bait. From the words he heard, a cruel scene came to his mind. He suddenly shivered. He was more careful than before, but his legs moved faster. Haruki moved in the direction from which the aide fled. At that location, his eyes caught a lot of red eyes from a group of killer rabbits. It is Monster Rampage. Haruki immediately understood what caused the scene. They escaped with all their power when they saw it. It was a way to cope with monster rampages which was written in Let's Be. Haruki knew about that terrifying phenomenon from Wiki's blog. There were also parties who dared to face it, but the result was semi-destruction, desertion, annihilation, and extinction. I engraved in my heart if I experience such thing, I will escape with all my might. Read latest chapters at NovemberRealBint.com only. A tremendous amount of monsters were filling up the passage. Out of 10 adventurers, 10 people would answer to escape immediately. Therefore, Haruki tried to escape. However, Haruki didn't escape because a figure of a girl sitting in front of the monster's rampage was caught in his eyes. He connected the girl and the conversation of those previous men. At that moment, Haruki's head became hot. His actions after that were simple. Haruki quickly took out the skill board. He tapped the board quickly as if the thing he had pondered about didn't exist. Karaboshi Haruki, 27, gender, male. Skill points, 30. Class, swordsman. Vitality, stamina 0. Natural recovery 0. Strength 0-1. Agility, quickness 0-1. Dexterity 0-1. Technique, armor proficiency, one-hand sword 0. Throwing 0. Light armor 0. Stealth 0. Intuition, detection 0. Special, growth acceleration 3. After he finished allocating points, he took out a strange mask from his bag. He didn't know what kind of magical tool the mask is, but from now on is a crucial time. In the one-to-many battle, He wanted to raise his defense power even a little. He attached the mask to his face without thinking about curses. As he attached the mask, it stuck to Haruki's skin in response. After he confirmed the stability of the mask, Haruki instantly plunged in. His acceleration was beyond imagination. The edge of his sight was blurred. 1 second felt longer. As he took a stance while holding the dagger, Haruki forced himself into the crowd of killer rabbits. Almost at the same time, the killer rabbits jumped at the girl. At that moment, crash! A shock, like a large dump truck thrusting with an accelerator, struck the whole body of Haruki. However, Haruki's momentum never lost to Killer Rabbit's attack. The collision between the two vectors took place roughly between the girls and the crowd of Killer Rabbit's positions. Killer Rabbits that he faced flew into the air. Explosion, smash. The pieces of flesh from the former Killer Rabbits splashed down to the head of the flock. On the other hand, even though Haruki received such an impact, his body only received a little damage. Just because he defeated several Killer Rabbits, his whole body's temperature raised. His head was dizzy and it felt dull and painful like being tightened. This is level up sickness. However, I have no time to feel sick. Haruki handled his level up sickness with enough willpower. My body can move. The damage I received was small. I understand how to attack. I can do it. Killer Rabbits that stood in the back row frenzied because of Haruki's intrusion. The target moves. Haruki shivered his spine when he faced the red eyes all at once. Haruki was fixed on his target. At the same time, Haruki moved. He cut it with a dropkick by using a dagger, and those that attacked him from behind were knocked off with their back fist. Even though the mask was covering his face, his visibility didn't change. The backside of his mask felt like it was transparent. My breathing is smooth. It doesn't feel stiff. It may be a mask with such functions. I don't feel anything when wearing it. I nearly forgot that I'm wearing it. While being exposed to Killer Rabbit's fierce attacks, Haruki was convinced I can survive as long as I'm careful. The possibility of that occurring is 1 in 10,000. Or maybe 1 in 1 billion. But the path to survival clearly shines in the distance. It was good even if Haruki struggles to reach it. That's why I need to observe. I have to understand everything my opponents have. I can't miss even one sign. Don't get hit. I need to overcome the opponent's strength. Adrenaline heats up my body. My heart beats violently, hitting my chest. My body is light. Haruki, who was far from being afraid of one-to-many circumstances, began to smile like a fish that met water. Now, let's start the adventure. This is an adventure. It's a challenge that puts my life on the line. What I will secure is power, the girl's life, and my own honor. If I lose, I will completely lose my life from now on. I can't find the balance at all. But that is an adventure. An adventure is a fool's game to seek the unknown. It followed the sage practice. He would still commit even if he loses his life. Now I'll take everything you have. So, expose everything you have to me. Reveal it. Be my nourishment. He kicked up monsters that attacked from his feet. Or he stepped to avoid it. My movement is totally different. My strength is also different. My body can move as I desire. It has been strengthened beyond imagination. Haruki finally understood the greatness of the skill board's growth acceleration that he could not experience before. He blew Kill Rabbit with a fist. He could easily avoid its attacks. Using a dagger, he cut its body like paper. It is 1 point. With only 1 point, Haruki's ability leapt like a different person. The change is too much, so it feels disgusting and terrifying. Normally, Haruki without a doubt would frown. But now, his consciousness was only directed to defeat the Killer Rabbits in front of him. No, Haruki laughed while adventuring. Haruki couldn't forgive those Killer Rabbits that tried to surround him. If he let them pass, the girl behind him would be attacked. He didn't know the extent of the girl's abilities, because until now she hasn't moved. He predicted she wasn't a strong adventurer. No, Haruki was moving while assuming the worst. In order to avoid being surrounded, Haruki moved his body largely to the left and to the right. It was like a game. It was clear if he could prevent enemies' barrage. It was a game over if it could cross to the side. Because such an image came into his mind, Haruki's movement was getting sharper and steadier. I will definitely not let you pass through here. When Haruki noticed it, a sound came from his throat. Ha 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 ha, he was laughing. Chapter 9. Hello everyone. Due to the frequent delay in chapter releases, I decided to start pre-release the unedited chapter. The edited version will be released immediately when the editing process is complete. I will leave the editor name blank for the unedited version. That's all from me. Enjoy the chapter. There were probably more than 100 monsters. Haruki, who finished off the killer rabbit's rampage by fighting continuously with his whole energy for 30 minutes, fell to the floor on his back. After making sure no monsters were still alive, a soft feel was transmitted to his back. He totally forgot that he was fighting while carrying a bag full of meat. The inside of his throat, body, and head were all hot. Haruki was breathing frantically. His body trembled as soon as he began to relax. If at that time I was hit by an attack, if at that time I let the killer rabbits through the passage. His body trembled minutely when he thought of the worst possible results. It was really nice that such a future didn't occur. Haruki was laughing in the middle of his thought. The battle with monsters was fun, but the emotions and fears he showed were different. It was like a roller coaster or a haunted house, fun and scary at the same time. So, Haruki is now laughing while frightened. I'm glad I'm alive. He severely experienced the value of life. A delicate voice arrived in the ears of Haruki, who was breathing roughly. It felt stiff, but it was a gentle voice like a little dog's caress. Yes, huh? The girl startled when he turned his face. By the way, he was still wearing a strange mask. Well, alright. I would still notice you, even if you didn't shout. So, what? Thank you for helping me. That is nothing. Haruki's words didn't last beyond that, because she held Haruki's hand while looking at him with her red eyes. Really thank you very much. I thought I was dead. When I was abandoned by my adventurer group, I thought I was finished. Even though she sniffled, again and again, she continued to say her thankful words. I'm glad that she is alive. I'm really glad that she is saved. From the bottom of Haruki's heart, a warm emotion gradually rose, because if she had passed away, it would be impossible to relieve her pain and despair like this. After Haruki's breath calmed down, he picked up a corner of a killer rabbit's corpse, one of many that filled the floor surface. As expected, it is impossible to carry more meat, and it is not tasty if it is butchered without bleeding. Even if I forcibly bring it back and sell it, the most I can earn is only a small amount of money. The total number of remaining horns was 48. Haruki's bag wasn't enough, so he decided to have her hold it. TLN, SFX of exhausted breath. With this, my income will increase. Follow current novels on Novelb.in.com. I somehow managed to recover the armor expenses, and managed to gain more income. I am Kurosaki Karen. Thank you so much for your help. I'm glad you are safe. Are you a Sapporo ranker? No, I'm an ordinary low-class adventurer. Sapporo also had strong people who were within the 100 ranks of Let's Be ranking, but Haruki was not included. Low class? Then, why did you jump into the monsters rampage? I was in a daze. It was a monster rampage that even an adventurer who was active on the 9th floor of Chikaho has fled. Isn't it? I can't believe a low-class adventurer cutting through it just because you were in a daze. Karen stared at Haruki's eyes with a serious expression. Do you have a reason not to reveal your identity? Well, as Karen said, Haruki had a reason to not say it. The fact that Haruki was able to annihilate the rampage was thanks to the skill points he allocated. He wanted to explain it. However, he was able to annihilate the rampage only because he allocated the skill points. How far the uproar created from this fact. Every adventurer, without a doubt, would try to obtain this skill board, even by killing Haruki. Oh yeah, are those 3 adventurers your acquaintances? Haruki, who was troubled with the answer, forcibly changed the topic. Karen pursed her lips and gave a gloomy expression. They were members of a team that I recruited from the website. This time, I thought they would help me to subjugate monsters, but I guess it reminded her of the time when she was abandoned. Tears started gathering in her eyes. If they were ordinary people, it was inevitable that they would abandon her and run away. However, it was not a problem that could be overlooked if adventurers such as they abandoned her, a novice. Moreover, they had planned something bad. While recalling their conversation, Haruki's stomach was eager to move. Adventurers professionally protect people. They must never treat allies violently nor abandon someone weaker than themselves. Of course, there were scenes where there was no choice but to abandon strangers. There might be circumstances where even team members must be abandoned. However, they abandoned a job they undertook themselves, That's why Haruki's condition became worse. Haruki couldn't accept behaviors that insulted the rankers he so admired, nor other adventurers. Hey look, my store's income is more than twice, 200%, of last year. Yatsuki Akane closed the armor dealership at 5 o'clock, a few minutes ago, and went to jeer at its neighbor, the materials purchase station. She fluttered today's sales report in front of the big, plain, well-liked branch manager. Hey, how does this store's achievement? How does it? Noisy, you are so noisy. Even though we're both branch managers, I'm your senior, aren't I? Don't you know something much like a proper attitude? In this world, results are everything. The young and beautiful me who can show a good result, compared to you who are a little older with an ordinary appearance and an ordinary result. Don't you understand who is superior? Who is old? What an intolerant person you are. I just fan you a little, but your face becomes red. Yup, this feels great. If you are annoyed, why not try to surpass me with something other than age? Naturally, this big, plain, well-like woman's attitude and her poor character mean nothing to Akane, or so it should be. It was said that it's good to be young. With hatred as the detonator, the big, plain, well-liked lady will be making efforts to increase her performance from now on. In other words, all of her behaviors were for the company probably. When Akane was fanning the material store's branch manager, a pair of adventurers, one male and one female, appeared in the store. Welcome. The branch manager was letting out a soft call, and her expression, which was fanned by Akane, disappeared completely and changed into a business smile. Usually, she will issue fanning words from the side if she was seeing a situation like this, but Akane's focus was taken by the man of the couple. Chapter end. She saw that the man wore a mask that startled everyone. He is the Praiano, I mean the customer who came to my shop today. He must have immediately tried the effectiveness of his armor in the dungeon. His armor has become a little bit dirty. In addition, he wears that seemingly cursed mask. It is terrifying to behold that scary thing. And this branch manager, who didn't change her tone even after seeing him wearing that unique mask, was as expected. Even so, her experience was different compared to Akane's. Well, what kind of material does he bring back from the dungeon? Akane was interested. If I know this, I can correctly measure his ability and his wallet's content. In addition, I can forcibly sell the items that seem appropriate for him. While hiding near the wall, she measured the condition of the raw material purchased by the shop. A large quantity of horns was taken out from the couple's bags. Those are surely killer rabbits. Killer rabbit's offensive power is so-so, but it is an intellectual creature that takes evasive and feinting actions that could not be seen on the previous floors. Battle skill is necessary to beat it down, so it is absolutely difficult for beginners to subjugate it. Perhaps even a fast-growing adventurer would take a month to subjugate Killer Rabbit starting from scratch. The materials they brought were more than 100 horns. Since female Killer Rabbits don't have horns, that means they defeated more than 100 male rabbits. They were predicted to defeat 200 rabbits if the combined ratio of males and females was 1:1. If it was collected in just a month, he should not be a talented person who stopped at the bronze class only. That was because if he delivered 100 horns every day, he would earn 2 million yen, the minimum standard income of silver class, in just 10 days. As expected, that man is at least a silver class. Even if he is unskilled, he seems to at least have the abilities for gold class. Thank you very much for today. The purchase price of 101 Killer Rabbit's horns will be 202,000 yen. Are you okay with this assessment? Yes. Well, are you going to use the team distribution function? Eh? What is that? Has he always soloed until now? It seems like he doesn't know of the team distribution function. The card managed incomes and expenditures at the same time. Even if you decided to distribute later, when the leader secured income for the team, the card would calculate it as individual income. Of course, it was possible to deduct the distribution of the team directly from the card, but it couldn't be handled as expenses because it would be caught by tax evasion's countermeasures. Therefore, it is unusual for only leaders to pay taxes. The team distribution was used to compensate it. It was possible to charge the team members one by inputting the amount of money obtained from materials sold on the register side in advance. Distribution could correspond from direct input of numerical value to percentage method. In the case of an amount that could not be divided nicely, It was also possible for shops to cover single digits. That was a service from the store. Of course, this store also has these kinds of services. Well then, please distribute it. That is not good. I haven't done anything after all. No, didn't you carry the horns? I'm just carrying it. I have not helped the battle. Was she perhaps a supporter? Both of the customers started to argue. Such a scene was rare. Nonetheless, usually supporter would demand money. Then, let's make it half as much as Karen carried. The income for that part will be zero if Karen didn't carry the horns, so this is thanks to Karen, isn't it? But the man brought his mouth near to Karen's ear as she tried to rebut. When he whispered something, Karen easily compromised with the man's idea. But while seeing both of them, Akane felt her body become numb. Clearly, Akane had been convinced that the killer rabbits were defeated by both of them. However, the fact was different. It was he, who wore a strange mask, that mercilessly collected the killer rabbit's horns. The average number of monsters subjugated in a day was at most 50 monsters. Even for the so-called Let's Be rankers, who seriously hunt in a party, at most could only hunt 100 monsters. However, he defeated twice those numbers. Of course, Akane had considered the possibility of those horns being collected in a few days. However, if so, he wouldn't say the income for that part will be zero. That means it was just in one day. Akane's eyes were shining suspiciously. If he becomes more skillful, my shop income will increase even more. Slurp. Akane licked her lips. I am very sorry. I can't distribute only 48 of the assessed horns. Wait a minute. Akane, who couldn't endure it anymore, cut off the branch manager's words. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why don't you recalculate it? Even if you reappraise the carry-in amount, you still settle it overtime. Huh? Don't you know our overtime is very strict? I don't want to be scolded later. You are a fool. You really are a fool, right? Akane jerked and shook the branch manager's nape. They are without a doubt high-class customers. What will happen to us if we can't meet their demand? If we refuse to reassess it, they will go to other veteran shop like Kawashima or Harima. The 101 horns that would have been secured will become nothing. In addition, we will send salt to our rivals. TLN, in Japanese, sending salt to your enemy means showing humanity even to one's enemy. I am very sorry, could you spare a little time? Oh, well yes, it's okay. Surprised by the appearance of Akane, the man's eyes widened and he awkwardly nodded. If we give him a benefit here, he will go to our shop even more. That kind of chance is hanging in front of us. Wasting it is utterly impossible. Akane immediately revised the 48 horns from the beginning. She transferred 53 pieces and 50% of 48 pieces to the male side and deposited the remaining amount to the girl's card. Thank you very much, Tilda. Seeing the adventurers leave the store after the distribution was finished, Akane waved her hand while smiling. Next to her, the branch manager trembled. Why are you doing as you please in my shop? If you don't understand that kind of thing, you will never able to increase your profit. The manager conduct was by the book. In addition, revision also took a lot of time. If compared to the cost, the income earned was too low. Moreover, it was scary to be scolded by the area manager from headquarters if she works overtime. So in the short term, it was more appropriate and easier to induce changes in distribution method. That was in the end our circumstances. For adventurers, as customers, those things are not their concern. It is useless to capture an immediate benefit, but miss a big fish. TLN, miss a big fish means miss a big opportunity. Lavishing such friendly service will cultivate a large bouquet of money. That's wrong. Flowers would bloom in the future. Even now, I believe that one day it will give me the edge on my superior. Therefore, steady action must be taken. I will report your action today to headquarters. That's okay. Someday, you will cry out that you secured such good customers thanks to me. At that time, it will be too late to apologize. Good grief, I can't say anything. Of course, the future when that branch manager is weeping because of Akane would not come. That is because the large flower would always bloom for Akane. That future when Akane sent the bouquet is close by. But she who brought the bouquet would be the messenger of misfortune. Chapter end. Chapter 10. Is she not the weapon dealership's clerk? Haruki turned his head to look at her appearance. The weapon dealership's clerk appeared in a suspicious place like a cloud had barged in. As she barged in, the situation became interesting. After that, The distribution was finished in the blink of an eye. Was her assessment speed not faster than the material shop's clerk? It was a terrifying skill, as expected of the lady who chose Haruki's armor. However, I'm curious, why was her drool dripping down? Surely it's not due to something strange. Her eyes were continuously shining suspiciously. Those were the eyes of someone who planned something behind the scenes. You will pay if you thought she was an idiot because she was drooling. She would make you buy armor that wasn't in your shopping list, like Haruki had this morning. However, it's nice Karen agreed to accept her share. If you keep refusing, everyone will see me badly. Please think that it's for me and receive it. That was what Haruki whispered to Karen at that time. Although Haruki wanted to stand out, he didn't want to stand out as evil, standing out normally, or standing out evilly. The line was subtle, but there was a definite difference in Haruki's mind. That is hostility. It was not a bad-mouthed kind of joke, but clear hostility. He didn't want to stand out for that reason. That hostility would spawn violence. Haruki had no power to repel the violence. He didn't like to fight against humans. Therefore, Haruki was as careful as possible so that he was not seen as evil. Adventurers who dared to be seen as evil were only those who acted as healers. There was a constant demand for them, so it was necessary to be on their good side. There were also other adventurers inspired to be evil. I will not lose to them. However, it would be better to leave it to someone who is good at it. At least, it is impossible for Haruki. They were not weak. PN. Too many pronouns. Haruki Swallet was relieved that a part of his daggers and armor's cost was offset by the results of his hunt today. It was strange how everything seemed to shine when Haruki walked around the city with a certain amount of money in hand. He unintentionally squandered his money. How can I return this favor, Karen? He honestly didn't have something that really required Karen's help, although she suggested this and that. Thank you. That one word is enough. I will treat you at a shop. Or is it better to have handmade dishes? I'm a skilled cook. Or do you want something else? As long as it's something I can give, please say anything. Karen. What? Haruki, who unintentionally responded to her words, reminded himself strongly. I should not. She is 18 years old, while I am a middle-aged man. For men, just walking together is dangerous. If I'm suspected, I will die, socially. In addition, Haruki wasn't used to being thanked. Her ability to confess is greater than mine. As her gratitude was too embarrassing, Haruki unintentionally ran away from Karen. As Haruki had an air-like presence, he easily fled away from Karen. Air is usually a sad word for him, but today he feels grateful to have such a thin presence. However, it wasn't like he thought. The atmosphere around was different than usual. Is the atmosphere heavy? Haruki's stamina bottomed out immediately after finishing the monster's rampage, as his head didn't work well. He didn't realize the difference. Well, whatever. He arrived at the parking lot, but reconsidered the hour-long drive home. Since the stampede occurred, gasoline prices increased. Traffic volume had seriously decreased, and all minor roads were in poor condition. If he wasn't careful, the steering wheel would lose control and cause the car to fall into a ditch, or the tire would puncture when hitting a hole. If his car was damaged, he would need several times today's earnings. That is bad. That is very bad. Haruki didn't have the confidence to drive for an hour, as it was necessary to be careful, to not cause an accident. Because he has received 150,000 yen, he prioritized his safety by staying in a business hotel. It would be an unexpected expense, but it was many times better than causing an accident. When Haruki entered the hotel, the receptionist who was watching him was startled. Oh, has my presence increased? As he was pleased, he unintentionally skipped while he was walking. However, the receptionist's face grew paler due to his movement. What happened? Sapporo at night can be seen from the large window in front of the receptionist. Haruki suddenly stopped moving after seeing his figure reflected in the glass before the scenery. I'm still wearing the suspicious mask. I truly forget because there is no sensation when wearing it. Haruki put his hand on the mask. Can I remove it? It is a cursed mask. It is impossible to remove. Although Haruki had a dangerous thought, contrary to his uneasiness, the mask easily detached from his face. When Haruki exposed his face, the receptionist let out a sigh of relief. Apparently, he was scared of this mask. Well, of course, if a man wearing a suspicious mask approached him while skipping, anyone would be scared. I'm very sorry. After he finished having dinner and taking a shower, Finally the energy he used to face the monster rampage was replenished. Thanks to the monster rampage, I felt very tired today. However, I could experience the skill board effect thanks to it. I could also learn a way to fight Killer Rabbit. As much as I was tired, there were many things I could get. However, the effect of the skill board is outrageous. Just adding 1 point to the strength, I almost destroyed the hotel's equipment many times. It might have been destroyed if Haruki's body had more power. If I add 5 points to strength, could I destroy concrete with my fingers? It was great to add 1 to muscle strength. When he walked with his habitual sense, because his sense of when to stop was different than usual, his little toe accidentally hit the bed's corner. Haruki writhed in pain on the bed. It might be his biggest injury today. My body balance has truly changed. This is the bad effect of quickly getting strong using a skill board. If I don't get used to this body soon, my small toe is in danger. If I continue to defeat monsters, I might be able to reach that level someday. But slowly, not suddenly. Asian hobbyist proofreader, Fenring. Without training, by only allocating 1 point, this happened. How many steps did I skip? Anyway, Haruki warned himself. It is amazing how much my physical ability improved to be able to clear the monster rampage. However, amazing doesn't mean strong. That's why I must brace myself so I won't stumble because of my confidence. Like that, he laid down while closing his eyelids. Although Haruki certainly felt sleepy, he still couldn't sleep. His body still had a slight fever due to his sense of exultation after surviving an intense fight. Even though his body was tired, the tension in his nerves made him unable to sleep. Since I have come to Sapporo, should I visit some famous place here? As he muttered, Haruki came to the city at night while wearing light clothes. Haruki arrived at Braves Bar in Suzukino. After the dungeons appeared, the material cost, fuel cost, and shipping costs surged. The production of sake decreased significantly and its price rose sharply. Furthermore, because there was a dungeon in the vicinity, no ordinary people drank outside in a bar. Meanwhile, this Braves Bar, which started marketing with a focus on adventurers, was prosperous enough to compete for the first or second place in Suzukino. This bar is often the topic of conversation on the official blog. Inside of the bar, adventurers and decoration remind of the classic fantasy atmosphere. Feel free to order. You can relax while drinking. If you pay a tip to master, he will tell useful information as a service. The management really has a deep understanding. In addition, drinking there would be a tax measure if you paid using an IC card. It was exactly right for adventurers. Haruki, who enters by himself at the famous bar, was discouraged at once. There is no waiter coming to me. He waited at the entrance, but the waiter didn't come to him no matter how much time passed. The waiter seated some customers and let them who came later enter first. Excuse me. After Haruki shouted, the waiter finally approached him. This person just came. Why did he shout? Waiter. Such a gaze made Haruki want to cry. Hey, I have been waiting here for 10 minutes. After that, despite the struggling, Haruki tasted his beer. Ah, this is nice. It has the taste of sake after a long time. I had no chance to drink after the dungeons appeared and the price of sake soared. Although the price of beer at Braves Bar seemed reasonable, a medium-sized beer still cost 2,000 yen. An unthinkable price if he hadn't gone to the dungeon before. Haruki was not rich enough to drink without reserve, but today is special. That was because Haruki passed through the monster's rampage. If not this, what else should I celebrate? Haruki enjoyed the taste of beer that he hadn't felt in a long time, little by little. Oh, excuse me, I'm sitting here. I seem to hear a voice. Sorry. Sometimes an adventurer thinking the table was vacant would sit at Haruki's table, but he didn't mind. Human are creatures who make mistakes. When the beer in his middle-sized mug was halved, he heard laughter from the counter's direction. It was such big laughter, it surpassed the voices of adventurers who were in Braves Bar. When he turned his attention to them, he saw 5 adventurers wearing armor and carrying a sword on each of their waists. I saw a really strange man. He was wearing a disgusting mask. He was the one who carried a dagger on his waist. Right? I saw him too. I was in a panic and thought he was a monster for a moment. What's that? A beginner was equipping an entry-level dagger and wearing a disgusting mask. Is he trying to set a character? Even his armor was entry-level. His balance was too poor. I'm sure he is a small fry that greatly twisted in the equipment direction. At that time, they burst out again. When Haruki listened to their conversation, He clasped the trembling fist under the table. Ugh! He gnashed his teeth and desperately suppressed his nearly overflowing emotion. No way, there's no way I was seen by someone I didn't know. What a great day. Haruki. They laughed at each other while using Haruki as the topic. To use Haruki, who had an air-like presence, as the topic. Could this be said to be the best day of my life? What made Haruki feel pain was when no one noticed him and he never became a conversation topic, even though it was all mockery. Being talked about meant he had a noticeable presence. That was why Haruki was excited. He even had a nosebleed due to his excitement. As he drank his beer, he became a topic for others. Doesn't this mean that my presence has increased? Excuse me, one more medium-sized beer, please. 10 minutes after he was excitedly ordering. No waiter reacted to Haruki's order. It seems they are busy today. Although his order was ignored, Haruki's heart was really calm. It can't be helped if they are busy. The atmosphere started to change when a waiter cleared Haruki's empty mug. It seems that this bar is very busy, that they have to clean up the table where the customer is still sitting. Welcome. How many people are you? Please sit down in this seat. A waiter directed the customer to Haruki's table. Yes. They are crowded. Should I return soon? Haruki, who had returned to the hotel, was accessing Let's Be from a computer he borrowed. The ranker Masatsugu is still on the expedition. There's no blog update. It seems that people who receive beginner courses are in trouble because Bacon always takes off his clothes. As for Shigure, there's no update. Perhaps she might be on an expedition. When he typed Karen in the blog search, many Karen appeared. He searched for Karen, who was active in Sapporo, from among them. Here it is. I seem like I'm peeking at the diary of my crush. This feels like I'm doing a bad thing. It's awkward. The title of her newest article was saved. The content covered being abandoned by adventurers to the fact that she was saved by Haruki. Although there were no names written down, the detail of the incident was complete. Finally, her blog was concluded with 2 impressive lines. I absolutely will not forgive those adventurers. Then, thank you for rescuing me. Those words, I received them properly. Feeling like his chest was stabbed, Haruki looked at the information on the blog. Number of articles, 14. Number of bookmarks, 1043. By the way, the number of articles in Haruki's blog was 61 and the number of bookmarks was 0. Haruki completely changed and made a complex expression. There was something, a muddy-like emotion, that surged from the inner part of his chest. Why is this world so cruel? He secretly closed her blog site silently. Now, an hour after he locked the door, Haruki slipped into the bed. Path to be a noticed presence. Encountering a monster rampage greater than. Hello, Imaya, Karato. Today is not about the dungeon at my home. I have made a trip to Sapporo's Chikaho, Karato. I reached the 4th floor of Chikaho for the first time. There were killer rabbits. I had quite a hard battle. Greater than _ It was very difficult to match its habit to dodge or feint. _. By the way, I came across a monster rampage. Greater than _ I tried to face the killer rabbit rampage a little bit, but my body became pretty tired. Thanks to them, I even got 101 horns today. _V. While carrying the money I earned today, I went to Braves Bar, which often becomes the conversation topic. The atmosphere inside matches pretty good with adventurers. The source of this content November L by N. I came to like it right away. Greater than _ But I can't earn enough to drink alcohol every day. Those who haven't been there, please visit the Braves Bar. That bar absolutely will not betray adventurers' expectations. However, it seems busy because it is rather flourishing. Today, I also did my best for leveling up. I wonder, is this one step further into the future where I will gain a presence? Fugitive thread 412 Monsters Rampage report inevitable. 578 name, I hope normies killed by Monsters Rampage. About the case of a fool who rushes into Monsters Rampage. 579 name, I hope normies killed by Monsters Rampage. 578 rest in peace. 580 name, I hope normies killed by Monsters Rampage. It's not me. I saw a blog write about he rushes into a Monsters Rampage. 582 name, I hope normies killed by Monsters Rampage. Eek. He is really stupid, an idiot. 583 name, I hope normies killed by Monsters Rampage. It's a lie. It's impossible to return alive after attacked by Monsters Rampage. Does that guy have habits of lying? 584 Name: I hope Normie's killed by monsters rampage. Do you think that it is a habit of lying? However, it's regrettable. There is a blogger who was in the same place. 585 Name: I hope Normie's killed by monsters rampage. Are you serious? Is it a monsters rampage with only 4 or 5 monsters? 586 Name: I hope Normie's killed by monsters rampage. There were at least 100 monsters. 587 Name: I hope Normie's killed by monsters rampage. I never heard about her. I'm sure he is an action seeker. Just ignore it. 588 Name: I hope Normie's killed by monsters rampage. Believe it or not, is depending on yourself. However, it probably would be better to read half of his story. Even rankers don't put their hands on monster rampages. 589 Name: I hope Normie's killed by monsters rampage. Is Air the blogger's name? I want to bookmark it later. It might be a fake account of a ranker who got banned. 590 Name: I hope Normie's killed by monsters rampage. Oh, that's a possibility. I will bookmark it too. If you have something else, please report it. 591 Name: I hope Normie's killed by monsters rampage. Rather, I will immediately report the gossip that I heard. www. 592 Name: I hope Normie's killed by monsters rampage. 587 By the way, I never told you about his identity. Why do you know his name? Chapter End. Our proofreader, Fenring. Chapter 11. When he checked the blog the next day. What is this? Somehow the PVs increased by 5 and the bookmarks became by 3. Yahoo! It's my first bookmark in the first 2 months since I create the blog. Are there more wonderful things than this? In addition, the PVs reached a new record, 5 times. Be it yesterday or today, good things have happened continuously. As expected. Is it because I saved Karen? Is it because God deemed my action was correct? Because he was too high-spirited, he hit the wall. Oh, I'm sorry. His body was in perfect form after leveling up by subjugating a large number of monsters. The fatigue he felt yesterday completely gone. When he worked in a printing company, even after drinking an expensive Yunka, or taking a long hot bath, he still felt the fatigue the next day. TLN, Yunka is a Japanese health tonic. Read latest chapters at novemberelbin.com only. My body feels like when I was a child. When Haruki calmed down, he started to think about today's action. I forgot to thank the armor dealership's clerk for the armor yesterday. Should I visit the armor dealer first? At the same time, it may be good to purchase a pair of shoes and gloves to replace my old ones. After that, I only need to go home. For some reason, Haruki felt like something was wrong. Is this really okay? The thing left in his mind was only Karen's baby face. He only had normal relationship with Karen, the girl who he met yesterday. It certainly wasn't something that made him nervous. Haruki didn't help her from a monster rampage attacks because she was a girl, but because he felt she would be attacked by other people. It was natural as an adventurer. He declared it to be without an ulterior motive. That was why he didn't have an intention to meet her once again. But, no. That's wrong. After he realized something, Haruki quickly put on his equipment and rushed out from the hotel room. This is not a situation to think about meeting her or not. Haruki should meet Karen. If I let her be, she will definitely die. It was still early morning, but the dungeon was crowded already. Before the gate, at the dungeon entrance where adventurers line up, Haruki was thoroughly following the check. But even if there were too many people, he didn't think Karen couldn't be found. Shit. I can send a private message on the blog. I was crazy to not realize it. Furthermore, it just happened yesterday. It's not necessary for Karen to visit the dungeon today. Nonetheless, Haruki for some reason thought Karen would come. He was surely too hasty. Let's rest for a while. Taking a deep breath, Haruki noticed his power stabilize. At that moment, Good morning. Haruki heard a greeting from Karen who had just appeared. Even though Haruki had an air-like presence, Karen could find him. Well, she finds me right away, although my presence is still thin. Yes, that is. Karaboshi-san's mask stood out. This is the cause. Haruki touched the edge of the mask using his finger. Is it endowed with the easy-to-discover effect? If I think about it, The atmosphere of my surrounding felt different than usual since yesterday. This is I see everyone will gather their gaze to me when I wear the mask. Is this mask a god item? My presence increased by just wearing it. This kind of magic tool's effect is Haruki's body trembled. Damn it. How is this? I could buy such a godly item for only 500 yen. That clerk is a goddess. Are you okay, Karen? Yes, I'm okay. Looking at Karen's puzzled expression, Haruki was hurriedly regained his composure. Karen-san. Yes, what is it? When she was called, Karen restlessly and slowly approached him. She looked like a small dog that found its owner. I actually want to hear about your team yesterday. He heard an R sound from somewhere. As it was too low, it was swallowed by the crowd of adventurers in the blink of an eye. However, Haruki heard it. He managed to grasp it by using his sense of hearing, which became somewhat more sensitive after leveling up. Immediately Karen hides behind him as he focuses on the voice. Blah blah blah. The man who equips a shield said something. Even though Haruki couldn't hear it, he clearly understood what they said. So, she is alive. Behind him, there were a large sword user and a bow user. As expected, they were curious. Is the girl who we abandoned truly dead? The culprits always come back to the crime scene, as they were not exceptions. They also did it. It was to make sure Karen was truly dead. If Karen was still alive, they might commit more crimes. Of course, it was not a crime to kill people who dive in the dungeon. But, like a chain problem, killing people would always cause the occurrence of bad situations. Hello everyone. As I had mentioned before, I'll take a break for few days. The next chapter will be on the 7th February. Anyway, even though it's 2 days earlier. Happy Chinese New Year XD. However, they showed themselves to intimidate Karen. It was only a circumstance, so their conduct was in the gray zone. The strong adventurers, who not only didn't risk their lives to protect her, a weak adventurer, but also sacrificed her to save their own life, probably couldn't continue their adventuring activities anymore. If it was regarded as a dangerous act, the Let's Be management might ban their accounts. That was why they tried to confirm it. If she was alive, they would turn her into monster bait again. If I'm not mistaken, Karen said they were active on the 9th floor. That meant they had the power to kill Haruki easily. What do they want to do? I'm really nervous. Do they possibly want to attack us here? Indeed it couldn't be. There were too many people, and the adventurers' countermeasure special police force would not stay silent. Haruki probably thought too much about it. They are also adventurers. There is a possibility that they came to investigate about Karen because they feel guilty. However, betraying Haruki's expectation, they arranged a formation while releasing killing intent. No way. They really had the intention, as it was too sudden. Haruki was trembling, but he regained his composure when he heard the breathing sound from behind. What an intense killing intent. Needless to say, it was confirmed quickly. The vanguard put his shield forward. Behind him, the bow user had already prepared his bow and arrow. They would be attacked by the shield user if they were dodging to the left, but the arrow would be fired if they moved to the other direction. Furthermore, even if they avoid those attacks, they couldn't ignore the large sword waiting behind. What should I do? If I try to avoid it, Karen will be the first one to die. But, is there a way to prevent their attacks? What should I do? Anyway, I need to observe first. After observing, we can use a gap in the formation to flee. However, Haruki's observation couldn't find any gaps. They closed in slowly. Yet they did not draw their weapons, as the police would notice them. That was why they would wait until the last minute to draw those out. Despite this, Haruki understood perfectly where the position of their weapons was, and how they would attack. This is probably their killing tactic. As he felt it, Haruki's spine trembled. Step, his foot moved. At that point, the shield user also moved for the same amount of distance. Once again, step, Haruki's foot moved. The shield user also moved. This is probably. He felt like he's seen a ray of hope thinner than a hair. In the next moment, the shield user tried to close the distance at once. Can I do it? Haruki moved his feet at the ray of hope. This battle formation is established by facing the enemy through a different right angle with the shield user as the apex. So, if I change the angle, the battle formation will produce some distortions. From those distortions, the gap to escape from this critical situation will appear. Haruki, believing this, stepped on the ground with all his might. However, shit, He is fast. Haruki's speed couldn't surpass the shield user's charge. It was an overwhelming capability. The light of hope that he saw was erased by his insufficient strength. The adventurers in the vicinity realized the unusual event, when an "ah" sound was heard. The shield user drew a long sword. Suddenly, the situation became worse. It was too late, even if Haruki moved with all of his might. As it seemed like the vanguard understood, he showed an ill-get-her-like smile. It was truly an indecent smile, like SHT. The sword behind his shield was stabbing at her abdomen. Before him, someone broke into the uproar. As that person broke in, the shield user was instantly thrown. Chapter end. Proofread on Asian Hobbyist by Fenring. Chapter 12. What is this all about? The height of the man who barged in before them was about equal to Haruki's, or even a little bit shorter. He wore a rugged blue armor. Nevertheless, that armor didn't obstruct his movement at all. Despite his quick movements, no sound could be heard. On his waist was a long sword, about 1 meter in length. A small shield, with Kawashima's logo KS engraved on it, was fixed on his left arm. Haruki remembered seeing that equipment. He saw it a few times on the official blog and yearned for it. It was the strongest equipment for the strongest man. He was the fixed #1 ranker on the Let's Be an Adventurer hero, Masatsugu-san. As soon as he said Masatsugu, the high-pitched ka sound began to rise from the surrounding adventurers. Karen, who was losing her strength behind him, also started to blush innocently when looking at Masatsugu. The normal Haruki would think, you, normie, go and meet a monster rampage. However, that kind of gloomy emotion didn't erupt since the man was Masatsugu. He had reached the unexplored 50th floor of the highest difficulty dungeon, Shinjuku Station, trained in various dungeons, and found many magic tools. Literally, he was a top ranker. All adventurers, regardless of gender, inevitably adored him. As for Haruki, his figure was like a stake that stuck deep on the ground. Even if he knew the location and nature of the attack, he still couldn't defeat it. That pressure caused him a little bit of breathing difficulty. Haruki probably couldn't measure Masatsugu's true ability. That was because he couldn't see Masatsugu's movements that seemed to touch him. When they intruded, Masatsugu was there when he blinked. That was the only thing that Haruki perceived. There was no room to observe him. Although Haruki only experienced a part of the top ranker's true strength, he was quite excited. But at the same time, it was mixed with dejection. I still can't reach the same stage as him. But even if I keep trying steadily, it's doubtful that I'll gain the same level of power as him. Even if a donkey goes on a trip, it can't become a horse. Masatsugu-san, those people were suddenly there. They are trying to accuse us. The large sword user shouted as he tried to overlap Haruki's words. It looked a bit like acting. He seemed like he was trying to make all people in the area into a supporter. Those people forced the monster rampage to us. We were almost dead. His acting skill is high. Haruki bit his lips. MPK isn't illegal, but it's still in the gray zone. It's classified as an evasion trick. He used the personality attack argument, which used MPK as a lie. Personality attack was used to drop the other party's trust. Even if Karen appealed by saying, "They were leaving me behind," it would be hard for audiences to believe it. No matter how we tell the truth, it will only deepen their doubt. It was due to the personality attack. However, if it was an MPK, there was room to consider the circumstance. Currently, they are attempting an assault. There was a punishment, but it was too light compared to their crime of throwing Karen to a monster rampage. Did they predict that someone will stop their attack from the start? If that's true, it means they are terrifying. There is no evidence for their MPK and desertion. There are large uncertainties. If it's like that, they can completely get away. I thought they are idiots, but it seems they can use their heads. Is it true? Masatsugu shifted his attention to Haruki. Why me? While Haruki startled, his whole body was trembling. I become like this just because I experienced a small part of his power. Haruki opened his mouth to stimulate his spirit. No, they met a monster rampage when they brought her to train in the dungeon. At that time, they used her as bait and run away. She must really admire him. As Karen, who was on his side, lightly shifted her attention to him, Haruki explained the rough story to Masatsugu. I see, that was truly a disaster. Masatsugu-san, do you believe that story? Whether I believe it or not. Masatsugu lowered his eyebrows and like he was amazed. All of you raised your weapons not to fight monsters but humans. At that point in time, You are guilty. An adventurer is a human weapon. A person couldn't be trusted as an adventurer if he tried to harm other humans. Relieved. Masatsugu wasn't deceived by their words and came to a reasonable judgment. Haruki let out a deep breath of relief. Is there something happening? Men with nice builds and complete defense armor rushed to Haruki and the others. They were probably members of the Adventure Countermeasure Special Police Force. No, there's no problem. Are you Masatsugu-san? Men's rough voices reverberated. As expected of a top ranker, he is also respected by the members of Special Police Force. At first, the policemen's bodies were clad in a peculiarly arrogant aura, but they began to snap to attention, due to nerves, like new adventurers. As soon as they discovered that the other party was Masatsugu-san, they were really easy to understand. However, it was good to have someone with public authority. After the police came, the progress was simple. Masatsugu explained the chain of incidents to them. That was about when Haruki and other three men argued until Masatsugu's mediation. It was a perfect lie. But the policemen also know that. Masatsugu told them while hinting it was a lie, but no one particularly raised a retort. Follow current novels on Novelb.com. If it was another adventurer, that person wouldn't be able to inflict penalties and would be pursued by the other party. But they held back as Masatsugu was the one who carried the responsibilities. The shield user had debts to Masatsugu. With this, it was appreciated if they didn't act unreasonable. But, by the way, what is your name, boy? Masatsugu suddenly asked Haruki after the policeman left. Haruki never thought his name would be asked. His body became stiff and sweat gushed out as he exhaled. My name is Karaboshi Haruki. In Let's Be, my username is Air. I see. Air-san seems to be surprisingly strong. Not at all, right? Is it sarcasm? No, it is flattery. Is he a type of person who said what he thought? Haruki tilted his head to the side as he couldn't understand Masatsugu's true intention. Yes, it's because even now you are trying to erase your presence. It's your habit to erase your presence due to long seclusion in a dungeon, right? Yes. It has become a habit. Hey, it is not. I am not a Chiyuni assassin. TLN. Chiyuni is the abbreviation of Chiyunibiu or the middle school second year syndrome. I don't have such a familial background. Even though he disagreed with it, he didn't have the courage to speak against the words from a great ranker like him. You have the thinnest presence among adventurers that I've met until now. It's truly an amazing technique. Thank you for that. It's amazing. It doesn't feel like praise at all. Moreover, you have good eyes. Masatsugu narrowed his eyes as if peering into the mask. The mask didn't have any holes. There were only eye-like patterns drawn on it. Even so, Haruki felt his eyes being perceived and that made it hard for him to breathe. By the way, Masatsugu's face approached him slightly. It may be better not to come to this district for a while. Is it due to ambushes? There is a possibility. So until then, I will look after them in one way or another. That, I can't bother Masatsugu-san to that extent. When you think about adventurers, everyone is a nuisance. Even so, I'm also included in that group. To be honest, at that moment, it was the first time that I saw contempt in the eyes of Masatsugu, who was a chivalrous man. Even if he had a hero-like aura, he still had human traits remaining. So, he also can make such face. Haruki was slightly interested in his noble image. However, it seemed that those who gazed at him didn't think so. Other people were frightened by Masatsugu's size. Anyway, I will pause my journey in Sapporo for a while. I understand. Then, can I leave them to you? Oh, leave them to me. He decided to leave those three adventurers to Masatsugu. Haruki couldn't do anything to them and was unable to finish this argument. If he tried, the result would become bloody if he did it poorly. In that case, it was the best to leave it to Masatsugu, who had both power and honor. He saw Masatsugu off while dragging the three adventurers. Haruki stopped Karen on the spot and hurriedly headed for the dungeon. If it is here, in the first step of the dungeon's entrance. He took out the skill board secretly and swiped quickly. Make it in time, make it in time. I found it. Haruki was looking for Masatsugu's status. If I can see it, I will not have to worry about my future skills preferences. He took out the skill board while thinking about it, but Kokono Masaji, 23, gender, male, skill points, 72, class, Emperor grade Holy Longsword and Shield Warrior, Divine Protection, God of War, Vitality, Stamina 12, Natural Recovery 7, Strength 11, Body manipulation 9, agility, quickness 13, dexterity 9, technique, armor proficiency, one-hand sword 8, holy sword 3, N, indented parts are subcategories, shield 8, light armor max, lightweight 3, intuition 3, detection 3, judgment 5, special, divine protection max. Wow, it's not helpful at all. First of all, what is divine protection? The god of war. It seems to have a tremendous effect from its name alone. This protection appearing was probably because of his special skill. When Haruki tried to display the explanation, Masatoga's skill tree disappeared from the screen. Apparently, he seemed to have gone out of range. As Haruki predicted, the technique tree is derived in its development process. But I don't know when it is. It is unnecessary for a skill to be maximized because the Holy Sword skill has developed even though the one-handed sword mastery is only 8. However, I don't know the requirements. It seems a bit difficult to imagine that anyone can use the Holy Sword if the one-handed sword mastery is raised to 8. So, it is absolutely safe to assume that there are several prerequisites. Oh, if only I could read the explanation. It was inevitable that he complained. Haruki, who was interrupted when analyzing the skill tree, returned to Karen's original position. It's better if you don't go to Chikaho for a while in the future. Why? Masatogu-san said that they might attack you again. Karen opened her eyes wide. It couldn't be helped if she was surprised. She was told not to enter the dungeon for a while, even though she was an adventurer. But it was from the top ranker Masatsugu. It was a highly enforceable instruction. She is so pitiful. I don't know what I should say. In front of Haruki, who still ponders his word choice, Karen's eyes shine with determination. Please take me to the dungeon. What? No, even with me, it's better not to enter Chikaho. I can also enter the dungeon if it is at Karaboshi-san's house, right? Yup. Wait a moment. Why do you know that there is a dungeon at my house? I haven't told anyone about my house dungeon yet. I also didn't say it to Kitora-san, who I shared my onions with. Karen isn't supposed to know about it. Karaboshi-san, didn't you say you were rare earlier? With those words, I confirmed it. Karaboshi-san is who wrote the I got a dungeon at home article. Even though he was nervous in front of a ranker, but to say words that exposed his personal identity. Haruki was greatly perplexed at his degree of stupidity. Whenever I have free time, I read every new article on the blog. Wow, in front of me now is my blog's reader. Even if she only contributed 1 PV, but my article's PV would only increase to 3 or 4 times every update. What a rare experience. I'm happy but also embarrassed. I do not know what this is. Then let's go immediately. No, wait. Even so, do you know that there is nothing that even if you come to my town? But, there is a dungeon, right? But, there is no Don Quijote, and not even Aeon. TLN, Don Quijote is a discount chain store in Japan. Aeon is a retail store in Japan. There is neither a game center nor karaoke. There are only houses, fields, and mountains. Brown bears go down to the village in the summer and devour the field's crops. Foxes come in winter and leave footprints in the snow. My town is only that kind of place. It is just the countryside without anything. However, it has a dungeon. As long as there's a dungeon, it is possible to adventure. As she touched Haruki's adventurous soul, he decided to respect her determination to visit his place. However, she is only 18 years old. Will it be okay for her to go away from her parents? He asked her as he became nervous. It's okay. She gave a short reply. Her voice was extremely cold. He felt a please don't ask me anymore like rejection. The stampede occurred 5 years ago. From that moment on, Japan changed a lot. It changed, twisted, distorted, and lost its parts. In the once peaceful Japan, adventurers who risked their lives were mass-produced. It is the manifestation of mankind's resistance against their current losses. Grandparents, parents, wife, husband, child, brother, sister, friend, lover, grandchild. Everyone was losing something. It was the same for Haruki. I'm sure, Karen too. He didn't intend to lick each other's wounds if he said something bad. Rather than doing that kind of thing, it's better to kill a large-size monster. Even if you only kill a large-size monster, it can reduce the possibility of someone losing an important person, even just 0.1%. It is because Haruki is an adventurer. It was because his occupation is an adventurer. Okay, Then let's go to the dungeon. Chapter End. Proofread for Asian Hobbyist by Fenring. Chapter 13. Published at 13th of February 2019, 10:04 and 37 seconds p.m. Chapter 13.1. Chapter 13. Let's guide her to the garage dungeon. Part 1. Hello everyone. Thank you for reading my translations. I just made the Patreon page a few days ago, and some of you must have realized the Patreon button to the right of this blog. The Patreon page is to support us in our translation process. If you like this novel and want to read some of early chapters before the release schedule, please become our patron. That's all from me. Enjoy the chapter. As they ventured to his house in K-Town, Garen's face changed to a "Hey, how far do we have to travel to the back regions?" Like expression. Sapporo is in the countryside if compared with Tokyo, but from the point of view of native rural people, it is an imitation. It's the modern countryside. She is surprised to this degree. My town is in the awesome countryside, Haruki hummed while driving his car. The emotion in his heart was either pride or pain. Wow, there really is a dungeon in the garage. Whether the garage dungeon was very unusual, Karen was thoroughly observed the dungeon's entrance. No. There is also an underground walking area dungeon in her city. It would not be surprising that it popped up in a garage. PN. This passage needs work. I think it indicates that Haruki expects Karen to be very surprised by the garage dungeon, but on second thought, she's too well read to have the reaction that he's envisioning. It's nice to have a dungeon near the house. Well, it is a great advantage to have it nearby. I can use my old commuting time to hunt. But if I'm not careful and think I can sleep in because there is no commuting time, I will, unfortunately, get in a bad state. Oh, yeah. Where is the material purchase store in this town? There is none. Huh? There is no such thing here. Karen's eyes gazed intently at Haruki and seemed to ask, "That's a lie, right?" Well, I thought that there should be a material purchase store in the area if there is a dungeon. It just popped up recently, so it might happen later. Could it be no weapon shop too? Don't ask while looking at me, because it makes me sad when I talk about this place's condition. I miss the time when I was shopping at Amazon. Anyway, do you want to look inside? Yes. Karen's equipment was a thin club that she put in her robe. Her shoes are ordinary sneakers. They didn't look like safety shoes at all. He became uneasy after looking at her too light clothes. However, it couldn't be helped since she was a beginner. To get decent equipment, it was necessary to have money and experience. Beginners didn't have either of them. However, Haruki frequently gazed at her equipment while thinking, "It is interesting." Her equipment is very interesting. First is the club. Its strength will not change even if it strikes off target, and it requires almost no maintenance compared to a blade-type weapon. It is the easiest to handle weapon type for a beginner. Nevertheless, there are only a few adventurers equipped with it. It is because after killing a monster, there is a need to dismantle its body. Monsters' materials are leather and nails, carapace and scales. They are mainly concentrated on the exterior. Read latest chapters at novemberrealbint.com only. When fighting with a club, it would cause some scratches on the valuable materials. Therefore, adventurers choose blade-type weapons from the beginning, not the easy-to-handle club. Karen was a kind of maniac adventurer. She would check around the official blog whenever she had leisure time. So, information was not her weakness. It means that the club which she chose is her weapon preference. The club is made by Iba. It is an entry model made by Haruma Industry, which is recognized as hard-to-handle equipment. Choosing a niche is also a good thing. In addition, her armor is a robe which has particularly low defense power among other types of armor. She abandoned efficiency and safety to follow her own sensibility. That's why it's fun. Haruki was attracted to her sense of choosing low defense armor. It was probably because Haruki dared to choose a dagger or knife as his main weapon. It could be called a unique sense of fellowship. Haruki passed through the ticket gate with Karen, while wearing his armor and carrying a bag. Do you know what kind of monster comes out here? It was a monster called House Centipede. Come to think of it, you've seen my blog. Haruki scratched the back of his head to cover up his shyness. Although it's not life-threatening, it can destroy your armor. So be careful. Yes. As soon as they went down to the dungeon and saw the first House Centipede, Karen's white face became blue. Haruki rapidly moved forward, but Karen didn't move. No. She couldn't move. What's wrong? House Centipede can only destroy armor. So, There's no need to worry about your life. No, my heart is in more danger than my life. Apparently, she is not good with insect-type monsters, eh? However, insect-type monster should have also appeared in Chikaho. Whatever, let's defeat it quickly. While I'm facing it, I'll let Karen hit it. She should have been leeching exp in Chikaho. So, she should be thirsty for exp. Let's give a lot of house centipedes' lives to Karen as a gift. Haruki, who had a good intention, pinned the house centipede down by stomping on its back. Because he had allocated points with the skill board, he could easily suppress the house centipede. It was resisting, but it had no chance to escape. Karen was frightened by house centipede's violent resistance. He thought it wasn't something to be surprised by. However, Haruki cut off the house centipede's antennae and turned his attention to Karen. Its weak point is the head, now attack it. Karen closed her distance and stroked its head with a stick repeatedly. She pulled her waist and kept on turning her eyes away. Look at the house centipede carefully. It is impossible. Or rather, how can you have such calmness? Eh? Do you not feel disgusted? Disgusted? Haruki tilted his head when listening to Karen's words. What on earth did this girl say? It is cute, right? Haruki, huh? Karen, the way its feet move or the way its body wiggles. Haruki, please stop. It's impossible for me. I'll die due of goosebumps. Even if you reject it that much. However, now I understand. There are some adventurers who react like this after looking at house centipedes. Adventurers who wrote about it on the wiki might have felt as disgusted as she is. But, that's a problem as an adventurer. Karen, will you turn away your eyes when another disgusting monster comes out? House centipedes might be fine because they don't have killing power, but the others are different. You close your eyes because it is disgusting. Do you want to die? Which one do you choose? An ordinary girl who turns her eyes away from disgusting things, or an adventurer who looks directly at reality? After listening to Haruki's words, Karen finally took a straight look at the house centipede's figure. Her face was still pale, and her lips trembled like saying he. Every time the house centipede moved. However, the light in her eyes was getting stronger. A dubious light could be seen, but well, she would be okay. As Haruki demanded, she struck the house centipede's head hard with the club, dozens of strikes. She was like Haruki when he fought the house centipede for the first time. It took a considerable amount of time before the house centipede died. At first, Haruki also could not penetrate the carapace. So, it was unavoidable that Karen as a beginner took her time to defeat the house centipede. When she defeated the house centipede, she experienced the level up sickness. Karen exhausted her power and fell to her knees. Haruki dismantled the house centipede while glancing at her appearance. Phew. Well, was level up sickness so bad? Karen held her mouth and groaned. Due to his rising strength, dismantling the house centipede became easier than before. The carapace was pulled apart pleasantly. Perhaps my current dismantling time is about half. It is wonderful to be able to shorten the dismantling time. With this, my fighting time with monsters will be even longer. Even though, I ended up fighting Monster Rampage, which is like a war. Well, how many years has Karaboshi-san been an adventurer? Well, it's from this year. What? Is it in the same period as me? It was probably because she acquired her license when she was just turned 18 years old this year. It was in the same period because Haruki also acquired it this year. Yeah, that's right. She shook her head repeatedly. It seemed to declare that she doesn't believe it. Did you practice martial arts before? No, I was in a track and field club when I was a student. But since then there is no activity that requires me to move my body actively. My physical strength during my school days was deprived by my job since I joined at the printing company. Such a job required me to do it in a closed room. Rather, my body becomes healthier because I mostly stayed in a room. I sleep when I want to sleep, and I get up when I want to get up. Then, why are you so strong? Even though I'm still weak. Well, Haruki unexpectedly turned his face away from those eyes which were filled with respect and self-blame. He couldn't puff up his chest with pride, because it was strength gained from a magic tool rather than effort. He couldn't directly take her gaze. You can get stronger if you defeat a lot of house centipedes. That's rig. She stopped her sentence. But that is a fact. Even Haruki became strong because of it. The monsters are all you can hunt. As my house is nearby, you can become strong if you defeat a lot of house centipedes. Karen smiled while brimming with power when she was told so. There was a faint ominous glimmer in her eyes. Well, I will do my best to annihilate them completely. No, you don't have to work that hard, right? If they are annihilated, I will lose my chance to see that valuable house centipede-chan. I feel relaxed just by looking at their feet. Haruki squeezed Karen's hand thoroughly because he felt it was very precious to be able to freely reach for monsters. Specifically, he was able to subjugate about 100 house centipede. Initially, it took about 5 minutes to subjugate it, but last time, I grew to the point that I could crack its carapace in 1 minute. Still, it may be dangerous for her to handle it alone. Haruki wouldn't fall behind even in a one-on-one. So, is this the difference between man and woman, or the difference between weapons? Surely it will be the difference between our love of house centipede. If it remains as it is, Karen may not be able to defeat the remaining 200 monsters and fight alone properly. I thought she could hunt at least 100 monsters. Based on his experience, Haruki predicted she would grow considerably after 100 monsters. But, apparently, the growth acceleration seemed to have raised Haruki's growth speed considerably. That please, a little break. Oh, yeah. Then, let's take a rest. Karen kept her forehead wet with sweat and sat on the floor while leaning against the wall. Because Haruki equated his physical strength with her, he completely forgot to take a break. From now on I have to pay attention to our difference in physical strength. Haruki reflected lightly and pulled out a canteen from his bag. But, it is amazing. She seemed too tired to hear Haruki's muttering at this time. As she felt feeble, she drank water from the canteen slowly. Despite being without breaks, Karen didn't raise complaints even once. She had enough determination. Haruki dismantled the house centipede he defeated. When turning his back on Karen, Haruki secretly took out the skill board. As she can make efforts this far, I will help her a little. First of all, I'll confirm her skills. Haruki, taking out the skill board, called up Karen's skill tree and read it. Proofread for Asian Hobbyist by Fenring. Chapter 14. Kurosaki Karen, 18, Gender, Female. Skill points, 6. Class, Hammer user. Vitality, Stamina 0. Natural recovery 0. Strength 0. Magic power 0. Magic compatibility 0. Magic manipulation 0. Agility, quickness 0. Dexterity 0. Technique, armor proficiency, blunt weapon 0. Light armor 0. Intuition, detection 0. Special, luck 0. There is a magic power on the list. At that moment, Haruki's body became hot with passion. It is the ability that all adventurers have waited for. I want to check what kind of power it is. Haruki was really thirsty for that knowledge. But, how should I ask her? There is no information about magic at present. That means she didn't publish it. Adventurers will surely swarm her as soon as she releases the information. She is definitely useful. She'd be treasured if she'd come in contact with a good team. However, if she'd come in contact with a bad team, they would only use her up and throw her away. It is the same as Haruki's skill board. Beginner adventurers don't have the power to negate that malice. The disadvantage of disclosing unknown information would easily surpass its merit. Haruki opened his mouth and sighed while pretending to be casual. Karen, can you use magic? Karen's back, which was in front of him, reacted excessively. Based on her reaction, it seems that she can use it. Why do you ask such a question? As expected, it was too straight. Karen asked while showing her fear. It is because you wear a robe and a club which are air equipment. So, I just think you look like a magical girl. Haruki. Well, it was a dress for magical girls. Karen. Is that so? Haruki. After listening to Haruki's stupid words, Karen's tension lessened. She giggled. Isn't magic often a reason for controversies on Let's Be? Since the dungeons first appeared? Because there are magic tools, we should be able to use magic. So, I think it's time for the information about how to use magic to spread. Haruki. Even if someone can use it, surely no one will make it public except for senior adventurers, right? Karen. Why? Haruki. Well, because it's dangerous. Karen. As expected, she fears that she might be crushed by others. So, her reason for asking those adventurers to help her level up was because she wanted to be able to hunt by herself in a quiet place without revealing her power. The existence of magic will be directly exposed if she uses it to hunt on a crowded floor. It will seem suspicious if I keep working on the house centipedes. Haruki quickly finished the dismantling. Meanwhile, he allocated her 4 skill points. Skill points, 062. Magic Power 01. Magic Compatibility 01. Magic Manipulation 01. He hesitated to allocate points to the status which could suddenly change her performance. I think it's better to do it on the rarely used magic attributes. This 1 point will do its job when she must use magic. After he allocated her points in magic attributes, the class on the skill board changed. Class: Hammer User, Spirit User. It's unexpectedly changeable. As expected, the class change depends on the skills developed. If the first is her forte, does the second represent her strength? For Haruki, it was sword. As for Elder Takenika, it was hammer. Masatsuga's class was Emperor Grade Holy Longsword and Shield Warrior, Shield Slasher. The first part is his forte, and the second part is not looking like his strength. So, magic comes from spirit. I thought it was from a demon. But would that make her a demon user? But I do not think that the skill board is included in that group. He'll allocate the remaining 1 point to luck. Half of the reason was his preference and the other half was a bet. Perhaps she is very lucky. She was saved by Haruki's arrival despite being left to face the monster rampage. Even when she was attacked by the shield user, she was able to escape the trouble because of Masatsuga's unexpected arrival. Or, it may be called Devil's Luck. As this status appears, it is no doubt that she has lucky karma. Special, Luck 01, Increasing Luck, Max 5 updated from novel by End.com. The meaning of the ability is not clear, but this skill will surely be useful. But, the skill's name being just luck makes me concerned. Why is it not good luck or devil's luck, but only luck? It is not written in the description about what kind of luck it is. It's very suspicious. There may be some elements that can turn it into evil or good depending on the condition. Well, it will not be bad luck at least. I do not think there is a disadvantage in the skill. Otherwise, muscles withering would be a normal occurrence even though I have allocated 1 point in strength. Indeed, I don't want it. I'll set aside the remaining 2 points just in case something happens in the future. There isn't too much prep time if something happens in the dungeon. When he rested, he felt a slight vibration that shouldn't be in the dungeon. Is it an earthquake? Apparently, Karen noticed it, too. Both of them looked at their vicinity in confusion. I feel something bad will happen. Is it because both of us became silent? Let's go out. I have a bad feeling. Haruki immediately proposed that when he felt more confident about his feeling. Karen agreed without hesitation. The vibration still continued. Besides, he heard a sound like something hard was crushed. Is it a monster rampage of house centipedes? Even though it is a monster with no killing power, it will be bad if it appears in large quantities. If you get involved you might also get trampled to death. Haruki's running speed increased when he imagined himself being trampled by house centipedes. The light from the surface came into sight. At that moment, a monster appeared to hinder Haruki's progress. It had a long body and 100 long feet. Its developed jaw could split a human body into two. Damn! It is a centipede. Haruki instantly pulled out his dagger. Centipedes are different from house centipedes. It is a monster that has a high killing power. In addition, it has a poison. Centipedes are supposed to appear on the lower floors. However, it is here. It was about 1 meter long. Its red head, connected to its black body, turned to Haruki. Centipedes develop their olfactory senses rather than their vision. So, it probably realized Haruki's presence from his smell. The centipede moved its foot to approach him. It's fast. Hello everyone. I'm sorry for the delay. As the last few days I'm sick and don't have energy to open my laptop and smartphone. Well, it's much better now, but the doctor said I still need to take a rest for another 2 days. So, I need to apologize that the next chapter would be delayed for few days. That's all for me. Enjoy the chapter. Its movements are keener and nimbler than those of house centipedes and killer rabbits. Although it was Haruki taking the initiative to strike, the centipede didn't respond to him. Karen, step back. The centipede reacted to the smell of Karen's sweat. Damn, are you an old man? He was joking to relieve the tension. Haruki advanced with all his might to cut its antennas. However, his blade didn't penetrate. Besides, the target was too hard. Even though the blade didn't pass, Haruki didn't get upset at all. He experienced it occasionally when he fought against house centipedes. So, it was within his calculations. Originally, a centipede is a monster that frequently appears in the middle-tier floors. An adventurer hunting on the 3rd or 4th floor is not an opponent who can inflict decent damage to it. Then, Why did it appear in a place like this? Haruki quickly came up with the answer without thinking. It is a rare monster. Karen, fall back as far as possible and watch the attacks from the rear. But it is a rare monster and it's aiming at you. So, fall back. Karen gasped when she heard the words, rare monster. Her face turned blue as she slowly fell back. A rare monster is a monster that rarely appears, as its name suggests. It is usually a different species but resembles the monster of that floor, a fox or a wolf if it is a dog, a leopard if it is a cat. It might be the result of mutations such as cancer or albinism in the monster's birth process. Even if monsters yearn for it, it is a nuisance to an adventurer's point of view, because the monster would be stronger than the boss depending on its type. He had cut it 3 times using a dagger, but he still couldn't inflict significant damage. Damn it. If I had skill points, I could increase my strength and technique. That was what he thought, but what could he do if there was none? Then, how can I cut it? The centipede's attack slightly grazed his body when he was deep in thought. No, I should stay focused. Observe, analyze, and clarify it. He pulled his thoughts back into the battle and increased his concentration. He observed, analyzed, clarified and predicted every movement of the centipede. Then, he analyzed, compared, tried, and improved his attacks. Due to his continuous attacks, the aggro of the centipede, which was trying to pass through Haruki's side, turned to him. At that moment, the difficulty of evading its attack increased. He evaded its jaw attack and cut its legs with his dagger. The blade that didn't leave a scratch before smoothly cut off its legs. After repeatedly self-analyzing and trying, his technique to stab the blade improved. Yeah, now, I can defeat the centipede. Until now, my attacks heavily depend on my strength. Of course, my previous dagger was broken easily. It was dangerous to be deep in thought while fighting. Haruki's body was attacked by its tail from his blind spot. Avad. Haruki rolled on the ground like a ball. My body is fine, and no bones are broken. He stood up instantly. However, ? The centipede had opened its big jaw above Haruki. It's fast and unavoidable. I can't escape. He pushed out his slightly bent dagger. It was just resisting slightly. In one go, it bit off and swallowed his arm. It was the future that he foresaw. At the same time as a shrieking cry was heard, the wind blew on Haruki's cheeks. At the next moment, he got a slight shock and heard a crushing sound. The centipede's head violently rocked sideways. While it was screaming, Haruki stabbed his dagger into the centipede's back, which had thinner armor. He used his kick to spin after he cut its throat. The centipede's legs were struggling and its body was twisting. It kicked Haruki many times, trying to restrict him. But, regardless of its attacks, Haruki stabbed the centipede with his dagger over and over. If I don't kill it quickly, the situation will be reversed. If that happens, I'll definitely die this time. Stab, pierce, cut, slash, rip, split, stab, 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 stab. No matter how many times he stroked his dagger, its head didn't break. He stomped it by using his soul. Kick, 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 stomp, 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 stomp. Haruki suddenly came to his senses when he felt pain in his throat. His rough breath made his throat dry. He realized the centipede didn't move even a twitch. Of course, the centipede's head was completely flat under Haruki's feet. Ha ha ha. His exhalation was like a laugh. Well, Haruki was laughing. It was not because he enjoyed it, but because he barely survived. To laugh in such situation. Did I lose some screws in my head? As expected, this time it was dangerous. I was able to survive by only a hair's breadth. Phew. He breathed out deeply to calm himself down. At that time, the inside of his body became violently hot. It was level up sickness. It was hard for Haruki to stand. He headed to the passage's corner with his footsteps unsteady to sit down. It seemed that in another place, Karen also experienced level up sickness. He squatted while holding his head. When his level up sickness subsided, Haruki went to dismantle the centipede. Its carapace is smaller but harder and heavier than the house centipedes. I'm experienced with house centipedes, but it's still not easy. The meat is too tough and the blade of my knife can't cut it the way I expected. Even with all of that, he forcibly tore off the carapace. The color of the meat was pink. It looked like a chicken's breast. But, a centipede has poison. So, he didn't have the courage to taste it. When he checked whether there were no more parts that could be torn off, He felt there was something hard in the centipede's stomach. Haruki deftly cut the stomach and looked inside. Then, jammed in the centipede's stomach, there was something like a small pouch. This is a magic bag, isn't it? There was an article about magic tools obtained after defeating monsters on the Let's Be blog. However, for this kind of item to be dropped, he pinched and pulled its string. It was a bag in an eclipse shape. It looks like a magic bag. What should I do? Haruki, burp. Karen felt sick and hold her mouth. It seems it can be used if I wash it. Up. The smell is yup. It seems there is none. Exclamation mark. Karen, whose face turned blue while crying, gazed at Haruki intensely. Let's talk about the pouch later. Chapter end. Proofread for Asian Hobbyist by Fenring. Chapter 15. Hello everyone, I'm back. Question mark. I'm sorry for the delay. Now, I have recovered and will continue the translation. Anyway, enjoy the chapter. It was past noon when he left the dungeon while holding carapaces of the house centipedes and the centipede. The evening sun settled slowly to the other side of the field, dyeing everything red. Even the transparent air looked somewhat reddened. Wow, it looks nice. Karen passionately watched the scene. Haruki was unimpressed. If you look at the same scenery every day, you will not be impressed that much anymore. He might have been impressed if there were steak and snacks here. Impression also depended on the environment. But, such a thing didn't matter. Haruki turned his attention to a small prefab located in a corner of the field. What is that? When he came back from Chikaho, there was no such prefab. Perhaps it was brought while I was in the dungeon. The prefab's type is often seen in construction sites. It is just a substitute used to withstand wind and rain, and not a comfortable place. Who the heck did bring such a thing to this place? Haruki felt curious and quietly approached it. He looked at the signboard on its entrance. Mitsubishi Weapon Dealer and Material Purchase Station K-Town Branch. It is a branch shop of Mitsubishi. I was sure they would build it someday, but it never came to my mind that they would open the shop within a week of the dungeon's appearance. In the normal case, they would do a preliminary investigation about the supply and demand conditions before opening up the store after the marketing. Otherwise, their store, especially in a remote place like this, would collapse soon due to lack of profit. But, regardless of the reason, it is very appreciated for them to open both an arms dealer and a material purchase station in this town. Without thinking too long, Haruki brought the carapaces of house centipedes and centipede to the store. The shop interior feels like a wake. TLN, wake, or Otsuya, is a social gathering associated with death, usually held before a funeral. No, it seems like a wake ceremonious venue, though Haruki. There were only a counter and a chair in the shop. On the chair, there was a woman who hummed like she was in sorrow. La 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 la. The red-haired woman with swollen eyes was the armor dealership's clerk in Sapporo. Welcome, please look around as you please, even though we have nothing to see in this shop. He knew she had a beautiful face, but it had no expression, and she addressed him while muttering. What do you mean me to see? As Haruki's face twitched, he said, You worked at a shop in Sapporo, right? She turned her dead eyes to Haruki. Then, why should I come to this place? TLN, the first part is crying SFX. She suddenly started to beat the counter while crying some huge tears. This is bad. This is extremely bad. I should retreat immediately. He turned around while thinking like that. Please wait. There is a girl crying in front of you, so please wait. Grasp. His shoulder was caught. He felt a ferocious aura from his back. Her eyes were like those of a drunken person. She is really influenced by sake. For them to throw me into this kind of place when I have struggled with all my might for the company and did various things for customers, don't you think it's cruel? You think so too, right? You are, TLN. Crying SFX. My performance has improved compared to the previous year, even though I really did my best. Just because I bought materials without permission in the material purchase station, isn't it too cruel? I see. So, you are demoted. No, I don't want to remember that word. Apparently, he hit the mark. You are She started to brawl again. Her tears completely drenched his back. Haruki took a sigh and turned back. Can you purchase them? I can. Of course. I can. Even though I was thrown away to this remote place, I still have the ability to do it. Why does she pick a fight with me? Somewhat troubled, Haruki gave up and handed them over. I'm a customer, right? Yes. Welcome. So, should I purchase them? like a tap that was closed. Her tears suddenly stopped flowing. This woman, she doesn't even pretend to be friendly like last time. However, Haruki was also using a rough tone from the beginning as he knew her true nature. House centipede's material, and wow, is this a centipede's? Wait a moment. Because now there was a work in front of her. She moved swiftly and not sloppy like before. She took a disposable glove from the counter's drawer and wore it. She put materials on the counter and examined their minute details using a magnifying glass. Nod. There are 96 house centipedes, and because there is no scratch, it will be 1,000 yen per carapace. Oh, it is worth to aim at their heads so as not to scratch their carapace as much as possible. As for the centipedes, do you truly want to sell it? Is there a problem? The armor made by using centipede's carapace is better than your current armor. Because it was her words, he guessed it was better to handle it that way. However, Haruki shook his head. I choose to sell it. Why? I just barely survived that battle. I'm sure I will not be able to master the equipment as it won't approve of me. TLN. Equipment made by using monsters' material can choose its master. You can't equip it if you don't have enough power. If I want to use Centipede's carapace armor, I have to raise my level further. Well, then I'll leave 2 carapaces and then buy the rest. Huh? You better keep them. You might not able to make the equipment because there are some cases in which materials can't be obtained in the future. I see. He accepted her proposal. She showed how excellent she is by naturally giving the right proposal like that. As for why she came to this kind of place, it was probably because of her ability. Without thinking of the opponent's pride or territory, she can bluntly step in to do the right thing. No matter how much you stand on the side of justice, you will be confused if you can't honor your opponent. Therefore, the company that just got information about the newly appeared dungeon politely sent her. She must have been told, well, you are an excellent employee, so, I'm sure you can work in a remote area, right? Well, it is possible. To be honest, she just reaped what she sowed. However, the store of a big company in the adventure industry usually don't like areas with unpredictable sales. So, let's accept and use her misery with gratitude this time. 8 centipedes carapaces are 40,000 yen. If combined with house centipedes, the total is 138,000 yen. Is it okay? Again. Please set the distribution to 50 hours 50 minutes this time. Haruki. Roger that. Again. Wait a minute. Karen. When everything was decided, Karen, who had been quiet, all of a sudden interrupted them. Karaboshi-san should take more than me. It was Karen who killed those house centipedes this time, and I was only there as the coach. I can hunt those house centipedes. Thanks to Karaboshi-san, I couldn't fight them by myself. This is troublesome, thought Haruki. Even though this is a party, it should be fine for her to silently receive 50% of it regardless of the excess portion. Of course, he could understand Karen's words. If you don't do it precisely, it will cause problems in the future. However, it was troublesome. So, how do you want to settle it? The setting sun is too hot. Could you make it fast? Again, the red-haired clerk fanned her face with her hand. Shut your mouth. She became really rude. But, she looks more natural than when she pretends to be friendly. And it's good because she seems interesting. Haruki leaked a bitter smile to the clerk's too unreserved attitude. Please accept half of today's earning, and I'll listen to Karen's story instead. Is that okay? Okay. It seemed that she immediately knew what Haruki meant by story. As her face became tense, her jaw opened slightly. When they came to an agreement, 69,000 yen was transferred into Haruki's card. I want you to appraise something. Is it okay? There are a simple appraisal and detailed appraisal. Which one will you choose? What is the difference? Haruki tilted his head. Of course, Haruki understood the difference between simple and detailed. What he would like to know was the extent to which each appraisal could be done, the price, etc. In fact, the clerk knew that. She raised her beautiful black eyes to the upper right and said, well, I will be the one doing the simple appraisal. It will take 1 minute and cost 1,000 yen. As for the detailed appraisal, it will be done by an inspection machine and an appraiser from headquarters. The appraisal time depends on the request, but it may take 1 month. The price is 100,000 yen. 100,000? Of course, the detailed appraisal will be done personally by the appraiser from Mitsubishi's headquarters. I see. Haruki nodded silently. There is without exception one appraiser in every large company shop that sells goods in the dungeon. Appraisers are people who gain their power through enlightenment or those who get an item with appraisal skills from a dungeon. On Let's Be some say that is certain Nakajima-sensei acquired that kind of ability in a dungeon. Appraisal is a rare skill and there is a cost to transport the item to the headquarters, so it can't be helped if they charge 100,000 yen. Rather, it's cheap if it costs only 100,000 yen. However, if this is a magic bag, it should be distinguishable even without a detailed appraisal. Then, I'll take the simple appraisal please. Haruki took out the pouch which he found in the centipede's stomach from his bag. Of course, it had been lightly rinsed by using water from his canteen. Even though it was somewhat wet, it was not as awful as when it was taken out of the stomach. Burp. However, Karen felt nauseous when she recalled its source. It is a pouch-shaped magic tool. Could you lend it to me for a while? When she received it, the clerk looked at the pouch from various angles while humming. She opened the cover and put her hand in. Then, smooth. Wow, even her shoulder could go inside the bag. Congratulations, this without a doubt is a magic bag. Its opening is small, so you can only insert items with a diameter of 20 centimeters. But, you can use it in various ways as its size is as big as a school's classroom. By the way, do you intend to sell it? Sorry, but selling it is. I will buy it for 100 million yen. What? Haruki surprised when he suddenly heard the amount of money offered. Karen choked next to him. You don't need to be surprised. Just by having this item, you can easily carry many small items and make huge profits from the current stupidly high transportation cost. Certainly. If I have this item, I'll not suffer from transportation cost and I'll benefit from various aspects. Even if I invest 100 million yen, I'll definitely gain it back. 100 million is attractive, but we will keep it as we will use it from now on. Well, I guess that's better. There's no way to have too much space when preparing emergency stocks for what-if situations. Oh, I understand. However, for such an outrageous thing to suddenly appear. This is probably because I allocated a point to Karen's luck. It was due to her devil luck that we still survived even after encountering a strong rare monster. And it was due to her good luck that we've gained a rare item from the monster. She must have pulled both lucks. Nevertheless, I don't have the desire to allocate more points to luck. If I increase it to maximum, it seems we would meet the centipede on the first floor every day. Haruki left the store and returned home with Karen. Oh. Is this your house, Karaboshi-san? Wow, is there something unusual that makes Karen admire this ordinary two-storied house? There is a solar panel. Oh, it is because I can't use electricity freely without it. After the stampede, the electricity price has risen, and moreover, households have been constantly subject to electric power restrictions. It is enough for the minimum standard livelihood, but it is necessary to install a private power generator if you really need to use a PC. The solar panel was installed in Haruki's house before the stampede. As the price of raw materials soared after the stampede, it became valuable equipment that can't be obtained by common people. During that confused time after the stampede, many panels were stolen. Thanks to that, Haruki had to strengthen his house security so that the panel would not be stolen. Haruki let Karen sit in the living room while he prepared some water. Water was pumped up from a well in the garden. After he presented the water, he fixedly looked at Karen's reaction who tried it. Gulp, gulp. It seemed she liked it. She drank the glass of water with tears in her eyes. Well, water purification facilities are unable to catch up with the demand for tap water due to a lack of manpower, materials, and electricity. If compared to the time before the dungeon's appearance, the current tap water's quality is quite low. There are some areas where tap water can't be drunk directly. I think well water also could not be drunk directly. There are a couple safe-to-drink wells. It mainly depends on the depth and region of the well. https://www.epa.gov/private wells for more info. Only after new experiences can I see how blessed my environment is. At the same time, I don't get why no one used well water before, even though it's easy to obtain fresh water from it. But you still can't drink it directly. Depending on the well. Well then, let's talk. Karen's expression that wanted to ask for a refill became tense. For some reason, The centipede was hit by something when it wanted to bite Haruki. He knew that something struck it, but it wasn't a physical attack. Haruki's size couldn't catch anything. If so, there was only one possibility. You can use magic, right? Yes, it was Karen's magic which attacked the centipede. Although I allocated those points with any chance in mind, I didn't think that chance would come this soon. It was quite a quick flag recovery. Please don't tell anyone. I know it isn't interesting if you suffer some danger when it's spread. Interesting? We as adventurers want to enjoy the adventure as much as possible, right? Are you a game mind? Perhaps. I am. Chuckled. Karen chuckled because of Haruki's answer. As it sounded funny and embarrassing, Haruki covered it by pretending to drink. But, thud, something was in the way. I'm still wearing the mask. It is good that I don't feel anything as it doesn't disturb my sight and breath. It's not good if I keep forgetting that I'm wearing it. Karen, who could no longer hold back when she saw Haruki's small mistake, chuckled again. In that dungeon, there are no other adventurers beside us. Therefore, it's okay to use magic as you please. If your attack proficiency increases, you can break away even if you fall into a situation like that again. I see. Are you going to use magic on tomorrow's adventure? Is it better to use it? Karen upturned her eyes like she was asking about Haruki's mood. You should do as you like. I understand. I think I will use it tomorrow. Karen moved her eyes up and down to hide her determination. Can I ask you something else? Yes, please. What sense do you use for magic? Do you feel it when your mana decreases? I don't know whether it is mana or not, but I feel fatigue was collected in my body. In your body? Yes, it is different from both mental and physical fatigue. It makes me feel like I don't want to move for a while. I can't understand it at all. How did you become able to use magic? I don't know. I got a feeling that I can use it. When I tried to hunt in a dungeon, it came out from the tip of my weapon as I tested it by building it up. From your weapon? Yes. Is it due to club-type equipment? Yes. This weapon can channel magic better. I see. It seems that she releases magic spawned from her body after gathering it up on her weapon. Perhaps she was enlightened. However, it seems I can't use her story as a reference. By the way, can you demonstrate the magic now? Actually, it is hard to use magic outside the dungeon. Karen's expression became listless at Haruki's question. It seems like the dungeon is her magic's source. It was similar to Haruki's circumstance, but it caused her fighting power to fall in her case. It made her unable to resist people with bad intentions outside the dungeon. It is probably the reason that information about magic doesn't spread at all. You may be able to use magic outside dungeon normally if you raise your level. I hope so. A heavy silence fell between the two of them. Is that all you want to ask? That's all. For now, I have nothing more to ask. Haruki raised her jaw slightly. There is something that I haven't asked. Yes. Karen straightened up her back when she heard Haruki's words. Where are you going to stay today? It is here. What? Here. The source of this content November L/N number. There is an unused room, right? There is, but, well, I'll stay over. Karen's pressure strength overwhelmed Haruki. No, the other party is a girl while you are an old man, right? Why do you keep refusing? Is there something I shouldn't see? There's not such a thing. Yup, there is nothing like that, right? Nothing, definitely nothing. That's okay. Even if the walls of Karaboshi-san's room decorated with a large number of masks, I'll act as if I didn't see anything. Wait a minute, what the heck do you think of me? A mask maniac? Absolutely no. I equip it to increase my defense and presence. It's definitely not because I like the mask. Karen, you are a young girl, so it's better if you stay in a hotel. This house with a dungeon around the corner is better. But I am an adventurer. Well, what's wrong with this girl? She is as stubborn as before she got into the car. Haruki let out a small sigh. Anyway, I will introduce a 5,000 yen a night accommodation to you. So, please stay over there. You. Karen chewed her lips. She might have done it to increase her persuasion to Haruki. It was unusual to ask a person of the opposite sex who she knew only since yesterday to sleep over. In addition, Karen was 18 years old. On the other hand, Haruki was 27 years old. If a girl entered and left the house of Haruki who has lived alone until now, without a doubt, it would be noticeable, in a bad way. Haruki removed the mask and opened his mouth to drink water. Karen, do you know where you are right now? In Karaboshi-san's house. That is not wrong, but you only get 50 points. In addition, This is in front of a dungeon. If a stampede happens, this house would be the first target. Ugh. It seemed she finally realized it after Haruki said it. How dangerous this place was. It might be unavoidable as Karen had accumulated her frustration for not being able to hunt properly in Sapporo's Chikaho. But it was not good to forget that the dungeon is the habitat of monsters that eat and kill humans, and its location is in front of Haruki's house. I'm the only adventurer in this town. If a stampede happens and the house is attacked when you are sleeping, who will help the people in the town? But is Karaboshi-san not living here alone? It's necessary to have a guard, right? Haruki smiled wryly to Karen's feminine objections. It is an adventurer's responsibility to help the ordinary. If there are two adventurers, one can watch the entrance and the other can prepare for an emergency in a safe place. So, Karen, as an adventurer, please stay at a hotel in the town while thinking of it as a job. I understand. Karen reluctantly nodded to Haruki's persuasion. Of course, Haruki's words were just for persuasion. There was only one adventurer in town, but there was an organized self-defense group, too. It was not necessary for Haruki to do it alone. His reasoning was close to lying as he was scared to let an 18-year-old girl stay after all. In the countryside, rumors spread quickly. Once a strange rumor is created, some people would spread and embellish it before you know it. It would make you get into trouble easily. Just being a suspect can cause a man to, socially, die. You need to be ready for combat at all times. I feel bad for Karen, but to protect myself, please give up on living together. I'll allocate some extra for the hotel's fee. Chapter end. Proofread for Asian Hobbyist by Fenring. Chapter 16. Chapter 16.1. Gang force travel across the dungeon with full power. 132nd floor wisdom. 128 name. Nameless frontline challenger. Is it bright in Chikaho? 129 name. Nameless frontline challenger. Is it a festival? 130 name. Nameless frontline challenger. Did the first boss subjugation complete? 131 name. Nameless frontline challenger. If I'm not mistaken, Masatsugu is in that expedition. 132 name. Nameless frontline challenger. Oh tilde, I see. Well, his way of thinking is weird. 133 name. Nameless frontline challenger. Did he go to Hokkaido by boat? 134 name. Nameless frontline challenger. Idiot, you are wrong. He peddled a swan boat. No matter what kind of materials the ore was made, he would definitely break it. 135 name. Nameless frontline challenger. That's weird. Did Masatsugu-san do it? 136 name. Nameless frontline challenger. 135 flag is prohibited. It was probably Masatsugu-san. 137 name. Masatsugu. Hello everyone. What I need to consider is its mobility and sharp claws. Haruki drew out his dagger and took a stance. He responded to the raccoon's attack. He dodged and counterattacked it. The counterattack technique which he learned from Killer Rabbit's couldn't strike the raccoon. It's quick. Its mobility is higher than the Killer Rabbit's. But that doesn't mean I can't catch it. Haruki was surprised by the raccoon's mobility. However, he understood that his physical abilities were higher than theirs were after he analyzed them in action. He, without a doubt, could kill it if his step was a little bit deeper when he counterattacked. Concentrated, observed, and reacted. He avoided it, rolling over. Immediately, he slashed his dagger. The blade slid on the raccoon's body. Yeah, I hit it. However, the raccoon was still alive. His blade only grazed it and didn't take its life. Without reducing his concentration, he started his second attack, third attack, and so on. By the time the raccoon died, Haruki was able to synchronize his movements with his opponent. It was right to pay attention to not only its claw but also its mobility. One monster is not a problem for Haruki. He still had some leeway. Updated from Novelbin. Should I go back to the first floor? After thinking for a while, Haruki chose to continue to hunt some small raccoons. Now, I'm alone. This felt like walking on thin ice. I should choose a reliable method. After subjugating 100 raccoons, he suffered level up sickness 6 times. After Haruki got used to the raccoon's movements, he had almost no problems facing other black raccoons. Feeling no more danger, Haruki went to the 4th floor. His bag was full of raccoon meat. Today, he'll cook raccoon soup. Even if a vagabond character appeared with his Hosoin-style spearmanship, he would still eat his first raccoon soup. TLN, Vagabond is a manga and anime series. Of course, if I could copy the Hosoin style spearmanship, I might be a little bit stronger. Even though my main weapon is a dagger, I look forward to today's dinner. While he thought about it, he went to the next floor's stairs. In a wide hall, he discovered a big raccoon ensconced. It finally appears. It was definitely this floor's boss monster. This was Haruki's first time to meet a boss since he became an adventurer. It's twice the size of a normal black raccoon. It's around 1.2 meters long. Its body size is like a first or 2 ND grade elementary school student. However, its ability is different than that of an elementary student. If it is going all out, its strength is enough to rip a person apart. It seems it doesn't have followers. He had enough expectations that an attack would come when he saw the boss. After checking his weapon, he let out a strong small sigh. At that moment, he held his breath. He got close instantly and slashed his dagger down. However, the raccoon reacted before it happened. It caught Haruki's attack with its sharp claw. Good. This is really good. If it were a normal black raccoon, it would have been killed in one slash. But it can stop my attack. His back trembled at this new thrill. From the tip of his icy finger to the tip of his cold toe, he instantly became hot. It kept reacting when he tried to slash it many times. Not only that, it ceased evading and tried to counterattack. It circled him and attacked from behind. However, it was shallow. Haruki was successfully draining its energy. Feeling very happy, he laughed unconsciously. Its movement, strength, and speed. Every single thing was burned into Haruki's eyes. There was nothing that he didn't see and taste. This is wonderful because this is not someone else's experience, but my own. Ha, ha ha. He laughed while taking a breath. As he was enjoying it too much, he received some grazes. That's dangerous. I should concentrate. He erased his smile and concentrated. Collecting his consciousness, he made himself focus. He noted his opponent's muscle movement in minute. 0.1 seconds of observation. My opponent isn't just a beast. It has consciousness, aim, target, and killing intent. After he captured everything, Haruki predicted its next movement. He directly took it if he thought it was a good move. It's not like this and not like that. After augmenting, he moved his body according to his theory. There's only one way to move my muscles as our strength gap decreases. It happens quickly. I can move more than this. His body, which adopted the boss's movements, developed in an interesting way. Because Haruki felt too happy, he stopped his movement unconsciously. He needed to cross-blade with its claw around 10 to 20 times. After that, he finally saw how the boss moved. Next, the boss will probably move like this. Haruki was able to make a little cut. He used the counterattack trick which he learned from Killer Rabbit. When he pretended to cross weapons with it, he slowed his movement down by 1 beat. Its claw passed Haruki's side easily. Haruki's dagger, which was late, silently penetrated the boss's skin. Jaya didn't know whether it was shrill or hoarse. The boss's scream echoed in the hall. It is talking. Until now, he has met few monsters seemingly to be able to talk, but he never saw them let out a sound. Does it mean having a vocal cord is proof of strength? The raccoon changed its attack method from claw strikes to tackling Haruki. Haruki was a little bit surprised, but he still could predict its movement from its muscles. The boss smashed the wall as Haruki dodged the tackle. It caused a big sound and impact that showed their difference in strength clearly. I understand. It will get stronger as it is cornered. However, what Haruki should do didn't change. He stroked his dagger as he dodged its tackle. The raccoon boss's life energy ran out after receiving 20 new lacerations from Haruki. Haha. His breath was hot and his throat was dry. How long did I fight? My body is drenched with sweat. After defeating the boss, he felt level up sickness. At the same time, all dungeon walls flashed lightly. That change was like an optical illusion which congratulated Haruki. Oh tilde. Is this the sign of the first boss kill? It was the dungeon emission which was often written of on the Let's Be BBS. It was a phenomenon that happened after killing the boss. Of course, it doesn't happen every time the same boss is subjugated. It only happens when it was killed in that dungeon for the first time. Furthermore, there is an additional little reward for the boss's first kill. It was like a game or a raffle easy as sent. It attracted adventurers to compete to enter the dungeon's dangerous area, and it would turn frail adventurers to its prey. A lot of adventurers who were attracted to get the boss's first kill lost their lives. They are models of bad adventurers who lost their lives due to greed. Of course, It's not a bad joke. Now, Haruki, who was curious about the boss's reward, was surprised. The body of the boss which he just killed sunk in the dungeon floor. It seemed like the dungeon ate it. Is this the boss special phenomenon? I'll check it later. He felt a loss as he wanted to dismantle the raccoon boss's corpse. At the place where the boss fell appeared a black raccoon's big claw and something like a black rugged stone. The raccoon's claw was probably from the boss. That means this is the reward for killing the boss. This black stone-like item must be the first kill bonus. When he held it, he felt it was a little bit heavy. As he tried to smash it lightly, he could hear a normal vibration. Is it iron? It is probably an iron. I'll bring it to be appraised later. After Haruki put the boss drop item in his bag, he went to the 4th floor. Proofread for Asian Hobbyist by Fenring. Chapter 17. He still had some stamina, but it was already 3 p.m. when he checked his watch. I've already reached this point, so it's better if I try to see how far I can go. I'll run away if I feel that it's too dangerous. After activating the gate, he explored the 4th floor. Oh, I better check the skill board before I go. He retrieved the skill board and checked it. Karaboshi Haruki, 27, gender, male. Skill points, 1. Yup, as I expected, the skill point value doesn't increase. Before he expected, he'll probably gain a skill point after subjugating the boss. But it didn't happen. Now, I have confirmed some things with the skill board. 1. A skill point can be obtained with every increase in the personal record of the highest floor reached in any dungeon. But the record is shared for all dungeons. 2. A skill point can be obtained after killing a rare monster, probably 1 point for one species. 3. Skill points can't be obtained even after killing a boss. 4. Skill points can't be obtained even after killing small fries. 5. Skills can grow naturally without skill point allocation. It's more or less like this. The requirements to gain skill points are quite strict. However, the effect of one skill point is very large. Skills, which can grow naturally, have a high growth speed. Therefore, it's reasonable if the requirements to earn those points are strict. Haruki, who briefly checked his skills, stopped his eyes in the technique section. Technique: armor proficiency, 1. Hand sword 1, throwing 0, light armor 0, stealth 0, imitating 0. New. There was no imitating skill before, so it just appeared. Of course, Haruki often imitated his opponent's movements in his battles until now. It was because his technical fighting skill was low. Furthermore, he was lacking experience. Because Haruki imitated his opponent's movements skillfully, he could cover his lack of technique and experience. It was probably released by Haruki's skill tree so he could increase his imitating skill. I didn't expect to receive an imitating skill. However, it's similar to what I imagined. A new skill will appear as soon as I have enough proficiency. Should I increase it or not? His body somehow trembled before his new skill. I want to increase it, but I will only earn a small benefit if I increase it now. The imitating skill can be increased by frequent practice. It's more efficient if I increase it after it grows a little. When he went to the 4th floor, the color at the wall and ceiling changed a little. Until the 3rd floor, it was dark brown. On the 4th floor, it was dark green. In the deeper area, its green color turned into a spot pattern. How can it be this beautiful? Haruki was mesmerized by the color at the walls. How many percents are the kmike? The thought, its plate making seems difficult, came to his mind because of his occupational disease. Oh my god, I have resigned. Going through that passage, a plant suddenly grew from the ground. It was similar to the onion monsters on the 2nd floor. However, its leaves seemed different. Its stems were thick and it had many leaves. From the top of its thickest middle stem, there was a pink, almost white, flower blooming. This plant, I feel like I have seen it before, but where? Suddenly, the plant moved while he was still thinking. It didn't move like the onion monsters. It, especially the one with the thickest stem, moved its leaves as it turned towards Haruki. I have a bad feeling. Slip. Haruki's feet slipped and made him fall on his waist. 5 meters from there, whoosh, while the plant moved, it lifted something round up. The tip suddenly. That is a fixed turret. From its tip, Haruki felt something aiming at him. The speed of those fired objects was almost equal to his sight. So, it was not a problem for him to evade, as long as he knew its timing and whence it came. However, because he was still in the passage, Should I approach it? Haruki slowly closed his gap with them while avoiding its shots. He was slowly getting used to those incoming bullets. Speed. Even that difference was only as thin as paper. Once he reached the 1 meter distance, he surely won't be able to avoid it. For now, Haruki tried to find some cover. The distance is about 5 meters. The moment he moved away, it suddenly stopped its attack, unable to detect him. Can it not attack because it ran out of bullets? It seems like I can win if their bullet stocks depleted after its wild shooting. The gaze of Haruki, who was trying to appraise it, suddenly stopped on a bullet which fell and embedded itself in the ground. This is a potato. When he held and examined it, that's right, those bullets are potatoes. It is a potato monster. I see. Now, I know where I have seen it. Of course, I feel I have seen it before. I planted it in my kitchen garden a few years ago. Haruki's body suddenly became excited. To be able to harvest potatoes and onions, what a wonderful dungeon this is. Haruki excitedly faced the potato plant's threat. The potato monster was intermittently firing some potatoes. However, its bullets were depleted after shooting 40 potatoes. No matter how close he was, there was no sign it would shot another potato. Updated from novel by N.com. The plant without potatoes dangled helplessly. Maybe the attacks it carried out shaved its life. What a monster. However, I don't have other business with you, you who lost your potatoes. Flash, brandishing his dagger, Haruki heartlessly detached the plant from the ground. A monster for 40 potatoes. It's wonderful. It's a truly wonderful monster. Is the purpose of the magic bag was dropped to harvest potatoes? There is no way it's like that. But it's the most suitable option for carrying potatoes. SHT. If I knew that it would have been like this, I would have borrowed it from Karen. Next time, I'll bring Karen here. After deciding this, Haruki excitedly harvested potatoes. Wrong, continued his hunt. I might be able to eat curry rice, Japanese curry, when I finished this dungeon. He continued while holding that dream. The 4th floor boss is a big potato plant. By using its 3 large nozzles cleverly, it shoots a large number of potatoes. What fearsome fixed turrets. As a result, Haruki couldn't get close. Haruki silently cried as he looked at those potato attacks which he evaded, badly smashing into the wall. Moreover, it was impossible to harvest those potatoes as it grew in a straight line passage. As I expected, this boss will deplete its bullets, too. After shooting a total 100 potatoes, the plant dangling its neck like it was giving up. Those potatoes were very strong. A small graze could rip and numb his body. On the contrary, it would also feel the same way when it ran out of bullets. Haruki mercilessly uprooted the boss from the ground. Isn't it too weak? Haruki tilted his head. The potato monster was not a weak monster. If Haruki received its bullets, he would get a life-threatening injury. It seemed weak because he knew the right way to subjugate it. If it had unlimited bullets, Haruki would definitely experience a much harder fight. The dungeon blinked as it congratulated this first boss kill. The dropped items this time are a vase and 10 strange hard potatoes. The vase was like porcelain, but its pattern was not typical Japanese. If you asked Haruki where the pattern came from, he wouldn't be able to tell you. Never seen it before. It's probably the dungeon's characteristic design. I'll bring it to the shop to be appraised. Next, those are some strange hard potatoes. What exactly is this? It felt like a stone when he holds it in his hand. He tried to cut it using his dismantling knife, but it didn't leave a scratch. Is this a stone? But why does it look like a potato? It seems like a magic tool, but I don't understand how to use it at all. Well, whatever. I'll learn something after it is appraised. For now, Haruki puts those potatoes into the vase before he puts it in his bag. Now, it's 4:45. He went back by activating the 5th floor gate. He was curious about the 5th floor monster. But the pattern of the monster's strength being powerful, weak, powerful, weak repeatedly appeared on the previous floors until now. According to this cycle, the next type of monster is strong. Well, it's not too late to hunt on the 5th floor after I prepare everything. Are you there? Of course. Is it not okay? When he went to the prefab store, the shop clerk rang her counter's bell. As the only adventurers challenging the dungeon were Haruki and Karen, the store seemed empty and horrific. Or was it because she still thought about herself as thrown away to this place? I want to sell materials and appraise dropped items. please. Do you know this is near to the closing hour? She seemed to lose her motivation after being thrown to a remote countryside. Where did her past self go? Hey, you. My name is not you, but Yatsuki Akane. It is a beautiful name, right? I give you a special privilege to call me Miss Akane. Well, that's right that her name is beautiful. What? Akane? Nothing. Haruki. If there's nothing, you can go back tomorrow as I want to close the shop. Akane. Is it really okay for me to go back? Haruki. There, go home. Akane. I see. It's too bad. Haruki. Haruki deliberately let out a deep sigh. I thought of selling boss drop items especially to a certain clerk as a payment for my debt of gratitude. Haruki. Boss? So what if it is a bow? Akane. Unfortunately, I have a plan to go to Sapporo tomorrow. If I can't sell it today, I'll bring it to Sapporo Materials Purchase Station tomorrow. Haruki. Wait. Please wait. Only to her is not allowed. Because it's not allowed. I'll buy it. Akane. Yup. She got hooked. Rather than a big thing, well, it's more like a small thing. Akane, whose eyes reddened after being hooked by Haruki's play, constantly pulled his hand to stay in the shop. She is quite strong. Oh, yeah. She accidentally said that she was injured some adventurers badly. She might have some experience in dungeons and leveling. Anyway, it's time for selling and appraising. Haruki brought out the claw, iron, vase and potatoes, from his bag. The rest of the raccoon's meat and skin, because it was too much, was left in his house. As for potatoes, those were valuable vegetables. It was a type of food that could be stored. I intend to share it with other neighbors, but I don't want to sell it. While Akane appraised those dropped items, Haruki carried the raccoon's meat and skin to the prefab. The appraisal should have been finished when I come back. Her face that looked at Haruki who carried materials and meat became stiff. This time you have hunted too much. Akane. Really? It was only 100 monsters. Haruki. You said only. Moreover, you defeated 2 boss monsters. Does your fatigue not pile up? Akane. Of course. It piled up after killing those monsters. Haruki. You are crazy. Akane. Thank you. Have the appraisal results come out? Haruki. The boss claw is only a big black raccoon's claw, so its result is normal. It could be a good sword after being forged, but you don't have enough strength to use it. The price is 5,000 yen. Akane. I see. Haruki. Even though it was material from the boss, it was only from the upper tier. It is impossible for it to drop a good item. Next. This black ore is a magic iron. It is an ore which can be obtained by mining in dungeons. Even like that, it's quite hard to find this item, so it is considered rare. The weapon that is produced by using magic iron is not strong. Therefore, it was usually combined with strong material when being produced. Because of its durability, it is usually used as a sword guard, sword hilt, or metal collar mounted between the sword blade and the head guard. Some parts of your dagger also use magic iron. Its price is 100,000 yen per kg. Oh, it's quite valuable. Haruki. 10 strong weapons can be produced by just using 1 kilogram. Of course, it is valuable. Akane. I see. Haruki. Rare doesn't mean strong. In that case, it's better if I buy strong ready-made goods by using money that I've earned. After thinking about it, Haruki decided to sell the magic iron, 350,000 yen for 3.5 kilograms. The price is quite good even though it is just a drop item from an upper tier boss. Next, this potato-like item is a stone. Akane. Haruki. That's it. Akane. What? No. It was the boss's drop item. It should have another description, right? Haruki. Let's see. It is a quite strong stone and really looks like a potato. I can be sold as a toy. Its price is 0 yen. I'll reject it even after you've shown and offered it to me. Akane. No. Does it not have an effect like explode when it hit? Haruki. None. I tried to smash it to the counter before, but it didn't explode. Akane. What did you do? Haruki. It's not you. Call me Miss Akane. Akane. Shut up. Haruki. Shamelessly he said. What would you do if it exploded? Haruki. Because it didn't happen. That's okay, right? Akane. Just imagine if that happens. Haruki. You are so noisy. Trash like that can't explode. Akane. Haruki. She seemed really happy that Haruki carried that trash. Those were truly cruel words. But, why did the boss carry this trash? However, the result isn't fixed because I can't do a detailed appraisal here. It may be a magic tool with a good effect. for example increasing damage when it's hit, or throwing speed when it is thrown. Is there a magic tool with such amazing effects? Haruki: Of course, but its owner never tells the public about it. Akane: It will be stolen if it is shared to the public. Akane shrugged her shoulders. Is it that easy to steal the magic tool from its owner? Haruki: What do you know? The one who aimed for it may be his party member. You don't know when the attack will come. It may come when he takes a bath, takes a dump, or sleeps. A human isn't a perfect being that's ready to fight at any time. Akane: Haruki's back drenched with sweat when he heard Akane's gloomy words. It seemed there were more people that became mad due to magic tools than Haruki had expected. The magic bag's ability must be kept confidential. But, calm down, please. This probably the boss's hobby. Akane: Making food like toys? Haruki: That's right. Akane: I don't understand why the boss created this toy. So, what is your choice? Do you want to detail appraise it? Even though I believe it doesn't have any effect. He was curious about the existence of any effects. But he didn't have the courage to lift his hand when he thought he needed to spend 100,000 yen for its detailed appraisal to find nothing. That would be a bet if he spent money on it, as his money was most likely to be spent in vain. No, thanks. Haruki: Wise. The last item is this vase. This is a truly rare item. Akane: Oh? Haruki: The vase is a magic tool that has an effect to duplicate an item that you insert. The item that you put in would never deplete. If you put in clear water, this vase will keep letting out clean water. If you put in a gold bar, you will have a vase filled with gold that will never run out. Akane: What did you say? Then, this is a real godly item. Haruki became panic when he remembered Akane's words. What should I do? Can it be that I'm now targeted by someone? I should buy a safe. A big and heavy safe. However, oh well, it was supposed to happen. Haruki frowned as he heard Akane's uneasy words. It was only until you put that potato-like stone in. What? Is it possible that? As he didn't believe it, Haruki turned the vase over. From the inside, a large quantity of stone was discharged as it made some large duk sounds when it fell on the floor. It was discharged continuously. Hey, stop it. Do you want to fill this prefab with trash? The panicked Akane took the vase and returned it to its original position. This is impossible. Well, this is that, right? You can readjust it later? Haruki: It's possible. But, because its effect became like that, it's impossible for my shop to buy it. Akane: It's impossible to buy it by the way if it is in its unused condition. Haruki: If you put it in an auction, it would not be accepted even if the bid was for 1 trillion. Akane: But, impossible. Haruki: Flush. Tears started to flow from Haruki's eyes. Impossible. The truly rare vase became trash which only discharged a massive number of potato-like stones which was made by the boss as a hobby. Well, never mind, it has happened. Maybe if it's put in an auction, someone will purchase it at an incredible price. Even though my shop can't buy it, you don't need to be disappointed. You will probably get it again if you are full of passion. So, fight. Akane. Haruki. For Akane, who was sulking over her demotion, tried to cheer me up. Haruki was suddenly gnashing his teeth. Life will not always run smoothly. Proofread for Asian Hobbyist by Fenring. Chapter 18. Path to be a noticed presence. The first boss subjugation. Hello, this is Air Karato. Today I subjugated the 3rd and 4th floor bosses in my home dungeon. Just like the rumor, the dungeon's wall glowed after the boss first kill occurred. It happened for the first time before my eyes, greater than. But because it was only in the upper tier, the difference between normal monsters and bosses drop items are not significant. Even like that, magic iron and a magic tool appeared. The magic iron weight is 3.5 kilograms. My wallet is pleased after I sold everything. As for the magic tool, it is a vase which will never use up the object that has been put in. For example, if you put water inside, it will be an unlimited water vase. Awesome, greater than. However, I can't sell it. If you ask, why? I did a small mistake. To carry some ordinary stones that appeared after killing the boss, I put them in it. Those stones were always there. The super rare magic tool became a stone vase. Well, it is scary when you slip after something you did went too smooth. Maybe this result is much better. Today, I also did my best for leveling up. Updated from Novel Bin. I wonder, is this one step further into the future where I will gain a presence? The next day, Haruki was truly happy when he saw his article's PV increased to 4, and there was even a so good comment left on his article. However, his anger overflowed when he calmed down. I clearly said I did a mistake. What does he mean by so good? What does it mean? Damn it. Chapter 19. It seems like the weapons that I ordered will arrive tomorrow, so please come and return everything that I paid today. Somehow, Akin's words after she was demoted sounded like a losing gambler's threat. She truly did not seem like a clerk. However, her outspoken personality made her appear interesting. What kind of items could make her looks like this? It made him curious because it was she who acted so strangely. But her company will not ignore the existence of a person like her. Companies always prefer reliable people. The next day, when he opened the prefab store with Karen, he saw his neighbor, Kitora-san, in the shop. It seemed that they were having a pleasant chat. They laughed loudly. Wait, since when are they close? They finally realized Haruki's and Karen's presence once they were greeted. Akane glanced at the entrance with her mouth still open. I'm sorry, Grandpa. Let's stop here. My customers have arrived. Okay, call me if something happens. Thanks. After Kitora-san left, Akin's face, which had looked good and energetic, turned sour instantly. It's only you. Does I not come? I'm in front of you. I think maybe my presence has grown as lately I keep using that mask, but, as I expected, my presence is thin when I don't wear the mask. However, she had realized Haruki's presence before. Apparently, she stopped paying attention carefully to her surrounding more than he imagined. No, if my presence erased that much, I'll truly become heir. Ha ha ha. Akane laughed. She laughed like a girl who enjoyed her conversation with her lover. But she didn't talk with Haruki, but his wallet. At last. Then, bring out all of your money. I mean, please buy all my items immediately. Well, in the shop, there were 2 additional orange boxes and some weapons lined up on top. Even if you forced me to buy it, there are 7 pieces of equipment on those boxes. It was hard for him to answer it. He turned his gaze to Akane, who moved her hand like a confused person. Well, it can't be helped, right? There is no way to order items whose saleability is uncertain. Moreover, the transportation fee is not cheap. Even though those items will not spoil, if I put them in the inventory, the transportation fee will leave me in the red if they are not sold. She started to make an excuse even though no one paid attention to her. However, he knew her level of seriousness after examining the equipment. Akane had probably thought seriously about what kind of items she could sell. There were exactly 2 types of armor, shoes, and gloves. One of them was a chest plate for a female. Those items were really suited for Haruki and Karen. The shoes were Mitsubishi Sentry model. They were made by using Monster's materials. To increase the shoe's protection, metal plates were attached here and there. However, they were very light. When he tried them, those shoes truly fit his foot. Just when did she measure my feet? She must have understood Haruki's doubtful gaze, for Akane showed a proud smile. I took it from your footprints when you came here before. I see. She is clever. I can't imagine it from her usual attitude. The gloves are, if I'm not mistaken, are called gauntlets. Those are also from Ceres. The back of the palm is affixed with thick skin, and the finger areas use soft material. They don't obstruct movements as they are really well made. When he tried to hold his dagger's hilt, there was a gyro sound from the gauntlet's skin, like it was stuck to the hilt. It seemed hard to make it slip. When he tried to walk around, Haruki realized how amazing those shoes are. Their soles were really effective. Furthermore, they didn't make too much sound. This is great. To make me want to buy those gauntlets and shoes later. Her suggestion was really worthwhile. However, for her to correctly guess items that Haruki will want, Akane must have high competence. It was not unusual for her to be sent to a place like this. Karen had tried it too and seemed to have a similar impression as Haruki. She was amazed as she tried to move her body lightly. Other equipment are a dagger and a rod. There were a 45 centimeters dagger and a flat rod. The rod looked exactly similar to a pilgrim's stick. What is this? I don't know. Is that stick made by Mr. Dungeon? Why would you ask me? Even if you ask me, there's no way for me to know the answer. Haruki frowned. Then, Why is this item here? They forced it to me because they can't sell it. Akane grumbled as she really despised it. I see, because this place is not popular, they treat this place as a warehouse. He reached his hand out to hold the stick. However, the stick refused to move. It was similar to the high-level dagger from before. He really couldn't see a sign that it would move. It's a high-level weapon. That's wrong. There are some of our companions' employees who can lift it even though they never enter dungeons. As for me and other strong employees and customers, we can't lift it at all. The result from a detailed appraisal is also an unknown. So, your appraiser can't find out anything at all? Yes, our appraiser's level is not enough. I see. According to rumors, the item detail changes according to the level of appraisal skill. So, it's possible that an item can't be appraised if the level of the appraiser's skill is lower than the item's level. I don't know if it is a magic tool or not, but it seems this stick doesn't move not because of my level but my aptitude. Haruki would never be able to equip it. As it becomes like this, Haruki shifted his gaze to Karen. Karen seemed a little bit restless because of her new equipment. If Haruki was not there, she would directly go to the dungeon. She seemed like a pup holding its leash in her mouth, asking the owner for a walk. Does Karen want to try it? Haruki. Me, too. Karen. I think you can equip it. Haruki. Oh well. However, you must buy it if you can equip it. Akane. It depends on the price. Haruki. I'll give you a discount. While Haruki and Akane were joking around, Karen reached the stick. Then, unbelievably, Karen could lift the stick which Haruki couldn't lift easily. Oh, she can lift it while I can't. Haruki felt a mixture of awe and envy. It was a situation where she could easily use a weapon that he couldn't use. I'm so jealous. This is really good. Karen. As you can see, how much is it? Haruki. 1 million yen. Akane. Karen put that stick down. You don't have enough money to buy it, right? Wait a minute. Akane shed tears in protest to Haruki's decision. You can equip it, right? Isn't it okay for you to buy it? Just think of it as helping me. It is weird. I don't have any intention of helping her at all. How much is the base price? When he asked her, Setaken's eyes moved here and there. Well, let's buy the shoes, gloves, and weapon in Sapporo. Yuan. I'll say it. I'll say the price, so please don't buy them in Sapporo. Akane jumped to Haruki while crying out some big tears. This is the result of your overconfidence. As this place only has a few customers, customers have more power than vendors. Therefore, I think it's better if I use my advantageous position effectively. So, how much is the base price? It is 10,000 yen. Then, you can sell it to me for 20,000 yen. This item is a drop from Chikaho's 30th floor, and I also need to pay the transportation fee. It must be at least 50,000 yen. The value easily dropped from 1 million yen to 50,000 yen. Is it okay? Then, 30,000 yen. As he though like that, Haruki started his attack once more. Akane gnashed her teeth. 40,000 yen. Okay, 35,000 yen. Your profit is enough, you know. Give up, because I'll buy other equipment too. Thank you very much. Somehow, you defeat me. Yes, you lose. You truly lose. Ha ha ha. Akane's eyes died. Was I too pushy when cutting the price? While scratching his head, Haruki reached out the last item. The dagger. Isn't this dagger a little bit heavy? And, it seems I can't use it. The dagger's blade was a dimmed silver color. It turned to a dark gray when it met a light. He tried to touch the tip lightly. He touched it lightly while thinking it was okay if it cut his finger slightly. But, there was no sign it would cut his finger. Is it trash? It's not trash. The panicked Akane perked up her shoulder. It's a magic knife. It's a magic knife. No, it must be trash, right? I said no. Then, why is it so blunt? The silver wolf dagger which he bought in Akane's shop before could cut his skin even though the blade just touched it slightly. Other low-quality weapons which Haruki used have better sharpness than this. If this is a magic blade, it's impossible for it to not be able to cut my skin with its edge when it touches my finger. The more monsters the magic knife cuts, the sharper it is. Isn't it a godly item? Haruki's reaction was like a kid. From Akane's explanation, it's a godly item. Why is this kind of godly item here? Because no one buys it. There's no way that no one comes to buy it. Isn't it a weapon that the more I use it the stronger it would be? Many buyers should be able to use it. You also think like that, right? But, this is a dagger. Is there a problem with it? How many adventurers who use a dagger as a main weapon do you think are there? There are only a few people. That's right. Only a few. Maybe it's not even 1% of all adventurers. It only happens if low-class adventurers are included, and maybe none of them are intermediate and higher-level adventurers. Everyone must have had an opportunity to buy an amazing weapon. But rarely anyone can use it. What? That's why no one buys it. Aren't there a lot of strong adventurers besides me? Do you really not understand? Akane asked him, but he couldn't understand the question. Haruki tilted his head. A dagger isn't a weapon that is normally used to kill monsters, and most adventurers would use it as a sub-weapon by throwing it. This magic weapon isn't good without cultivation, to the point where it's unusable without work. From the sharpness, it can only be used in the upper tier at first. Is there an intermediate class adventurer who deliberately goes to the upper tier floor just to cultivate a sub-weapon with unknown potential? Akane. Well, none. Haruki. If that person has time to cultivate that weapon, it's better to hunt in the middle tier floor and buy a high-level weapon by using the money earned. That way has a better cost-performance ratio. Furthermore, no one knows when it will be a strong dagger, as it is only a rarely used sub-weapon. For strong adventurers, their aptitude to that weapon can't connect. However, it's easy for weak adventurers. But no adventurer wants to buy an expensive magic weapon as a sub-weapon. Therefore, no one buys it. That was Akane's explanation. However, Haruki wasn't satisfied. There must be some adventurers who use a dagger as their main weapon, even if they are just a few people. Right? Does no one really want to buy it? You really don't know anything. Akane stared him down with scornful eyes while touching her chin. You are the only eccentric reckless adventurer who uses a dagger as a main weapon. Is it true? So, do you want to buy it or not? Is it okay if I don't buy it? I'm sorry. Please buy it. Her attitude easily changed. Akane's eyes shone like a light. How much is it? 1 million yen. I'll go back. Yuan. I'll decrease it. It'll decrease its price, so please don't leave. When he put the dagger down and went to turn back, Akane suddenly held him while crying. She is really simple. The magic weapon doesn't have an edge. That's why it's unreasonable for a magic sword which doesn't have even an ordinary level of sharpness to be worth 10 million yen. As for a magic weapon which is not sharp and used by many people, it's reasonable if it's worth 1 million yen. However, it seems the dagger truly didn't sell. I'll buy it if it's only 300,000 yen. Is that okay? At that moment Akane's eyes shined. Could I lower it more? It's quite disappointing, but there's no problem because I can buy a magic blade for 300,000 yen. It's not something regrettable. Haruki inserted the dagger into his bag and paid for all of his equipment. The credits on my card are reduced to 100,000 yen. But I can earn it back as soon as possible after selling all of the materials that I'll gather. I'll earn it back today. I can't wait to see Akane's face at that moment. Oh, right. Does this shop receive an order for weapons or items? I have a standard system to receive that order as it would become a stock in my inventory. I see. Today is special. Akane. How is it? Akane. Everything is what you want, right? They really fit you, right? Akane. While showing that kind of face, Akane folded her hand while laughing nasally. Haruki, who saw her, smiled bitterly. She truly has a great personality. This is not bad at all. Thanks to that, I'm roused to silence her gloating face. I'm very grateful for her presence, which was like an explosion in this slow countryside. I want a good dismantling knife. Haruki wanted a dismantling knife with a higher level of performance since he had difficulties dismantling the centipede. Of course, most of it because of Haruki's lack of skill. That was the reason why he needed a good knife. It's not too fast to order it. Okay, what level of knife do you want? I'll leave it to you. I understand. I'll leave it to you. It was amazing to be able to tell everything by only using a sentence. Of course, he could entrust everything to his opponent because she was Akane. Rather than a suggestion from me, she must be able to prepare something that really fits my needs. Its production time around 1 month. It will cost at most 500,000 yen. That much? You leave it to me, right? If so, you only need to close your mouth and nod. Hwahaha. Why does that make me nervous? Updated from novel by End.com. Well, let's forget about it. If it is her suggestion, the product's performance will be equal to the high production cost. One more thing. I want a few types of medicines. Does this town not have a pharmacy? They don't have types of medicines that are usually used by adventurers. Medicines made from dungeons materials are very effective. In a normal pharmacy, there was at most 1 or 2 types of high effectiveness medicines that could be used by adventurers. However, Those pharmacies which sold medicines made from dungeons materials were different. To make sure there was no scientific side effects from the medicine's effects, they were only sold to adventurers who held a card. Even though they were treated as human sacrifices, a rapid way to recover from injury was essential for adventurers. So, no one complained if a side effect appeared, as long as the party involved didn't focus only on profit. A trial was unlikely to occur. Please gather those medicines. No thanks. Oi, are you really this shop's clerk? Haruki's temple twitched when he heard her words. She really loses her motivation after being demoted. Those medicines can't be preserved for long. If you want to order them, then please order what you need at that time only. Ah, I see. How much time does it take for those ordered items to arrive? In around 3 months. It was too long. It's okay if it is only a light injury, but if I take a heavy one, 3 months can turn it into something that can take my life. From now on I'm going to lower floors. Therefore, I'll really be grateful if you can save some of them for an emergency. Okay. She gazed him with her shining eyes while answering him. It seemed that she wanted him to be responsible for clearing her merchandises later. It's hard to count stocks because there are too many types of products. Glance. I also want to consider the customer's situation, but well, there is no problem if you want to buy everything. Again, it's not a problem for spending my money as long as I can save lives. Haruki. Of course, that depends on my wallet's condition. Haruki. By the way, how long is the preservation time of those medicines? Haruki. It depends on the item, but it is around 1 year on average. Again. Oh, I see. I'll take care of them if they are nearly expiring. For now, please prepare 10 cases of salve-type medicines. Thanks for your patronage. As she really didn't want to do it before, her smile seemed fake. The weather today is really nice without humidity. Please call me again if you need something else. Okay. Call me again. Okay. Call me. Okay. Haruki nodded after being overwhelmed by the realistic smile. Akin's shop, which didn't have anything, didn't seem to be prospering, but the security was irreplaceable. Haruki wrote out his order on the customer comments form and left Akin with a satisfied smile in the shop. Chapter end. Proofread for Asian Hobbyist by Fenring. Chapter 20. I'm back everyone. Sorry, I'm very busy with my work for the last 2 weeks. Anyway, enjoy the chapter. Haruki decided to hunt raccoons which had a higher unit price than the house centipede, as he felt uneasy looking at his low credit balance. In addition, Karen also accompanied him today. Karaboshi-san, you defeated the boss here, right? Karen asked him in a weak tone when they were on their way to the 3rd floor. Her tone was like blaming him for leaving her out. How do you know about that? It's from your blog. Came to think of it, she knew Haruki's username. Haruki's back was drenched with sweat. Is it better if I subjugate it with her? Regarding defeating the boss, Haruki didn't think anything of doing it alone. Of course, he wanted to know the extent of his ability, but he didn't have to deal with the boss to do it. Am I a burden? It's not like that. I just did it without thinking. Haruki frantically tried to calm her down. It seemed like Karen misunderstood. She thought that she wasn't invited to defeat the boss because she wasn't needed. Unnecessary. The presence and treatment are similar to air. Haruki really understood the pain in that position. Before he put on the mask, no one noticed his presence if he didn't speak loudly. My presence won't affect anything, right? The earth is still spinning even though I do not exist, right? As he was too sad, his thought became like a philosopher. I want to be stronger. It was due to her murmur that Haruki felt like his chest was being pierced. Moreover, Haruki knew that the stronger he was, the more his presence would increase. That's right. For that, the first step is to hunt raccoons. Today we will hunt them down completely. Yes. Has her feeling improved, or is she just pretending? The stick which Karen bought let out a loud sound. It seemed it was too soon for Karen to defeat a raccoon alone. She couldn't keep up with the raccoon's speed. Her magic attack could hit it if it was launched from a distance. However, her blunt attack couldn't hit it when it approached. Karen's tactic was strong if she could hit it, but her ability was not enough. Should I increase her blunt weapon skill? But, even if I do, she still doesn't have enough strength to deal damage and agility to match speed. If I'm not mistaken, she has 2 skill points left. Haruki took out the skill board to check Karen's total skill points. Previously, he left 2 points after allocating her skill points secretly. However, Skill points, 23. It becomes 3 points. The rare monster. The additional 1 point was gained after defeating the rare monster. Haruki really forgot about it. She will have enough power to fight as a vanguard if I allocate her skill points to a blunt weapon skill, but is that the right thing? She has a rare advantage. The magic. Therefore, it's also good if I improve it as her main skill. I want to discuss what skills need to be improved, but this magic tool is a double-edged sword. If the information got out, there must be a day when she can't use her magic to fight. It would be better if there were adventurers who said, please increase these skills. However, that didn't mean the group that wanted to take the magic tool from Haruki's hands even if they had to kill him would not appear. This is really troublesome. It's troublesome to think about various countermeasures. Haruki was still a beginner in making countermeasures. If an intermediate adventurer appeared, it didn't matter whether there was countermeasure or not. Everything would be finished only with brute force. For a while, I can't talk about this magic tool to others. Maybe it will happen someday. But, not now. For now, I have to allocate the current points and think of other countermeasures. Yup, that method seems better. I have to set a countermeasure that can help her to let out more than 100% of her current strength. It will be a good experience if she can pass it. Furthermore, it will also be an exercise to solve problems. Moreover, there was a possibility that her skill would grow naturally. That's the real charm of the strategy guide. It's a waste if I forcibly improve her skill. Haruki, who had thought of the pros and cons, decided to become vanguard. He rejected the idea of capturing and beating it as he did when facing the house centipede due to his lack of strength. In order for Karen to be able to kill it gradually, Haruki decided to move forward to cut off the raccoon's escape route. Knowing that it would be cut down if it fled, Karen's attacks gradually began to hit it. I see this is also interesting. Read latest chapters at novemberreelbin.com only. How to destroy an opponent when it tries to run away. How to follow Karen's timing from her breathing. Haruki's moves would decide the life or death of the raccoon. The actual result finally appeared. Being a vanguard is about technique. This is something that can't be felt when hunting alone. By activating parts of the brain which were previously rarely used, he felt a comfortable feeling of fatigue. Good. This really good. Haruki, in his distraction, finally cornered the raccoon. Haruki's attack hurt the raccoon's skin. The raccoon, which was busy turning his awareness towards Haruki, at that moment, a magic attack came. At first, there were many difficulties, but the battle formation became really suitable for both of them after they learned the trick. When fighting alone, he couldn't feel a sense of stability like this. Solo hunting is good, but doing it with a team is also interesting. Haruki found the true charm of team hunting and increased his concentration, killing nearly all raccoons on the 3rd floor. Karen. After the hunt was over, Haruki was kneeling in front of Karen. Karen's face looked scary. Haruki felt sacred as he felt Karen's gaze could penetrate the mask. It's okay if you are too absorbed with the hunt, but please don't fall. Well, Haruki, who was chasing after a raccoon, didn't realize his exhaustion because he was concentrating so hard. As a vanguard, he must cut off the raccoon's escape route. Solo fighting and group hunting techniques were so different. Haruki understood this, moved without self-awareness, and fell in the middle of the maneuver. He who hunted and kept chasing raccoons for 5 hours without rest, no matter how much his physical abilities are strengthened, even falling can't be helped anymore. I'm sorry. No. Karen's smile is scary. I'm really sorry. Next time, I'll be careful. Are you really sorry? What will you do if I'm not there? Good grief. Karen folded her arms and puffed her cheeks. But actually, she showed a relieved expression. If she had a tail, she would shake it to and fro. Swing swing, sounded like a tail swinging with pride, relieved that Haruki survived. But the most important thing was the feeling that her presence could help others. This time, Karen was the one who helped Haruki. Before, she thought that she was only a burden to Haruki, but now she realized that she could help him. Even though she didn't show it, Karen was really happy. However, that was really close. The raccoon which tried to bite the fallen Haruki was held back by magic. He would have died if Karen was still her old self. But Haruki, who manically hunted monsters before, he could only kill all the raccoons solo because he had been at a higher level. Besides that, it was also thanks to Karen's new stick. Her magic seemed like it had increased by 1 point and produced concentrated pressure before being fired. With the previous club, she couldn't fire her magic if she didn't fully concentrate, but with a new stick, the magic seemed to gather at its end without any obstacles. Its strength and speed definitely increased by around 30%. That stick seems like special equipment for a mage. That was thanks to Haruki. A treasure like this could be bought with only 35,000 yen. If he didn't cut the price, she would need to pay 1 million yen. It's impossible for Karen to obtain it. If it's posted on Let's Be, surely in an instant the crowd of adventurers will split apart. However, Haruki's action had helped them overcome it. He faced adventurers earlier that he didn't know who actively hunted on the 9th floor of Chikaho just to save Karen. Plus, he never mentioned Karen's name on the blog. There was no sign that he had helped someone. If he stated that he had helped someone, it probably would increase his blog's visitors. Helping people is the adventurer's job. Just as no firefighter will boast after helping someone, nor will a doctor after saving a life. It is a natural thing that doesn't need to be spread. However, it is a rare thing for adventurers. They exaggerated the reality to get ranking points every day. The reality was changed in order to get a good rating. If he stated that he had helped someone from a monster's rampage on the blog, Karen would definitely not follow him like this. Well, the girl seemed to be curious about the disgusting mask that he was wearing, but she never felt the same disgust from him. Karen's gaze was similar to the shield users on that team. She was also curious about his dagger use. He wore a strange mask and a minor weapon. Although he helped people without thinking of his own life, he as an adventurer who didn't use the opportunity to boast. These were enough reasons for Karen to become interested in Haruki. However, she still had anxiety. Sometimes, she felt Haruki disappear from her sight without warning. He was also very boring, but he still showed his emotions, like when fighting with House Centipede, when finding a magic bag, or when fighting with Centipede. Then, he looked very excited. But that emotion had disappeared somewhere. It was the same shortcoming that Karen has. His emotions must have broken when the monster's stampede occurred. If he had thoughts that she wasn't needed, so that moment would not arrive, no matter what, Karen needed to improve her usefulness. I don't want to lose that again. Karen. Haruki noticed an oddity as they headed for the gate after the raccoon's hunt was finished. Is it an earthquake? Haruki's leveled up intuition told him that the ground had moved, ever so slightly. Haruki centered his focus and concentrated. I don't feel a strong aura from there. Next to him, Karen's face turned blue. Looks like she was weak to the earthquake. The earthquake immediately subsided. The earthquake was only on a scale of 1. It was just a small tremor. Is it possible that it's a monster's rampage from a rare monster? I should be aware of my surroundings, but there were no signs of chaos being felt. It's an earthquake, right? Indeed, that seems to be what vibrated the dungeon. A dungeon could also vibrate due to an external factor. However, dungeons are very unnatural things. If it's a detonated nuclear bomb, the damage will only cause the entrance to be slightly wider. It can't be helped if he thought about things that are not related to the earthquake. Is that a large earthquake? Vibration in dungeons was small, but this situation couldn't be laughed at because the damage caused could be large. Haruki went to the surface through the gate and sighed in relief. He could see no tremor impact on the region. The total results of today's hunt are 178 monsters. If I hadn't fallen down while hunting, there would be around 200 monsters in total. I hate myself who fell. Thank you to the magic bag. The time spent to bring material overburden to the surface is largely cut off. It caused the efficiency increase. If my house is not close to a dungeon, it would take an hour just to transport and sell it. For advanced adventurers, 1 hour could be used to earn 1 million yen. Well, their action's value is about several hundred million. He earnestly thought like that. The magic bag was held by Karen. She hesitated when she thought of him who used a strange mask while wearing the pouch. She doubted his strange sense, the usefulness of the pouch, or both. Besides, the item price could cause other parties to covet the item. It would be better if the magic bag couldn't be recognized from its appearance in an instant. That was why Haruki let Karen wear it. Even if a woman wore a pouch like that, no one would suspect that it was a magic bag. Raccoon claws, if combined from the legs and arms, totaled 18 claws, but the only usable materials were the 2 longest claws on the paws. It was 500 yen per claw without a scratch, and the highest would be 1,000 yen per claw depending on the form. Gigi. There is a total of 356 claws. The selling price is 156,100 yen, Akane hatefully grinding her molars. That was 20% of the price of equipment purchased today. It could be predicted that he could get all of his money back if he earned the same quantity in 3 or 4 days, while the new equipment would not come in 1 week. This time, Akane will lose no matter what she does. Huff. Jiara. I can see my victory. Akane's face, which had a forced smile, turned red as she banged on the counter. She bared her teeth and glared at him as if saying, "Just wait and see." The atmosphere was quite bloodthirsty. But a relationship like this probably would give good results. She desperately wanted to outwit Haruki. To trick him, she didn't have any other way besides supplying the strongest equipment. Well, please fight as hard as possible. Akane. Ah, that's right. Are you okay with the earthquake? Earthquake? Did that happen? Was the scope so small that she didn't feel it? Well, it's okay then. If a large earthquake occurred, the first object to collapse would be this prefab. That was because the foundation of this prefab was only small concrete blocks. Moreover, it was easily taken off as it was just filled in without additional reinforcement. Thanks to the existence of this shop, my income efficiency has increased exceptionally. Therefore, he was relieved as there were no accidents. It was also useless to worry about her because her aura seemed lively. No matter what, she had the power to beat up adventurers easily. Haruki left the shop while waving his hand. Earthquake. The earthquake occurrence documentations report 50 scary. 54 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Emishi. An earthquake occurred. 55 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Edo. It happened here, too. 56 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Edo. 55 liar. I didn't feel any tremor. 57 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Edo. 56 It really happened. I felt an earthquake with a scale of around 1 in the dungeon. 58 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Edo. Is that true? I didn't feel it at all. 59 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Dua. I also felt it. That small earthquake happened when I was in the dungeon. 60 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Nagato. Was it happening everywhere in Japan? 61 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Emishi. Was that earthquake only about 1? 62 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Tasa. On the surface, I didn't feel anything. 63 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Emishi. Was that only happen in the dungeon? 64 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Michinoku. Was that really happen? 65 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Emishi. The dungeon can be called as an underground world. So, there is a probability that every land is connected. 66 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Haruma. 65 What a great romantic imagination. Each adventurer entered different dungeons, as their love bloomed deeply under the ground. 67 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Bison. 66 What hours? 68 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Bison. I'm not gay. 69 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Emishi. Anyway, I'll share the seaweed. As it's disgusting, let's share it with other frontliners. 70 nameless radar that sensing the earthquake. Edo. 69 OK. Chapter end. Proofread for Asian Hobbyist by Fenring, BTW. I'm not correcting any of our web chatter. It's impossible for me to tell what's deliberate and what's erroneous. Chapter 21. The next day, and the day after, Haruki and Karen hunted raccoons with enthusiasm. Raccoons on the 3rd floor seem nearly extinct. Haruki, who was worried about it, violently hunted the raccoons. I'm about to level up, but I didn't get too much EXP for using this blunt magic knife. Well, it doesn't matter, because the goal is Karen's leveling. It's just that, it seems the sharpness of this magic sword has increased a little since it was purchased. At first, the blade couldn't cut off the monster's outer skin even though it was used with all his might. But now it could cut the monster's skin with only a little pressure. Has my one-hand sword skill level increase? With that in mind, he checked the skill level, but it was still level 1. Does this mean the magic knife is developing? That possibility exists. But, Akane said that it had never happened until now. Does the growth acceleration skill also affect this magic sword? It's good if it's like that. The hunt that day finished when they defeated the repopped 3rd floor boss. I want to cook a raccoon soup. Do you want it too? Yes, please. Because the meat of the raccoons from his first hunt seemed likely to expire soon, Haruki decided to process all the meat at once. One of his ways was to make raccoon soup. The ingredients were raccoon meat, onions, and potatoes, just like the raccoon version of the pork miso soup. But it couldn't be helped because he didn't have carrots, konjakus, or even ginger. One by one the ingredients were put into boiling hot pot. He also put in plenty of valuable miso. Will the soybean and malt monsters appear in the dungeon? If there are, I will be able to stock some miso. Besides that, I also want Kelp and Benito. Even though he acted like all he wanted was to harvest vegetables, he still understood that a dungeon was still a dungeon. It wasn't a supermarket or plantation. It was uncertain the monster that Haruki wanted would come out. The cooked raccoon soup was then enjoyed by Haruki and Karen. This is wonderful. Haruki drank the broth and ate the ingredients. A little soup stock was not enough. But even though it was like that, the umami from dissolved ingredients gave it a good taste. At first, a raccoon was barely classified as food among game cooking. But the raccoons from the dungeon had very little odor. Meat from omnivorous animals had a pungent smell. It's different from other common meat. Well, I don't know what kind of food is eaten by raccoons in the dungeon. The meat and potatoes taste finely dissolved. When bitten, strong umami was spread in the mouth. In addition, the sweetness of onions was well infused. My stomach and brain strongly ask for another second helping. Karen must be like that too. She was slurping the raccoon soup with tears of happiness in her eyes. Did she not eat good food at the hotel? As he became worried, the girl became desperate. She became dejected when the bowl emptied. Looking at the empty bowl, her face showed a lonely expression like a spoiled retriever dog. Haruki, who saw her expression, let out a bitter smile while giving her a second helping. A long time ago, when Haruki was still a child, when eating in a restaurant, he remembers his father constantly recommending one food after another and asking him, "Do you want more?" At that time, I wondered why he wanted to feed me food. But I guess I now understand the reason. Seeing Karen. People can feel happy just by looking at other people who eat heartily, especially if it's their own child. In the end, Haruki ate 10 bowls of soup, while Karen ate 7. It's so delicious, I think I can still eat even though my stomach hurts. The pot was still half full of raccoon soup. Let's take the rest to Katora-san. Even alone, Karen's current level allows her to hunt on the 3rd floor. Therefore, tomorrow we can challenge the 5th floor. A strong monster probably will come out. However, with 2 of us now, well able to deal with it. It was something that suddenly happened. He didn't predict, assume, imagine, or even prepare himself to face it. On the day Haruki decided to go to the 5th floor, stampedes occurred simultaneously in all of Japan's dungeons. Haruki noticed it at 5 in the morning. His growing perception detected a very small vibration. He suddenly woke up because of the unpleasant aura floating in the surrounding air. It was so bad that he found his body drenched with sweat. Even though he was in his own room, he felt like he was surrounded by monsters. He wasn't certain what had happened, but he had a bad premonition. Haruki immediately put on his equipment and left the house. There's no change at the dungeon entrance. No, it hasn't changed. The weak vibration still continues even now. He heard a sound came from the dungeon hole in front of him. It was an unpleasant weak vibrating sound. It was very similar to the sound he heard when facing a monster's rampage. This is bad. He hallucinated that monsters would rush out if he paid less attention to the entrance. But what can I do alone? In the dungeon, a barricade was installed. It definitely won't take serious damage when monsters rush out. Haruki returned to the house and lifted his phone. He tried to call the town hall, but it was not connected. Well, of course, it was still 5 o'clock in the morning, so there was still no one working. Then he tried to call 110, police emergency call, 119, ambulance emergency call, and so on, but had no luck with either of them. He could only listen to the toot-toot sound that came from the speaker. Am I being subjected to transmission regulations? However, has that happened before? My bad feeling is growing. I don't have room to think. Updated from Novelbin. Haruki looked for a local police telephone number on the internet. While calling the number, he heard the usual connecting tone from the phone. Even though no one had answered, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hello, this police station of K-Town. The dungeon that appeared at my house a few days ago experienced an oddity. Please send help immediately. He heard gulping sound from the police at the other end of the phone. I understand. The self-defense group will leave soon. By the way, You are Imkaraboshi Haruki, an adventurer. I see, to be sure. Please help us according to the state of emergency articles. I understand. After hanging up, he took a deep breath. He thought it would happen, and soon. But he didn't think it would happen today. The state of emergency articles. In situations where monsters stampedes from dungeons occurred, according to the articles in the books, qualified adventurers must participate in the defensive battle. Haruki once again picked up the phone and called the hotel in the town. Hello, this the Hot Spring Inn of K-Town, the Grand Paradise Hills Hotel. A clear voice of the receptionist could be heard from the phone. Haruki, whose previous only thought about goals, could think a little more clearly. No matter how many times I hear it, it's still an interesting name. For it to be named using words like Grand Paradise even though it is a small hot spring. The addition of hills even though it's on flat ground. Late arriving tourists who believe that name would definitely feel disappointed when they saw the building in the morning. It's like a scam. His sharp feeling feels a little healed. Please connect me to Kurosaki Karen who is in room number. Oh, of course, it was not a seduction like, come to my room. I stay in Paradise Hills room number. Haruki told Karen that he was watching over the dungeon. So, she told him her room number to let him contact her if something happens. Who's this Faran? Karen's voice he heard on the phone was strange. It seemed like she still hadn't woken up completely. This Haruki, it seems like the monster's stampede will happen. Please get ready immediately and come here. I understand. This Haruki, it seems like the monster's stampede will happen. Please get ready immediately and come here. I understand. She could speak fluently despite the tension coloring her voice. After the call was finished, Haruki quickly started down. He turned on the computer and brought his tablet that had not been used for a long time out of the house. He opened Let's Be on the tablet while watching the entrance of the dungeon. It was connected via Wi-Fi tethering to the computer, but the homepage opened quite slowly. That might be a result of heavy web traffic from adventurers in various places. For the Let's Be server which can withstand 1 million users, looks like the situation is really bad. As Haruki predicted, the BBS was flooded by many people, because various kinds of information were posted in an instant. He had difficulty capturing information, but when the pieces of information were collected, he was finally able to see the complete picture. Strange phenomena were occurring in all of Japan's dungeons. Until now only some of the dungeons flooded with monsters. But the subject of a strange phenomenon was the same. In other dungeons which still had not flooded also had a high chance of stampede occurrence. After closing the BBS, Haruki opened Wiki to find a page about monsters stampede. It was quite time-consuming for the page to open completely as it seemed like many were trying to access it. Yup, as expected. Haruki had confirmed that this was the situation before the stampede occurred. The monsters stampede that would occur was similar to the monsters rampage. The difference was, every monster that participated in the monsters rampage must be subdued. It didn't matter whether it was 1,000 or 10,000 monsters. However, based on the previous occurrence, the stampede would end as long as 90% of monsters were defeated. Another of the requirement was to defeat the boss which came out with the stampede. Although the number of events that happened was still small, those vital points had been verified. Those were the only conditions. No more records could be found. After confirming those conditions, he saw a woman walking towards the dungeon. Is it Akane? Yeah, this is Akane-san. What's the matter? Do you want to hunt this early? You too, right? Akane-san want to prepare the shop? Of course, I'm a clerk with legendary class abilities. Glance. How can she say such shameless things? I come to the store in the early morning and learn various things. So, there are also things that you need to learn. I learned how to care for the medicines I ordered as they've come today. Really? It's nice timing. So, it arrived today. It's really nice timing. What kind of medicines came? Okay. There are. The girl opened the delivery box at the shop entrance with a key. From inside the girl took cardboard. Immediately sell all the medicines to me. Okay, what's wrong? Has anyone been hurt? That might happen soon, Haruki said while looking at the dungeon. A monster's stampede may happen today. Well, then I'm going home now. Wait. Haruki quickly caught the escaping nape of Akane's neck. Ahan, let me go. I don't know anything so please let me go. Don't run and cry. Calm down. For her, who is able to beat up thug adventurers, to fear a monster's stampede. Is she traumatized by it? Let me go. I don't want to be involved with a troublesome thing. It seems like she's running away because it's troublesome. Then, I won't be gentle with her. Haruki suddenly pulled her and brought his mouth closer to her ear. Isn't it a problem if your store is destroyed? What? You. What do you want to do with my shop? Nothing. It's just that soon there will be a monster's stampede from the dungeon in front of the shop. You are smart, so you can understand what it means, right? Items in this shop are almost non-existent, so even if it was destroyed, rebuilding the shop, merchandise cost, and repairing require a large amount of money. She murmured in a loud voice. Pre-ab prices and money spent on repairs. Of course, the budget for reconstruction and repair costs came from sales revenue. Of course, it wasn't enough, and it wasn't possible for the business to continue in a destroyed shop. It didn't matter if it was in summer, but she would die in the winter. Facing Haruki's threat, Akan's body lost its energy as if giving up. How should I put it? You are an adventurer, right? They will definitely call you even if you escape. It's fine if I don't respond to the call because I didn't change my address when I moved. She really has a bad personality. Someday she will definitely get unimaginable retributions, right? Right. This must be one of their retributions. Anyway, give me the items first. The salves will definitely become necessary when the stampede occurs. I understand. You will pay for it, right? It was not because she was greedy. Even in any crisis conditions, businesses didn't have the right and obligation to provide sponsors for free. After the terminal was on, he held the card to complete the payment. 10 cases of 10 ointment medicines cost 3,000 yen per item. The total payment is 300,000 yen. He didn't think it would hurt him, because he felt he might be hurt even more if he didn't pay. And while he finished the payment, the fully equipped Karen arrived. It seemed like she frantically went out of the hotel after listening to Haruki's words. The problem was her bed hair was still prominent. I think you said there is a stampede. But why are there still no monsters coming out? The stampedes happen in various places, but it seems like the time of occurrence varies, too. Karen listened to Haruki's explanation about the information he read on the BBS of Let's Be. At that moment, sirens sounded. Finally, it's time for the self-defense group to appear. Haruki started his move before they arrived. Karen, get ready for a defensive battle here while I go to explain the situation to the self-defense group. Will Karaboshi-san join us to face the wave? I will rather find the boss. You can't. It's too dangerous. Karen caught and held Haruki's hand to hold him in place. That's okay. I can definitely deal with monsters rampage if it's just monsters like black raccoons. If they are stronger than black raccoons, I will escape. But, isn't it safer to participate in the defensive battle here? Well, of course. Haruki considered that while holding his chin, he would definitely meet with monsters rampage if he enters a dungeon. But Haruki still wanted to enter the dungeon. I will enter the dungeon when the stampede occurs. Opportunities like this might not come a second time. It will definitely be an interesting experience. I won't let it go when it's in front of my eyes. But if I say that, Karen will definitely go mad. We can prepare countermeasures as long as we know what monsters are coming out. Plus, from the information on the Let's Be wiki, it is possible that stampede will stop if the boss is defeated. By scouting, if you target and defeat the boss, I think that way is better for protecting the city than continuously defeating endless monsters. Then, I will follow you. Karen must participate in the defensive battle. Why? Because you're a burden. Karen gasped as her face turned pale. Before she said something, Haruki took off his mask. Haruki deliberately erased his presence. I have a thin presence, so I can act without being found by monsters. Instead, I will be found if I am with Karen. You understand what I mean, right? Only by moving lightly, Karen couldn't find Haruki anymore. Usually, I will feel frustrated, but now I feel very grateful. Well, I understand. She was still not really convinced. However, Karen, who had experienced Haruki's aura, could only nod. But please don't act carelessly. Of course. After handing over most of the ointment he had bought before, Haruki hefted his bag and headed to the dungeon. He gave no sign to Karen, who could not say anything. Though stampede would happen, he felt excited. I must be crazy, but no matter what, I'm going to enjoy this. Well, that's because I see a future where cities are not trampled by monsters and no one dies. but Haruki couldn't tell whether the success rate is 1% or 0.1%. To be sure, Haruki extended his hand to the road to realizing the vision, to suppress the damage made by Stampede to zero. How great would it be if he managed to get that future? He couldn't stop his thought. It couldn't be helped if he enjoyed it. He couldn't contain himself. Not adventuring is something he doesn't want. Woho! Haruki immediately ran into the dungeon while laughing loudly. Chapter end. Proofread for Asian Hobbyist by Fenring. Chapter 22. There were quite a lot of adventurers gathered. As expected, Sapporo was the representative of Hokkaido. In such conditions, they might still survive even without Masatsugu-san. However, there was a bad premonition. The premonition emerged from the burden carried by Masatsugu-san, the strongest adventurer. Will it just end like this? While continuous monster subjugation took place, he heard a ringtone sound from his pocket. Sorry. Please hold them for a while. I understand. Leave it to us, Roger. In front of him was Shikama the shield user, Lars the large sword user, and Haraya the bow user who was captured and corrected a few days ago. Masatsugu took out and answered his phone. It's me. Bacon. Are you okay? The mobile phone used by Masatsugu was a satellite telephone that could be used even without a transmitter. Currently, normal mobile phones in Japan weren't useful for voice chat. Not like they used to be. However, mobile phones that used satellites could be used because they did not depend on ground infrastructure. The cost was quite high, but what Masatsugu used was something lent by his sponsor. Of course, Bacon was the same. Even if they used it for a long call, the phone bill would not harm them. Bacon, how is it there? Currently, Bacon should be in the metropolitan area of Tokyo. Luckily in Tokyo, there was only one dungeon, but the dungeon was often called as the hardest in Japan. The level of difficulty for defensive battle was higher than facing Stampede on Chikaho. We managed to hold out somehow. Masatsugu, where are you now? Sorry, I'm in Hokkaido right now. Really? Bacon sighed to hide his disappointment. It seemed like the new relay post-defensive battle was in an unfavorable position. Is it that bad? There are middle-tier monsters coming out. That's dangerous. If the monsters that come out are from middle-tier, then half of the adventurers won't have a chance to stand against them. Masatsugu frowned. Are there no other rankers? Almost all of those who I can contact are participating. What about Shigure? She is still on an expedition. Damn it. Tokyo would fall. It was the worst future floating in Masatsugu's mind. His back felt cold. Did you call teams from big companies? Yup, you are the last, Masatsugu. But I understand. I'll immediately gather some members at the new relay station. Please survive until the JSDF come. Roger. I'll leave it to you. Usually, Bacon would mention a little about muscles when he spoke, but now his active mouth is sealed. Therefore, Masatsugu couldn't erase the worst image that floats in his mind. Masatsugu immediately contacted his team members. Braver was a largest team that had 54 members. As the team grew bigger, they arrived at the point where they had to prepare a base for their activities, a team house. The team, of course, built their team house in Saitama Prefecture. Team house was built next to the prefecture in order to avoid damage if the stampede occurred, even if the neighbor was close. If all of the members took part in a defensive battle in Saitama, Masatsugu could scatter the monster's war potential. If all the members went to the new relay station, defensive battles would not be difficult. Even if only 10 strong members went to the new relay station first, and the remaining 43 people stayed to assess the situation, the assessment of the defensive battle carried out in that situation at the new relay station would be different. It was okay if everything went smoothly, but he couldn't remove his bad premonition. When he put the phone back to his pocket, he heard a scream from somewhere. The killing intent was amazing. He could clearly sense where the presence come from. Suddenly, he moved. There were monsters crossing the defensive line. The audience who watched the external development was attacked. At that time Masatsugu dove in with his top speed, slashing the long sword lightly. Just like that, the pill bug was shattered to pieces until it disappeared. Masatsugu immediately stopped and turned to the ordinary woman who screamed, "It's dangerous here. Please go as far as possible." Thank you very much. No problem. Protecting the lives of citizens is the adventurer's job. After lifting and carrying the woman to a safe place, Masatsugu returned to the battlefield. Despite saying those caustic words, "Can we protect Japan?" There is one more thing. Let's take a step. Stampede. Let's be information counter. The 30th group, 512 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. The new relay station is short of hands. Some entrances in various places have no barricade. Please the team in the surrounding area who have the spare power to send their members. 513 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. I'm now heading to Saitama. Please hold till then. 514 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. Here is Kanagawa. I'm sorry, it seems like we can't send anyone. 515 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. Here is Chiba. It's the same here. Monsters from the sea come to the shore. 516 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. Does self-defense group still not depart? 517 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. It seems like it will still take some time for support to arrive. 518 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. This is too fatal. How about the others? 519 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. Here is Nagano. Here is still quite stable. 520 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. The condition of Kagawa here is very bad. One by one where the noodle factory is destroyed. 521 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. 520 is it okay? 522 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. Damn it, it's surely not okay tilde. But no matter what, we must overcome it. 523 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. Sorry, be strong. Future Udon is in your hands. 524 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. Oh, leave it to us. 525 name, Masatsugu. Follow current novels on novelb.com. Here is Hokkaido. The condition here is stable. The number of adventurers here is enough to hunt safely. 526 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. 525 wait. 527 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. How come Masatsugu-san is there? 528 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. Isn't he in the new relay station? It's very dangerous. Then, here we'll send people even though it is rather forced. 529 name, Masatsugu. I'm sorry everyone. It's okay even if it's just a few people. Please lend your energy. 530 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. 529 okay. 531 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. 529 roger. After this I will apply for marriage to my girlfriend. 532 name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. 531 please stop your flag ha ha ha. 533 name, Masatsugu. Thanks. Now everyone, let's save Japan. Chapter end. Katsukatsu, Shara. Inside the dungeon. Besides the sound of small vibrations, there was also a strange sound. Different from usual, the uncomfortable aura in the dungeon seemed to increase in his chest. It felt like getting lost in a cemetery in the middle of the night. Even though nothing happened, that aura alone could stiffen his body. Meanwhile, Haruki took out the skill board. Karaboshi Haruki, 27, gender, male. Skill point, S12. Class, swordsman. Vitality, stamina 0. Natural recovery 0. Strength 1. Agility, quickness 1. Dexterity 1. Technique, armor proficiency, 1. Hand sword 1. Throwing 0. Light armor 0. Stealth 0. Imitating 0. Intuition, detection 0. Special, growth acceleration 3. Because yesterday he went to the 5th floor, the remaining skill points increased to 2. What would he do with those points? He has decided it. Haruki increased a skill by 1 point. The remaining 1 point was a backup. Just in case a formidable enemy appeared, Haruki intended to increase the quickness skill and run away with all his might. To erase his presence, Haruki moved forward while not wearing his mask. Currently, the gate couldn't be used. It seems that the gate had a mechanism that prevented use if a stampede occurred. As he moved forward, it didn't take long for the vibration to increase. It seemed like the monsters that caused Stampede Monsters Rampage was getting closer. Haruki has his waist dropped and held his breath. He put down his bag and took a position. They come. The monsters came into view. Haruki's heart began to beat violently. It sent hot blood all over his body. The monsters were raccoons, onions, house centipedes, and monsters that he never saw. The wolves. The name of the wolf is Silver Wolf. The dagger used by Haruki was made using materials from that monster, even though Haruki was in front of them. The monsters didn't seem to notice him. At that time, he was grateful from the bottom of his heart for his air-like presence. If all the monsters could see him, Haruki would run away with all his might. Now, pausing for a moment, Haruki pulled out a vase from his bag. It was the magic tool dropped by the boss he had defeated a few days ago. Haruki tried to remove his presence as much as possible so as not to be found by monsters. He held the vase with one hand and threw its contents as strong as he could. Gakure. Poof! The sound of the flesh burst open when the head of a raccoon was destroyed. It works. That's what Haruki believed. He took up a bullet with his left hand, and threw it with his right hand using all his might. Haruki silently threw his improvised bullets one by one into the monster forces in front of him. Vanguards of the monster's rampage were still 30 meters ahead. But even at that distance, Haruki struck one monstrous head after another. The skill improved by Haruki was throwing. It was only increased by 1 point, but the bullet's accuracy was uncanny. He felt like a professional baseball pitcher. He didn't miss the mark. But does the accuracy increase like this just because of 1 point? Could it be because of this bullet? The bullet Haruki is currently throwing is one of the hard stones which the boss dropped along with the vase. The potato-like appearance made it suitable for throwing. Plus, he won't run out of bullets because of the magic tool's function. He was like a turret. When Akane praised these potato-like stones, she didn't deny that they could be magic tools. For him to be able to hit his targets just because his throwing skill increased by 1 point seemed unlikely. It seemed like the magic tool had the throwing +1 effect. Anyway, that it was the most optimal condition. Haruki flung those potato-like bullets one after another. His left hand took it, while his right hand adjusted and threw it. The accuracy and speed increased. In 1 second 4 bullets were thrown, and 4 heads were destroyed. Well, Silver Wolves couldn't be defeated with 1 strike. They made a Kain sound, even though their heads were hit by those bullets, but there was no sign that they would die. Therefore, he throws 2 bullets against a wolf. If it hasn't died, he would throw 3 bullets. One by one the potato-like stones were cast. 30 meters ahead lay a pile of monsters' corpses and potatoes. Even though he erased his presence, Silver Wolves still realized his presence. It seems like they could smell his body. He couldn't take care of his bullets if they were attacking. Haruki decided to attack the wolves. Raccoons and house centipedes didn't seem to notice Haruki because their sensing organs were weak. It seemed like it was better to focus on the wolves and leave the other monsters alone. The defensive line could easily handle the lower-level monsters. He did not attack onions at all. If they were attacked, tears would make his opportunity to attack disappear. Raccoons, onions, and house centipedes. The defensive line can definitely overcome such monsters. He continued to throw, and throw those potatoes. Pick from the vase, throw, and smash monster heads. Pick another up, throw, and smash, smash, smash. Haruki saw only wolves, for only they were aware of him. He concentrated and gathered his awareness so as not to miss the slightest movement of their muscle fibers. Which monster approached Haruki faster? He makes sure those things happen in 0.1 of a second. The brain became faster. The body overheated. The adrenaline increased. Laughing. Ha, ha 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 ha. Haruki laughed. The smartest wolves were sometimes able to approach Haruki. However, their wisdom, goals, and muscles contractions could be seen by him. It was a battle between wolf intelligence and Haruki size. By thinking quickly and adjusting to his enemy's changing tactics, his body, chest, and feelings increased. Fire, 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 fire. By using adrenaline, he overcame the side effects of level-up sickness. Without realizing it, a pile of corpses composed only of wolves grew taller 30 meters ahead. Around him, there was no presence of another monster. Were they not coming anymore, or have they crossed to another road? No, there is no other passage. In fact, there was only one road to the surface. They would not be able to go to the surface through another road. Therefore, Haruki chose to interrupt this path. Monsters would spread if he interrupted other passages. Monsters certainly couldn't subjugate them quickly even though this method of attack was used. Having trouble with this, I think Haruki is saying that he's chosen the right battlefield and tactic for the situation. If it was inside a narrow passage, the throw could be easily adjusted. In addition, There was a potato, stone, in his hand that would never run out even if thrown. That was truly an extraordinary condition. Moreover, monsters' corpses could become a barricade. It could slow down their advancement speed. At that moment it appeared in Haruki's mind. It was a small light that connected to the best future. This battle between monstrous numbers and violent efforts ended with Haruki's victory. He put his vase in a bag and rested. Oh, maybe because the stress has lessened, he felt his stomach begin to move. It might be the result of forcing himself to overcome the level-up sickness. Ah, I feel sick. But my feeling is good. I want to sit and take a break like this. When thinking like that, Haruki's muscles suddenly felt sweaty. He immediately raised his butt that was lowered to the floor. As he felt there were no other problems, Haruki carefully took out the skill board. Chapter End. Proofread for Asian Hobbyist by Fenring. Chapter 23. Let's be an adventurer. 24. Let's protect our beloved town. The monsters are here, the voice shouted, and with that, the self-defense group that was surrounding the barricade raised their weapons. Weapons were some long swords and bows. However, the majority of them were carrying shovels. The self-defense group were not anti-monster specialists. They were a group that dealt with all kinds of disasters in order to protect their homeland. Sometimes it was a landslide and other times they carried sandbags to deal with a flood, and a shovel was the tool they usually used. In a way, the shovel was like their main weapon. Karen watched them as they raised their shovels. She coolly assessed the situation. The monsters that were appearing from the dungeon were only Tanukas and house centipedes. The house centipedes were easy enough to defeat. The Tanukas would be a little more difficult, or so she thought, but after she observed their movements, she decided that it would not be a problem. This was because the self-defense group was a lot stronger than Karen had anticipated. Follow current novels on Novelb. A Tanuki wouldn't stand a change if 2 or 3 of them attacked it at once. And so Karen decided to focus on the monsters that got past the line. That being said, Karen could not use magic when she was out of the dungeon. While her level was rising little by little, she still wasn't confident with attacking with her staff. In fact, Karen had been relying entirely on magic up until now. She should have predicted that this would happen and trained herself to be able to fight with a staff as well. However, there was no point in regretting it now. The stampede had already begun. Just as before, only the house centipedes and Tanukas were coming out of the dungeon. What happened to the onion monsters on the second floor? Had they been eaten before they could get here? Karen wondered about this as she watched the monsters appear. It's strange. She noticed it after about 5 minutes after the monsters started to appear. Stampedes were like monster parades that happened in the outside world, and yet the monsters were coming out of the dungeon in such small numbers. The self-defense group and the residents of Parapara were all gathered here, and yet it seemed like they were purposely coming out in small numbers that could be quickly killed, like it was some kind of eating contest. It was clearly strange. Chapter 24.1. This is not what a monster parade was supposed to be like. The red, glowing eyes, the monsters that filled the tunnels. Karen had seen a stampede, and it was at a much larger scale than this. Could it be because of Karaboshi? Maybe he was slowing them down along the way. But how? His presence was thin, so perhaps he could attack the monsters without being noticed. However, surely he could not kill half of the monster parade all at once. So, what had happened? Could it be that the main group was coming later? While Karen worried about these things, the self-defense group started to be pushed back. The reason was that they were getting tired. While they trained daily, they were not used to fighting a stampede. And as this emergency situation was so different from normal disasters, their stamina was depleting much faster. Due to this loss of stamina, they were easily wounded. And one by one, they fell back. As there were fewer people fighting, they were able to be pressed back by just a small number of monsters. Some stubbornly remained in spite of the loss of stamina, and they were likewise wounded. The defense line was in bad shape. Karen's hand quickly went towards her bag. Her hand went into the magic bag and she searched for something to treat the wounds. Haruki had given her the bag because it would not look strange for her to be holding it. It was a type of camouflage. However, this camouflage would have no meaning if she pulled out medicine after medicine from her pochette. He gave it to her because he trusted her. She would never regain that trust if she let someone take it from her. And so while it was an emergency, Karen remained very careful. She took out the medicine and ran over to a wounded man. It was painful just to look at, but when she tried to apply some to the wound, "Hey, you uck," Don't touch the wound with your bare hands. Something hit her in the face. It was a pair of rubber gloves. The person who threw them was the clerk who she met off in Akane. What are you? Do you know what will happen if you apply a salve with your bare hands? It will get infected. Not only that, but it will spread if you touch other people's wounds with those hands. Well, she did have a point there. It was important to avoid infection when treating injured people. If a dangerous virus spread because she started touching everyone like hepatitis, she could not take responsibility for that. It was true. And yet, the pit of her stomach was filled with negative emotion. Right. However, what about you? They may not have been wounded had you fought with them in the defense line. What are you talking about? The source of this content November LBN. Don't play dumb with me. I know that in spite of working at the store, you have an adventurer's license. SHH. Akane raised a finger to her mouth and narrowed her eyes. That was all it took to silence Karen. Chapter 24.2. Here is yet another present from me as it is my birthday. There was no bloodlust. Karen stiffened, feeling some unknown threat. If you've got time to jabber, get to treating em. Saying this, she threw a box full of rubber gloves at Karen as if nothing happened. They were medical gloves. Karen had seen them on Akane when she was immersed in her work. The gloves were perfect for controlling infectious illnesses because they were disposable. Why won't you fight with us? I have to protect my store. With my shop located right next to a dungeon, I hate times like this. It's super scary. Sounding carefree, she crossed her hands behind her head. In other words, she wouldn't lift a finger. HMPH. There was a lot Karen wanted to say to her. Some things she wanted to ask her too. But right then, she couldn't say anything. She had no right to say anything. Karen was a bottom-barrel adventurer. If she didn't follow Haruki, if she couldn't use magic, she'd be a useless waste unable to do anything. Because she knew this, Karen bit down hard on her lip. The more she wanted to do something to help, the more she caused problems for others. The more she became aware of her own actions, the naiver she saw herself as. She had no right to say anything to Akane. She could do nothing but cause more trouble, be powerless, and fill up with regret. Karen continued to apply ointment to the injured while biting her lip hard. This was all she could do for now. Only this wouldn't be useless. She carved that reality deep in her heart. That way, she wouldn't ever forget today. That way, she could make sure to never end up feeling this way again. The source of this content November LBN. Soldiers with shallow wounds would be able to return to the front line shortly, but it would be difficult for those with deeper wounds. It would be impossible for those with fractures. They couldn't be cured with ointment. While treating with the ointment, Karen dwelt in frustration. If she had more power, if there were more drugs in the bag, she could have saved those suffering from injuries. Miss. A middle-aged male soldier opened his mouth, smiling, as if he read Karen's anguished expression. Plenty helpful, miss. It's our role to fight and get hurt instead of civilians, so don't blame yourself if it's really painful. His gentle expression changed suddenly. His eyes gleamed a sharp light. Become strong in time for the next stampede. The word weren't only directed at Karen. The man was frustrated with himself too. He got injured and was separated from the front. So he was determined. He would become even stronger so next time he wouldn't fall into a situation like this. He wanted the power to protect others so no one else got hurt. Karen nodded firmly. She was all about being injured, bleeding out and risking her life for civilians. She was an adventurer after all. At that moment, the air shook. It was the sound of someone shouting or screaming. Karen turned to look in the direction of the noise. At that moment, the soldier who had been sitting down next to her suddenly vanished. He grabbed his weapon, a spade, and rushed towards a monster that had just appeared. In front of the monster was a small boy carrying a school bag. Why on earth was he in this place? Reflexively, Karen attempted to use magic but it didn't work. This was outside the dungeon. Magic couldn't be invoked. While Karen was struggling, the man moved in and raised his spade. However, he was too far from the monster. He couldn't rescue the boy in time. Once slashed at by the black raccoon, the boy's limp body would fall before them. Imagine that moment. Seconds after Karen would turn away in horror. Hoiza. The black raccoon dug its head deep into the ground. It was not the young man who attacked. It wasn't Karen either. Of course. It was Akane. Akane, who had been relaxing in front of the prefab, was instantly moving from 20 meters away. Neither her movement nor attack were seen by Karen. Just how powerful was she? "I'm okay, I'm not injured." Yes. Did the boy think she'd be angry? Akane reached out her hand but the boy pulled back. Once he took her hand though, the boys started to go limp from exhaustion. "Bastards, what are you doing?" The man who had run to save the boy suddenly raised his voice in anger. The demanding voice heightened the tension in the air. "I'm sorry, we're at our limit here." "I ain't asking that. I'm asking why you didn't come to help that child." "You guys call yourselves the K-Town Self-Defense Militia, HMPH. Why had they overlooked a monster slipping through the side? Why didn't they try to protect the child?" The soldiers were frozen silent in response to his words. Hearing this, Karen calmed herself down. His roar surely included his own anger at himself. Without Akane, the boy would definitely be dead. He wasn't able to do anything with his own power. Rather than rejoicing in the boy's luck, he grieved his lack of power. The words overlapped with Karen's feeling, and her heart ached. "Prepare yourselves. Do not let a single monster pass through the defense line." "Yes!" the troops screamed at once. Listening, Karen too readied herself by joining in the cheer. The boy's pained expression changed. A male corp took the boy from Akane. Sitting down, a smile floated on his face. "Why am I in this place?" I was going to school." "Oh, it's already school time." "Ha ha ha." The man laughed cheerfully and patted the boy's head. "You did nothing wrong, so don't worry, kid." Told as such, the boy relaxed a bit. Thank you." "Nah, it's our job to protect everyone." So, saying that, he stroked the boy's head again. The boy was no longer afraid. Conversely, a look of deep respect for Akane and the man began to show on his face. Karen understood the boy's feelings very well. She had also been saved. The hero who saved her would always be the coolest. Looking up to that person or wanting to be like them couldn't be helped. "Hey, someone see this kid off to school." "Yes, he'll do it." A soldier unable to fight because of a fracture went to see the boy off, moving nimbly despite his injury. The person who saved the boy was already sitting on the prefabricated steps. She threw her feet up and waved her hand to the boy. There was no tension left in the air. Karen saw Akane in a bit of a different light now. She hadn't noticed it before due to Akane's insincere attitude. It seemed that the middle-aged man felt the same. He smiled bitterly when he saw Akane. His face soon distorted in pain though. The previous attack might have worsened his injury. Karen hastily applied ointment to a man's wound, saying it hurt. He spoke up like he was complaining about a puppy giving him play bites. "That was nice, right? Akane getting someone to see the child off to school. It's safer to be at school than at home but I need to reconsider our communication methods during the stampede." The monster likely snuck in early in the morning, so the information was hard to convey to anyone. Certainly, if emergency information had been properly communicated, the child would not have come this way, or maybe he would have stayed at home with his parents. Geez, there's a lot to deal with. But first we need to get through today. Wait please. You still have an injury. It's fine. That man up there who's way older than me is working harder than this old man. He smiled while pointing with his thumb. In one part of the defense, a tank top-wearing old man wielding a farming tool was still on the front line. Akane gave that man a high-pitched cheer. The old man responded to Akane's cheer with a thumbs up. "Right, those two were acquaintances. You got to keep at it, alright?" "Haha, don't underestimate me. I'm not losing to you young uns." Could he hear us from that distance? The old man intimidated the others with his bloodshot eyes. The militia members wore wry smiles upon seeing him. Geez, he's one strong geezer. "Alright, I'll leave the logistics support to you. The results of the last battle depend on your medical skills. Know that and work hard." Understood. Chapter 25. More chapters next week. Cheers. Let's face the stampede boss. What's coming? It was said as a question, but Haruki already knew the answer. Whenever a horde of monsters passed through, the next thing that would come was the general boss. The monster that appeared now looked like a silver wolf. However, it was twice as large. It was as tall as Haruki. Not only that, but it was leaning forward and walking on two legs. It was a rare breed of silver wolf, a werewolf. Just as this registered with him, Haruki turned around and ran as fast as he could. There was no way to win. This was a monster that mid-level adventurers fought, not a newcomer like him. And so Haruki ran at full speed. However, Gaha, something rammed into his back. Haruki lost his balance and flew 10 meters into the air. He crashed into the ground and rolled, rolled and then finally stopped. His bones were fine. Nothing was broken. However, the aftermath of the impact was bad. His brain felt shaken, and he was disoriented. The werewolf was running towards him again. It clearly intended on sending him flying another 10 meters. If it wanted to, it could kill him in an instant, just like breaking a toothpick. And yet the werewolf stopped, and walked up to him. It was eerily quiet. Now, stand up, get up, and fight, the werewolf seemed to say as it looked down at Haruki. A hit's no use. Haruki understood as he looked at the werewolf. He understood it because he had become a little bit stronger. He was still very weak. He could raise his agility by 1. No, it was no use. Just raising it by 1 would not allow him to outrun this monster. And even if he could, what then? Haruki's chances of survival would go up if he got out. However, the werewolf would get out as well. So someone else might die instead of him. Someone might die because he ran away. Someone would die because he didn't fight. He couldn't accept such a future. And so Haruki got to his feet. It took him 1 second. That was more than enough time for the werewolf to kill him. However, it waited. It was as if he were some rival. Either that, or it was just looking forward to seeing how Haruki would fight. It's surprising how less afraid I feel now that you look at me like that. It was like looking in a mirror. That was what Haruki muttered as he observed the monster. When he unsheathed his dagger, the werewolf moved. It lightly swung its arm. And yet, Haruki could do nothing but watch. It was too fast for him to react to. The claws clanged against his blade. The impact was heavy, but he somehow withstood it. After a second, he could feel the goosebumps all over his body. It was a jab. It was just a jab. He understood that by the movement of its muscles. What kind of enemy was this? He could see it with his eyes at least. But things were getting hazy. Concentrate. I must concentrate. He worked his brain and tried to control his consciousness. His emotions were moving towards panic, and he had to stop it. Observe, detect, imagine, and guard. Haruki watched the werewolf as it moved. Recognize and perceive. Right. It was just a little off from the point he had imagined. Just a little. The fist grazed his cheek. The shock made him dizzy. His vision went blank for a moment. Before he knew it, he was on his knees. The arms had so much strength in them. He wouldn't have remained conscious had it been a direct hit. A cold sweat ran down the sides of his head. The werewolf looked down at him with a provocative stare, as if to ask, "Is that it?" KK. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Then, 1 hit, 2 hits. The heavy blows just barely grazed him. KK. Then a heavy blow hit him and he went flying. Again and again and again. He was hit, blown away, rolled, and then stood up again. Haha. His body was in tatters. Every time he went flying, his heart would scream. Run away. Give up. Leave the rest to the self-defense group. You won't have to feel so much pain if you leave it to others. This was pointless. You were just being hurt for nothing. And so you should run away right now. However, Haruki shook his head. He didn't know how many people would die if he went out. Adventurers were supposed to save people. Haruki could not choose a path that would end in someone else being sacrificed. Every time he was hit, he desperately carved the motions and preparatory movements of his opponent into his brain. He put his predictions and the results together and repeatedly made alterations. For his enemy, they were weak attacks. However, they were powerful for Haruki, and he blocked them again and again with his blade. He felt like he was already dead. Every time he was attacked, his hands and feet seemed to get slower. And yet it was interesting. Haruki was starting to enjoy it. It was a matter of life and death. And yet he was laughing. Just as the werewolf was taking stock of him, he was taking stock of the werewolf. Interesting. This was so very entertaining now. Yes, this is good. Was he mad? Was he broken? Haruki laughed every time he was attacked. His enemy was strong, much stronger than him. And Haruki was in tatters. He was dying, and yet his body felt hot. A power that he usually didn't feel was welling up within him. The more he knew, the more he could see. The more he did, the more accurate he became. The werewolf's movements were more precise than any monster that Haruki had ever met. The preparatory movements, the way it used its muscles, the agility, the weight distribution, the way it rose, everything was beautiful and ended without a wasted movement. It was like math. It was beautiful, and so the results were clear. While he couldn't see the attacks with his eyes, he was able to tell what they would be by the movement right before. How could you not enjoy such a thing? The werewolf became faster. Still, Haruki was able to keep up. The werewolf's attacks weren't so much a blur now. They seemed to vanish. However, Haruki still blocked them. Just 1 second before an attack, Haruki saw the way that the muscles moved and figured out how the werewolf would come. He felt like he could fight like this forever. He could do anything, that's what he felt. But it still wasn't enough. Updated from novel by End.com. Maybe it was the werewolf's strongest attack. Haruki blocked it, and even though he was in his best defense posture, he was thrown into the air. Haruki did not have the strength to stop the power of the werewolf's arms. They were now 30 meters apart. The next time he stood up, it would likely be his last. That's how he felt. As if to confirm this, the werewolf unleashed a strong, murderous aura. Haruki took out the skill board and used 1 point. Then he grabbed his dagger and stood up, and he put the mask on. Upon seeing Haruki get to his feet, the werewolf smiled. It was as if he were glad to see a comrade still be able to fight. And he was also sure that Haruki would now come to kill him. The next attack would be his last. The werewolf disappeared! In the next instant, the werewolf was attacking in rapid succession right in front of Haruki's eyes. However, Haruki was in a defensive stance, and he knew which attack would come and where. He just had to trace the movements. And then, the attack that he wanted came. The werewolf swung his arm at top speed in an attempt to cut Haruki down. Haruki grinned. He altered the timing just a little and allowed the attack to slide off of his blade and to the right. And then, with the same kind of beautiful movement as the werewolf, Haruki thrust the dagger in his left hand into the point where he predicted the werewolf to move. It was the demon dagger he had bought from Akane the other day. It had gotten a lot sharper while he used it to fight the black raccoons. Skill Imitation 01. Haruki imitated the werewolf's movements and thrust his arm out in a smooth attack. And the demon blade that had become stronger from the black raccoon slid into the werewolf's chest. He made use of the werewolf's momentum, and so the demon dagger went in very deep. However, the full impact of the werewolf slammed into Haruki, and they were both thrown into the air. The mask came off and the dagger and demon blade left his hands. He fell to the ground and rolled. His brain felt so much pain that he thought his limbs had been torn from their roots. For a while, there was nothing. Then he scowled at the pain and slowly opened his eyes. Next to him, on the ground, was the werewolf, with the blade buried in its chest. Blood was flowing from the wound. The werewolf's eyes were still moving, but that was all. It didn't try to stand. After all, he had stabbed it in the heart. He didn't know what he could do if it was still able to stand. The werewolf turned to look at Haruki. There was no hatred in its eyes. If anything, there was something about its expression that felt very human. I've done it now. It seemed to say. That was pretty fun. But I've had enough. I see. The werewolf seemed to say as it laughed and closed its eyes. At the same time, Haruki's body became very hot. Hotter than it had ever been before. And without being able to raise himself, Haruki lost consciousness. Chapter 26.1. Let's report the end of the stampede. More than an hour had passed since the start of the stampede. There were hardly any monsters coming out of the dungeon now. And yet, he still hasn't returned. Haruki had yet to reappear from the dungeon. Karen had assumed that he would return when the stampede started. And yet, he hadn't. It was too late. I'm sorry, Karen said to the elderly man whose wounds she had been treating. He was resting and also watching the dungeon. It seemed like he intended to go inside soon. Is there a problem? Yes, actually, one of my team members who is an adventurer went inside and he hasn't returned. His name is Karaboshi. Who? He tilted his head in puzzlement. No, she had to hold back the impulse to shout. It was because he was like air. It wasn't this soldier's fault. He is the lord of this house and an adventurer. I think I remember somebody like that. Apparently, he still wasn't quite sure about it yet. Poor thing. Karen was feeling overwhelming pity towards Haruki right now. Could I go inside in order to see what happened? There may still be monsters wandering around. I'll run away if there is. So it's okay. Well, you're an adventurer too, aren't you? But all of us are going in after we finish resting. Can't you wait? She had waited for his return long enough. She could wait no longer. Perhaps he had now seen her resolve. The old man looked at her soberly and shook his head. Very well. It might not have ended yet. So don't push yourself too hard, even if you are an adventurer. I know. Thank you. Hunt. Stampede Strategy Headquarters 165th Monster 773 Name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. This is Oita. 3 dungeon stampedes have ended. 774 Name, Nameless Japanese Defense Force. This is Akita. It's finished here as well. It was just as the wiki information said. Killing the boss will end the stampede. The monsters scattered as soon as the boss went down. 775 name. Nameless Japanese Defense Force. Are you serious? Well, try that over here. 776 name. Nameless Japanese Defense Force. 775. Be careful. I don't know if it's the dungeon or if it's random, but the boss levels are all different. Charging in without thinking will result in your death. BTW. Bosses are rare breeds. 777 name. Nameless Japanese Defense Force. 776. Understood. But how do we crush them? Stampedes are basically monster parades, right? So you have to get through the monster parade to get to the boss. Lol. 778 name. Nameless Japanese Defense Force. 777. Our place had a shortcut we were able to use. It's probably impossible to get to the boss without using a different path. The only ones who could do it are those weirdos, Masatsugu or Bacon. 779 name. Masatsugu. 778. Who are you calling a weirdo? 780 name. Nameless Japanese Defense Force. Here he is. How's the situation? 781 name. Masatsugu. Sapporo is finished. Everyone is fine. Does anyone know what is happening in Shinjuku? I can't get in contact with Bacon. 782 name. Nameless Japanese Defense Force. This is Saitama. Should I head over there to check? 783 name. Masatsugu. No, it could be dangerous to go without understanding the situation. In any case, try to find someone who can contact them, and prepare to return to Tokyo, just in case. 784 name. Nameless Japanese Defense Force. Understood. I'll contact you if we find anything. 785 name. Nameless Japanese Defense Force. Leave it to us. 786 name. Masatsugu. To Bacon. It can be here or a blog. Just leave some sort of trail. I'll wait until tomorrow morning. Haruki awoke with the feeling of weight on his stomach. But when he tried to get up, he saw Karen there. She had her ear on his chest and her face was bright red. Morning. I couldn't find you for so long. I thought you had been eaten. Oh, sorry. Haruki was currently inside of the dungeon. He had told her that he would get out when he could. She had probably come to look for him, since he was taking too long. It couldn't be helped. He had not been able to escape. However, it seemed like a bad idea to say that now. He felt a vicious presence that it would send him back into unconsciousness if he made such an excuse. Huh? Has Karen always been this scary? Please explain to me what happened. No, he could see an Ashura statue behind her now. Haruki sat upright and explained in detail what had happened up until now. Updated from Novelbin. Siom. While he sweated. Can I ask you one thing? Yeah, what is it? Karaboshi. You said that you took a pot with you that hard potatoes come out of when you went to face the monster parade. But why did you think that would be enough to defeat the monsters? When asked this question, he felt as if all of the blood in his body had frozen. Why had he thought that throwing some hard rocks at the monsters would be enough to defeat them? And he had only raised throwing by 1 point. The centipede could be killed by just stepping on them, so that was understandable. However, the black raccoons attacked in groups that were difficult to deal with, and the silver wolves were just as strong if not stronger. Chapter 26.2. If he couldn't kill the monsters by throwing stones at them, what would have become of him? What if he had met the boss before defeating them? Haruki realized that what he thought was an easy strategy was really more like walking on a tightrope. He became speechless. Karaboshi, really more happy-go-lucky than I thought. Sorry, I'm not angry, okay? No. She was angry. She was totally angry. Haruki argued in his heart. But it seemed like she saw through him. One of her eyebrows rose just a little. I'm really not angry, okay? He shook as a chill went up his spine. Haruki gulped audibly. Damn it. This girl was scary. I thought you were a more thoughtful type who would only do things after careful planning, so it was a bit of a surprise. I'm really sorry. No, it's fine. At least now I know what kind of person you are. Kind of person sounded like hopeless person to Haruki, and he felt even worse. I'm just really glad that you're alive. Karen muttered somberly. She sighed. The evident pain in it was like a sharp stab into Haruki's chest. So, what's happening outside now? Read latest chapters at novemberelbin.com only. The Defense Force team are all alive, but a few of them are wounded. I see. But at least everyone was alive. That meant it had been worth putting himself at risk a little. Well, it wasn't exactly a little, but he was able to fight a wonderful monster. It really had been great. He didn't want to fight it again, but he was glad that he had fought it. There would be more too. At the top, there would be more interesting monsters, and he wanted to see them with his own eyes. Haruki looked down at the dead werewolf, which he now saw as a comrade in arms. How many times would he be able to fight a monster like this? He wondered. By the time he was strong enough, he would have enough of a presence that people would notice him without the mask on. He held such hopes in his heart. And with that, Haruki retrieved his weapons. Then he closed his eyes for a moment before he carried the werewolf corpse out of the dungeon. As he carried out the boss corpse, those that had participated in the defensive battle were taken aback. They picked up their weapons as shovels, and Karen had to frantically stop them. What is the meaning of this, young lady? You, Karaboshi was able to kill the boss, and the stampede is now over. He killed the boss and stopped the stampede. Upon hearing this explanation, Haruki felt like laughing. As an adventurer, suppressing the stampede was the obvious thing to do. He thought it was normal, but at the same time, there was a part of him that felt rather smug about it. That was wonderful, Karaboshi. Amazing, Karaboshi. What every adventurer should be. Haruki imagined such words of praise towards him. Who is that? What? Haruki and Karen said in unison. Karaboshi. Haruki, the adventurer. He is right in front of you. Karaboshi. So, you killed that monster, young lady? No, my friend, Karaboshi did. He killed it by himself. Oh, you made up a fictional person just to be modest. Fictional? I exist. Why did they so stubbornly reject Karaboshi? Haruki's existence. Was the name Karaboshi banned here or something? His heart hurt more now than it had ever hurt when he was ignored previously. No. Could it be that? Haruki shuddered at the possibility that came to him. He returned to the dungeon once and took out the skill board. Skills. Stealth 01. Oh, it went up by itself. It was all because he had erased his presence. He had been doing it desperately in order to not be noticed by the monsters while he was firing the cannons. Is that why? Is that why you went up? GGG. Tears filled his eyes. Why? He had succeeded in stopping the stampede, and yet his tears were bitter. The future in which he had a stronger presence was starting to drift away. He wiped away his tears and returned to the surface. Karen was continuing to explain to the others. She looked tired. Perhaps he should just push the responsibility and credit for killing the boss onto Karen. It was so much trouble explaining it, and he was too discouraged. However, Karen turned around and looked at him with pleading eyes, but even her eyes seemed like they weren't on him. Haruki sighed and put on the mask. Hello, Karaboshi. In an instant, the eyes of the members opened wide with shock. How long have you been standing there? I've been here all of this time. I was right next to Karen. He wanted to shout but held it back. It was strange. There were no onion monsters nearby, and yet tears were. Excuse me, Shibasaki, captain of the United Defense Team. Oh, hello, Karaboshi. Haruki. Shibasaki was the kind of handsome middle-aged man that would draw attention if he wore a suit and went to a bar. He had an aura that was sure to make women unable to take their eyes off of him. Damn it. It wasn't fair that some people had such an aura. So, you killed this boss, Mr. Karaboshi? Yes. Just barely. Shibasaki looked at his men as if to ask, have any of you fought this monster before? But their reaction was not positive. Apparently, no one here had fought a werewolf before, and so he told them what he had already explained to Karen. What is wrong with you? Do you want to die? Shibasaki said angrily. It was reckless. What would have happened if you were killed? He was so angry that even his men in the back seemed startled. I see. He saw the adventurers that fought alongside him as citizens to be protected as well. He was also putting his life at risk. His arm was wounded. Of course. It was part of the job to get hurt in order to protect the others, and so when he was rebuked like this, Haruki felt nothing but deep respect for him. Chapter 27. Let's walk towards tomorrow. Haruki felt quite exhausted after Shibasaki's lecture. Still, he brought the monster corpse over to Akane. I don't know how much of this can be used, but please take it apart for me. Fine, but it will cost you, alright? Okay. He had predicted that she would charge him. Haruki drew in his chin. If he was stingy and tried to save the money by doing it himself, he would risk ruining the valuable parts. While these monsters were the enemy of mankind, as long as he was taking their lives, he wanted to treat them with respect. Of course, Haruki wasn't just going to watch while she worked. He was going to stand next to Akane and learn how to take apart a wolf. This was so if he happened across such a monster again in the future, he would be able to do it himself. She was able to take the fangs and fur from the werewolf. If reinforced, the fangs could be made into a stronger weapon than the black dagger he had first purchased from Akane. And so Haruki used one of two fangs to order a dagger. He would sell the other fang. As for the fur, he would have a robe made for Karen. That being said, it was likely that Karen could not even equip a werewolf robe yet. Haruki himself may not be able to equip the werewolf blade. That meant he would have to focus on leveling up before his order was complete. Thank you for ordering. Hee. Now my store feels a little more secure. You could buy a werewolf dagger in a Sapporo store for about 1 million yen. But since he had the materials, it was cheaper. Even then, it was 400,000 yen. As for Karen's robe, that it was 300,000 yen. Haruki paid for it all in a single installment. Thanks to this, his wallet felt very empty. Oh, poor Mr. Air. How much money do you have? Really, how much? Hee. Well, work hard and make more money, or I won't be able to sell my products. Ah. A blue vein popped up on Haruki's forehead. Very well. It was war. Haruki moved quickly towards the dungeon, where the barricade had been repaired. And then 1 hour passed. Are you kidding me, Air? Please tell me that you are. What's this? Why are there so many materials here? Ah. Air is trying to take all of my money. Akane shouted loudly as tears poured out of her eyes. That's not a nice way of putting it. I'm not stealing anything. I'm just selling you some materials. What he had given to Akane were materials he had cut out of the silver wolves, black raccoons, and centipedes he had killed during the stampede. He had quickly carved up the corpses that hadn't been absorbed by the dungeon yet, and brought them to Akane's store as a slap in the face. His order was 700,000 yen in total, and the materials he brought in now were worth 1,350,000 yen. Furthermore, number. Not that. You can't. So let's be an adventurer. No. That was a 5% bonus on the price. So the total was 1,417,500 yen. That's my revenge. This is what happened when you declared war on others without thinking about it properly. You should only do it when you know for sure that you will not lose. Besides, aren't you just going to process and sell them anyway? I don't see how this would affect you negatively. If she lost money doing that, I don't see how she could even keep this place running. It would have also been pointless to put advertisements on Let's Be an Adventurer in order to increase customers. I'm really pretty, aren't I? Do you want to be punched? I'm against violence, she said as she quickly covered her head. If going to back down so quickly, don't say such horrible things in the first place. Before coming here, I had a fight with the branch manager of a shop that buys materials. So I have fewer customers to sell them to now. You reap what you sow. So, she had fought with the manager of the Sapporo store. However, both places were part of a much larger company. Shunning certain sales routes for personal reasons seemed like it would be bad for the company. Well, considering the person involved, the manager probably couldn't stand her attitude any longer. Well, good luck, branch manager. Help me. Aren't you supposed to be shrewd? I'm sure you'll figure it out. Boo, she said childishly. As an aside, the monsters that the police and firefighters killed were in bad condition, and so their materials could not be sold. As for black raccoons, as they had not been processed at all, their meat was inedible as well. Updated from Novelbin. Even after Haruki and Akane's war had ended, the self-defense group that had repaired the barricade continued their job of carrying the monster corpses into the dungeon. Haruki watched as they were covered in monster blood and silently carried the corpses without complaining. He felt nothing but respect for them. Dealing with the aftermath of a battle was hard work. The road to being noticed. After the stampede. Hello, Imaya. Oh, I heard that a lot of stampedes occurred in different places today. There was one in my town as well. Yes, right in front of my eyes. Oh, no. But I was able to use a magic tool that had been useless before, and I defeated the monster. And that's when I encountered a monster called a werewolf. Greater than _. the Stampede boss. It was scary, super scary, but I still did my best. A lot of horrible things happened to people during these stampedes. I keep wishing that I can turn back time to when it was yesterday. Are you perhaps on your knees and suffering from deep sadness? Are you shedding tears? Are you in pain? If you are drowning in sorrow, I am incredibly sorry. It means that we adventurers were not able to do enough. We who have survived will save our strength for the next time this happens. And of course, I will become much stronger as well, so that next time, there will be no casualties. This is the future we strive for. And so to all of you who cry on your knees, I say, raise your heads and take in a deep breath. We have a future to protect. Serious. Stampede Post-Mortem Session Venue 13 Prostrate, 984 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. This information about stopping stampedes by killing the boss should be used for the next one. 985 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. But, how? A monster parade assault within the dungeon would be really tough, you know? 986 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. Well, think about it a little at a time, okay? Maybe we can use grenades. Though, they are expensive. 987 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. As long as the dungeon doesn't get angry, if it sees it as an attack, the monsters might get a power-up. That's no joke. 988 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. That may be true. But what then? Just waiting outside will result in more casualties. 989 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. Sorry for interrupting you, but there is something that bothers me. Do you mind? 990 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. Say it. What is it? 991 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. Do you really believe that someone who was struggling against centipedes last month would be able to kill a werewolf? 992 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. In his dreams. Yes, dreams. 993 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. But it's not a dream. It was in a blog post. I thought it was a lie. 994 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. Shouldn't such dangerous lies be reported on? Is he trying to take advantage of this stampede? Scum. He clearly just wants attention. 995 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. Well, this guy also got through the monster parade and defeated the boss. So I thought we might learn something. 996 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. Well, if we're going to take this seriously, if you were a newcomer who was having trouble with centipedes, it would take maybe 1 year to be able to beat a werewolf. Maybe you could do it in 6 months if you stayed in the dungeon for 10 hours a day, or even shorter if you had the dungeon to yourself. But then again, those monsters are dangerous because each one has a different fighting style. So I don't think the chances of winning would be high. I know I just wrote all of that, but I wouldn't take him seriously. If he really did kill it, he isn't human. 997 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. So I guess it is a lie after all. It really wouldn't happen normally. 998 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. Yes, it's ridiculous the more I think about it. I'm angry that I accepted it so readily. Grrrr. 999 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. Sorry. So, what's happening in Shinjuku? 1000 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. 999. Read the whole thing. Shinjuku was destroyed. 1001 Name, Nameless and Bowing the Lowest. You can no longer write in this adventure book. Please move on to the next adventure book. Chapter 28.1. Let's go down the garage dungeon. Haruki learned of the success of the Chikaho Stampede and the failure of the Shinjuku Station Stampede at about the same time. He had checked several of the Let's Be an Adventurer blogs to make sure, and it seemed to be true. Shinjuku Station was the hardest dungeon in all of Japan, and they had failed to stop the stampede that came from it. There were two main reasons that their defensive battle failed. Updated from Novelbin. One was that the monsters came out of all 63 entrances, and they were all monsters from the middle layer. To make matters worse, Bacon, who was a high ranker that was participating, had gone missing. So even a Let's Be an Adventurer ranker could not make it. What would happen to Japan now? The blogs were filled with dark posts. Still, the morning came no matter how bad the situation was. The morning sunlight shone in the garden in front of Haruki's house. It was so peaceful in spite of the situation at Shinjuku. It was an ordinary morning. No matter how much Haruki worried about the destruction of Shinjuku, There wasn't anything he could do as an adventurer. Haruki had only ever made it to the 5th level of this countryside dungeon. If he went to the Shinjuku dungeon, he would end up running straight back out. If he wanted to help them take Shinjuku back, it would have to be after he got much stronger. Good morning, Karaboshi. Things seem really bad in Shinjuku, huh? Yeah. He met up with Karen, and they talked while they got ready. During their conversation, the subject of Shinjuku came up. It seemed that it was bothering her as well. Doesn't it both you too, Karaboshi? It's not that I'm not worried, but you seem very calm about it. Aren't you scared? Her eyes seemed to ask. Haruki chuckled as if he didn't know what to say. Well, Masatsugu said something about joining the operation to liberate Shinjuku, so I think it should be fine. Masatsugu was the #1 ranker. While Bacon might have more blog points, Masatsugu was way ahead in clear points for missions. The others were all only a few thousand points apart, but the difference between first and second was in the tens of thousands. In other words, he was at the far top, a ranker with an unshakable position. Masatsugu was always at the front lines with the team of conquerors and fighting against the strongest monsters, and he was going to act. There was no reason for Haruki to be scared. Even Karen, who had looked worried up until now, changed as soon as she heard the name. To adventurers like them, he was a symbol of the strongest military might. Even if I was worried, there is no method of transportation for going there, and I wouldn't be any help once I arrived. That's true. They were still weak. Karen looked down when Haruki said this. So, we don't even have the option of trying to help if we aren't strong. Yes, that's why it isn't my job to worry about Shinjuku now. My job is to get stronger. Yes. After encouraging Karen, Haruki used the gate in order to go to the 3rd underground floor. Karen hadn't reached the 4th floor yet, and so he planned to reach the 5th floor on foot today. They slaughtered the black raccoons and killed the boss easily and reached the 4th floor. As he walked down the stairs and the colors around them changed, Karen sighed in admiration. The emerald is so beautiful. Yeah. But be careful. The monsters on this floor can blend in with the walls. You would notice easily enough if you paid attention. But since the potato monsters were the same color, it was possible to miss them if you let your guard down. See, that thing over there is a potato monster, huh? Where? Straight ahead. Ah, I can see it. I can see it. You sure have good eyes, Karaboshi. I doubt I would have seen it if I was alone. Your eyes are that bad? Yes. Karen's shoulders drooped. Apparently, the walls were making it a lot harder for her to see the monsters than Haruki had expected. In fact, the reason he was able to see the hidden potatoes so well, was because Haruki's eyes had been strengthened after all the plate-making work. Okay, I'll show you how to fight it. You stand back and watch. Yes. Karen stood out of range as Haruki charged towards the potato monster. That being said, Haruki didn't attack it. As for what he did do, he dodged the 40 or so potatoes that were launched towards him. He crossed the line so that the potatoes would shoot towards him, and then he dodged them. And once all of its ammunition had been used up, he stepped forward slowly. And then Haruki pulled out the stem of the potato. Chapter 28.2. That's how you defeat these things. Easy, right? What was so easy about that? Karen said angrily after seeing Haruki's example. Her face was pale, and her shoulders shook. How am I supposed to do that? Really? I had thought that it was an amazing strategy. Was I wrong? Haruki wasn't sure what to think. But if Karen couldn't do it, then there was nothing he could do about it. The potatoes were unleashed at 150 km/h, and Haruki was dodging them no less than 5 meters away. There was only 1/10 a second between the launch and impact. Karen was usually in the rear guard and didn't move her body as much, so it was no wonder that she looked pale now. However, Haruki wasn't being completely daft either. If you look at the nozzle, you can tell which direction the potatoes will come from. So as long as your timing is right, you can avoid them quite easily. With some close observation, you could read both the timing and trajectory. But it didn't matter. If someone gave you a signal and told you in which direction a bullet would come from, you still wouldn't be able to react in time. I didn't realize how far away you were from a normal human, Karaboshi. How rude. I didn't stop being a human, yet. Haruki pouted angrily. Still, this reproachful expression was hidden behind a mask. I see, so you can't do it. He had so much wanted to show her the joys of dodging potatoes that shot towards you at incredible speeds. HMPH. Perhaps she thought he was trying to provoke her. Karen was quick to react. I could do it if I wanted to. Oh? Then please demonstrate. HMPH. Karen puffed up her cheeks and started to search for the next potato. The next one was about 50 meters away. Haruki had already known it was there. So, how long would it take for Karen to find it? He would tell her if it started to take too long. Karen took a few steps forward. Karen finally saw it. She was just one step outside of the area which would have put her in the potato's firing range. So, that's how close other people had to be to notice it, Haruki thought as he scratched his chin. This was in fact a very dangerous flaw. I will show you that I can do it too, Karaboshi, she shouted. Then she waved her staff. She unleashed her magic. It slammed into the potato, crushing it all the way to the roots. How was that? See, even I can. Oh, Karen, what is wrong with you? Huh? What? If you kill it without dodging, how will you get any potatoes? Karen gave a cold look to the disappointed Haruki. This guy, that's what he's like, she seemed to be saying. But Haruki was obsessed with potatoes. And now, a monster had been killed without any of its potatoes being gathered. Potatoes, starch, energy, my potassium, carotene, and niacin. Well, you can always get more potatoes if you come to the 4th floor. There is no reason to be so upset. Scary monsters will come out if you waste your food. Now, let's keep going. You planned to hunt on the 5th floor, right? Can you please stop moping? Karen desperately tried to make Haruki stand up, and while it was Haruki who was depressed, Karen was the one who looked like she was about to burst into tears. You know, potatoes can be grown in your garden as well. So cheer up, that's it. He decided to give up on the potatoes that day. Things went quickly after that. While potatoes were good at disguising themselves, they were easy to kill once they were discovered. Haruki only scouted and let Karen do all of the attacking. And so without allowing them to fire a single potato, they killed monster after monster. It was the same with the 4th floor boss. They stood outside of the room as Karen silenced it with repeated magic attacks. Monsters with high mimicking abilities and fast bullets. At a glance, they might seem difficult to deal with, but they were easy once you knew how to defeat them. In a way, it was a well-balanced floor. While Karen was attacking the boss in what was a one-sided fight, practically a trial battle, Haruki quietly took out his skill board. This was so he could check his current skills and make plans for the future. Haruki noticed the differences and tilted his head to the side. Karaboshi Haruki 27 Gender, Male. Skill point, 03. Class, Swordsman. Vitality, Stamina 0. Natural Recovery 0. Strength 1. Agility. Quickness 1. Dexterity 1. Technique. Weapon Mastery. The source of this content. November L/N. One-handed sword 1. Throwing 1. Light armor 0. Conceal 1. Imitate 1. Intuition. Detection 0. Special. Growth Acceleration 3. Haruki's skill point had gone up to 3 all at once. I thought it was already clear what situations allowed you to gain skill points. Apparently, there were still other conditions. Before he could think of a reason for them increasing, he checked Karen's skills as well. Kurosaki Karen 18 Gender, Female. Skill points, 3. Class, Spirit User. Vitality, Stamina 0. Natural Recovery 0. Strength 0. Magic Power 1. Magic Compatibility 1. Magic Manipulation 1. Agility. Quickness 0. Dexterity 0. Chapter 29. Sponsored chapter by DC. Thank you for your donation. Enjoy. Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 29. Let's kill the silver wolf. There really was something twisted about Karaboshi Haruki. But did she only feel this way because her perception was twisted? Karen thought vaguely as she watched Haruki attack the pack of wolves. The plans he would suggest were outrageous, especially during the stampede. Entering the dungeon alone wasn't bravery. It was just reckless. It was the same with the potato monsters. You could barely even see the potatoes, and yet he wanted her to dodge them at a close distance. He thought that just because he could do it, other people could as well. It wasn't because he had high standards for those around him. It was probably due to him having a very low opinion of himself. Sometimes he would come off like a fanatical adventurer who would say the craziest things without shame, and then he would be particular about things that have nothing to do with efficiency. He wore that creepy mask in spite of what others thought, and he was extra sensitive about his lack of presence. Furthermore, he would become incredibly depressed over not being able to gather potatoes, but then rejoice and recover right after that. It was strange. He looked happy as he fought the wolves. He didn't balk even when the attacks hit his body. His opponent was a monster wolf that ate humans. But from the looks of it, he might as well have been playing with a dog. He was so strange. The enemy of mankind was there, ready to take his life. So how could he enjoy himself so much? Karen knew she wouldn't have been able to do it. And yet, just watching him fight started to make her feel happy. Follow current novels on Novelb.com. In fact, there were times when Haruki's laugh was so infectious that she laughed too. But Karen was always behind him, so he probably hadn't noticed it yet. After the stampede started and her family was killed by monsters, Karen felt nothing but hatred towards them. And yet, she was now laughing during a fight. It wasn't that she had gone crazy or anything. The overflowing hatred hadn't made her go mad. It was just that Haruki was having so much fun right now. Karen couldn't help but feel a little of what he was experiencing. She still feared and hated the monsters, and she wanted to become stronger. She wanted to become stronger so she could fight stronger monsters. How much easier would things be then? She wondered. It was definitely because of Haruki. Haruki had changed her. She had been consumed by hatred before, but now she was different. Still, couldn't he at least do something about his habit of getting so distracted that he would faint from stamina depletion? Karen watched Haruki as he wore his mask and breathed heavily. Her expression suddenly darkened as she muttered to herself, "Why is this happening?" His breathing was heavy under the mask, and yet he still laughed and killed the monsters. If you just looked at the facts, there was clearly something wrong with him. He was just a dangerous pervert. And yet, she sighed deeply once again. As soon as he finished the hunt and returned to the surface, Haruki visited the prefab where Akane worked. It was empty as ever, except in the back, where Akane sat at her counter and leaned on her elbow while staring into space with a dead expression. What? It was as if she were trying to get as much out of using as little energy as she could. There was nothing but thorns in her words. Haruki wasn't angry though, he just chuckled. But how long would that last? Haruki laughed, and Akane's shoulders shook. What was he plotting? She had been here on the brink of death due to boredom, and yet he was chortling happily. She was not amused. Haruki laughed. He was imagining the shock that would soon appear on her face. Ha. Akane laughed as well. She didn't know why, she just didn't want to lose. Karen watched them with a smile. Now these were two people she should not have gotten involved with. Buy the materials from me. Why, I'm your customer. You know, it's the clerk that says the customer is God. But the customer isn't supposed to think that they can get away with anything. Still, buy the materials. It's your job. As he said this, Haruki received the magic bag from Karen and started to take out the Silver Wolf materials. Akane looked at them, and instead of raising her voice, she started to appraise them. Wait a minute. Why do you have so much? This isn't right. Hey, continue appraising them. Get back to work. Haruki's eyes had the vicious light of a black company boss as he demanded that she continue. And while she complained all the way, Akane went through them with impressive speed. However, as she did, her eyes also started to fill with tears. How horrible of you to bring so many materials to my humble little store. Demon, fiend, idiot. Air isn't an insult. It wasn't, right? The materials that were dumped in front of Akane were the fangs and fur of 217 silver wolves. Because of the way that silver wolves moved, each battle meant fighting at least 3 at once. Thanks to this, he was able to kill a lot in just one day. That being said, there were still many moments where he struggled. But things would get a lot more efficient as he grew stronger. There are 234 fangs in all. Undamaged fangs are sold for 1,000 yen. Damaged ones are 50 yen. The fur is 143 kilograms in all. Undamaged fur is 500 yen per kilogram. Otherwise, it is 10 yen, so that's 188,000 yen in all. I see. Haruki didn't have much of a reaction. Akane narrowed her eyebrows. Of course, Haruki was happy to have made so much money. The reason why he didn't react much was because he was comparing it to what he made the last time. For the stampede, he had made 1,400,000 yen in all. How many monsters did I kill that time? The stampede itself and the elation he felt over killing the boss had been so overwhelming that he didn't realize just how many he had killed. But it was a stampede, after all. When he realized what it was he had stepped foot in, A chill ran up his spine. Now he understood why Karen had been so mad that it looked like she had summoned the Grim Reaper. "Are you complaining about my assessment?" "No, I was just thinking about how it didn't take you very long to get through all of it. It's quite impressive, right?" So, has finally joined the others in realizing that I'm beautiful and talented and the best shopkeeper. "Though, it did take you long enough." "Who said all that? And what did she mean by others?" He wanted to object, but there were too many things to object to, that he lost interest. It was better to ignore her. And so the money was sent to his Ika card, and Haruki left the delusional Akane as he exited the store. "Karaboshi, do you want to go get something to eat?" There are different things that I'd like to talk about, like the Stampede and Shinjuku. "Sorry, I have things to do today." "Can it be some other time?" "Oh, of course." He didn't mind going out with Karen to eat. However, there was something he wanted to finish today no matter what. First, he had to go shopping at the DIY store. Chapter 30.1 Thank you for your donation. Let's cultivate potatoes. That night, as soon as it was midnight, Haruki quietly entered the dungeon without putting on his mask. What he was about to do wasn't against the law, but it wasn't exactly commendable either. And so while he didn't really want to use it, he activated Conceal. His presence was so thin that even security cameras would overlook him. And it was like this that Haruki went down to the 4th floor of the dungeon and searched for monsters. It did not take him long to discover the monster he was looking for. "Hey!" Haruki grinned mischievously. Slowly and quietly, he approached. As his presence was too thin, the monster did not realize that Haruki was there. And so before the monster noticed, he reached out with his right hand and pulled out the stalk of potatoes. Once they came out of the ground, the once firm stalk suddenly grew limp. The unused potatoes were stuck onto the roots. And in the center of the roots, was the parent potato, which beat like a heart. He had brought his weapons, just in case. But he might not need them. Haruki used his concealment skills to pull out and abduct take them back with him out of the dungeon. There was an empty room that was filled with planters that he had prepared, and Haruki carefully filled each with the potato stalk he had brought from the dungeon. He had bought these planters from the closest hardware store after he had finished hunting. Of course, he had also bought soil and fertilizer as well. Haruki had gotten the idea to mass-produce the monster potatoes after Karen had talked about growing them in his house. It was not forbidden by law to take monsters from the dungeon and bring them back home. If it was forbidden, then there would be the issue of differentiating a dead monster and one that was alive. It could be quite a problem, especially since there were bone monsters on the central floors. After all, they were just bones. So humanity was currently incapable of defining what it meant to be alive. Besides, it would greatly inconvenience the scholars who are studying living monsters. If it was forbidden by law, it would disturb the development of these fields of research. That being said, it did not change the fact that such actions caused great worry to the general public. And it was because of this that Haruki killed his presence so that no one would find him. And he brought back the monsters in secret. He put his bag down in the corner of the room and took out the many stalks of potatoes he had gathered. The area was surrounded by a net, in case the potatoes went wild and started shooting everywhere. He took them and carefully planted each one into the planters. There were 10 abducted delicately escorted monsters in all, and they were all quite limp after having been so rigorously pulled out. Follow current novels on Novelb.in.com. Haruki watered them, but it had no effect. He saw that the monsters showed no signs of getting well, and so he returned to his room and turned on his computer. Apparently, the necessary fertilizer to grow potatoes was mainly plant and wood ash and also bioorganic fertilizer. He had already done his research and bought these, so they were mixed in with the soil. So, there's no problem with the dirt. He checked a few other websites about growing potatoes and confirmed that he had done nothing wrong in that regard. Maybe he'll give them some sunlight and see what happens. Maybe the sunlight would help them. Haruki persuaded himself of this and fell asleep. The next day, Haruki got up much earlier than usual. He could not stop thinking about the potatoes he had planted the previous night. Just in case, he got out of his pajamas and put on his armor. Then he headed for the room with the planters. What he saw there was hard to imagine. But the potatoes looked even more wilted than they had last night. The stems were dry and wrinkled and could not even stand. The tips of the leaves had become brown and were so parched that they looked like they would crumble if he touched them. Haruki was speechless as he fell to his knees. He felt like he had just witnessed the death of his own children. Tears filled his eyes. He began to inspect the dried-up stalks. When he looked inside the soil, he saw that the potatoes themselves were wrinkled up. The plants had been absorbing the nutrients from the potatoes instead of the soil. Maybe it has to be soil from the dungeon after all. As he continued his inspection, he found one that looked like it was still alive. Haruki immediately looked closer and inspected the leaves. There was no pulse. However, there was still moisture within the stalk. It's alive. That being said, there was nothing that Haruki could do. He did not know what it was that they needed. "I'm sorry, I can't help you guys." Haruki's eyes welled up with tears and he sniffed loudly. He had stolen so many potatoes and cut them down after they fired at him. But all of that past was gone from his head now.